And also just for, just for formality's sake, you can say hi, YouTube, if you want. In the plane of forever, Sunbirths, year 105. Still missing the intro? Yeah. You know, it's weird. Like, I know people say much better. I don't know if necessarily better. Definitely very different. I think that there's a world where 2D Dwarf Fortress stayed 2D and was just left like as it is. A weird artifact of history. But this is Sunbirths. Sunbirths is, I guess, getting close to 9 years old now. We have 3 nobles, hence the 3 noble bedrooms. And the towers are starting to climb into the sky. And we have these lava moats going through the glacier, which I intentionally filled up to the level of the glacier on this side, just so that we could have this neat-looking, natural, kind of strange obsidian break wall thing. And then, of course, over here it goes through stone, so it's a lot more formulaic and standard, but this side, it's a lot more rugged and jagged and interesting. As for the upper layers, yesterday we made quite a bit of progress. We built our hospital. We also desperately need more bedrooms. And food stockpiles got expanded a little bit. And we also built this in the center, which is a little further down. These are the noble offices. And this is our forge, which currently is just getting some stuff repurposed into more magma smelters, because I realized that things weren't getting done fast enough. So we are building more magma smelters just to increase production of the smelters. So let's do this. No, capital S. I'm not even gonna try and use the hotkeys. Like I've kind of come to terms with, like, I miss the hotkeys. I really do. But I don't try and force it into something that the game just isn't made for anymore, and I just kind of acknowledge that the game isn't made for hotkeys anymore. As much as I like the hotkeys to a degree, it's like that. Until there's full keyboard support, I won't use any of it. All right, let's go there. Just make that a little bit more interesting looking. These are the furnaces. These are a couple infinite stockpiles here. We have tetrahedrite, and this is supposed to be for Fluxstone, but clearly they've run out in this particular stockpile. We have farming and various other things, and yeah, I'm gonna name a handful of dwarves, maybe 4 or 5. So if you do not hear your name called in the next minute, feel free to say pick me once I'm done reading this list of names. 404 Load, Amethyst, who's now a Baroness, Andre the regular guy, Arende, Arcloid, Arcmaster, Azriel, Bakaglass, Bastet, Big Bang A1, Blazing Ice Berg, Bloodborne J, Brain Fist, Corn Knob, Darius Cardrin, Darren, Diamond Destruct, Dr. Special 420, Dr. Funk, and DS Athlum, as well as Devildon, who is in prison right now for making Gonatank into an artifact. Yeah. EFE MDN, Elfie, Exquisitip, and Glass Half Empty, Ham, and Ice Hockey Player, Icelay Smoke, and Jam Jalopy, Jetpack Tuxedo, and Jazza IV, as well as Little Joe and Lord Ubda, who is our Count, who became the Count after a king of another faction stole an artifact sword from this fortress, and we unfortunately, we thought that we would let the Forgotten Beasts and the creatures of the caverns kill him, but little did we know that they were in cahoots, and they were neutral to each other. So we ran past the sparrow people in the basements and escaped through the caverns with our swords. So we're going to completely obliterate the entirety of that dwarven faction. Lucas Bat, Master Spike, Moreb, and Monticore, as well as Nasty Ninja and Neezer and Ordith and Pan Vaxen, as well as PS4 Killjoy and Psyomegas and Pythos and Reza Darkside, Really Swifty, Rocker, Salty Tempest, Shroof, Lonely Locally, and Sieve, as well as Smethid. And Talon Artho, who is our captain of the guard, who is very well trained. By that I mean, if you commit a crime and I convict you, and it includes a beating, you're going to be turned into 437 tiny little pieces. Terminal Wetness, the Great Udolph, 2 Light Bongled, Tyrandess, Unemployed Shaku, Vixen Rose, as well as Wait What, and Wampin Stompin, Zabine, and we have a couple of unnamed dwarves down here, so if you would like a dwarf, say pick me. You got Forgotten Beasted to death. It's Mitchell. Playful Bear is a 12-year-old child. Creative, disdains decorum, good intuition, anxious, bashful, and single-minded. And you know what's even better? That game that we were just playing, this game has the same code in it somewhere. No, you're allowed to exclamation point. It's fine. This is the same game. To me, I think going back and playing old Dwarf Fortress makes the slow development of modern Dwarf Fortress make a little bit more sense. Also, there's a cage here. What? I don't know why that cage is there, but there's nothing in it. Oh, never mind. I caught an albatross. Hold up. Sorry, I gotta get that albatross training. I caught 2 albatrosses. Albatry. Cool. So Playful Bear is always tense and jittery, bashful, and can be very single-minded. Likes to take it easy without, does not go out of his way to help others. Is fearful in the face of imminent danger, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he doesn't often focus on material goods. He tends to avoid crowds, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is a friendly individual, and he is not particularly ambitious. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he occasionally overindulges. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to hang on to grievances. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited, and he laughs loudly when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and values cunning. He likes lay pewter, Kesserite, and tuba agate, as well as the words of Carmine Page, and the sound of the reticent calm, and when possible prefers to consume shad, goat cheese, and plum wine, and rye flour, and spinach leaves, and absolutely hates blood gnats. So because somebody in the YouTube chat said this, they said that they're playing Dwarf Fortress while listening to this. Who here is playing Dwarf Fortress right now? Who's your family? Zulbon and Monoam are your parents. Well, let's go to your dad. Let's make your dad the next dwarf. Iron Pit! What a good name. You're a dabbling weaponsmith and a competent miner. He's easily moved to mercy and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is quick to anger and he tends to hang on to grievances and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He can handle stress and he has a sense of duty. He tends to be passive in discussions and often feels lustful. He is trusting and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is moved by art and natural beauty and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, often feels discouraged and isn't particularly curious about the world. He has a greedy streak and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste and values peace over war. You could join the military. Let's jump over to your wife. Who is your wife? Your wife is now, this is gonna be a funny name. Salva Daddy. This is hysterical. Salva Daddy, clearly, is satisfied at work, has 3 children, Playful Bear, Cog, and Odom. Salva Daddy has an overbearing personality and does not easily fall in love or develop negative feelings, and she is often cheerful and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to be, she is often cheerful and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a greedy streak and she can handle stress. She tends to seek out excitement and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and doesn't focus on the current activity. She tends to act with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. That's what I was trying to read. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally disdains loyalty. She's a former member of the Smith of Fathers. Smith me, father. As we continue to name up this family, Nodo Casa. You are 16. Getting there. Currently, you're storing an item in a stockpile. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is humble, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she has a sense of humor, and she is assertive. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to be swayed by emotions of others. She winks when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Diamond Destruct, the captain of the captain, has bestowed the name Fazzy Melville upon a steel buckler. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she has an active sense of humor. She's assertive, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to be swayed by emotions of others. She winks when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday, and personally finds artwork boring, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and respects perseverance and doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife. What a deep thought. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Let's name your younger sister, who is now Bird Bones. Bird Bones is 11. Meaning you'll probably all grow up in this fortress and actually get careers at some point. She shares intimate details of her life without sparing a thought for repercussions or property. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she does not often feel envious of others. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is quite polite. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this, and she values artwork and its creation. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she has a greedy streak, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she doesn't handle stress well. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. She personally finds friendship as key ideal to life, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and finds the values sacrifice and does not care about family one way or another. But she has lots of it, so that's unfortunate. Let's do one more dwarf. Let's name this Tekkid here. Everybody loves a Tekkid. This last one I'll name, let's go with Alcord. This is the last one we're doing for now. We'll name more dwarves when we get migrant waves. I've increased the population cap to 200. I haven't increased the population cap in a couple of years. We just traded a lot to the mountain home. We're going to get a big migrant wave, so everybody will get a chance to get a dwarf, don't worry. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and she lives an orderly life organized and neat. She lacks confidence in her abilities, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she often feels lustful, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has a calm demeanor. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She occasionally overindulges, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And she talks to herself when she's angry, and she chews her lips when she's nervous. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and thinks that the pursuit of skills in warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, respects power and values tradition, and is married to Pythos, and has a daughter named Servesh. Her older brother is Ordith, and her other older brother is Sazir. My audio just dropped? Because I moved my head, probably? Because I did this? Anyway. Yeah, I moved my head. Audio didn't change, or it shouldn't have changed. It would be weird if it actually did. So we recently had a fell mood, right? And a dwarf died. And this dwarf, Telenartho, put them in prison, but didn't give them the sentence of death. So I will just read something about this dwarf. This is Telenartho, our captain of the guard. He dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. Okay. and personally is repelled by the idea of honesty and lies without compunction, believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and will have peace at all costs, believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, can't fathom why one would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society, and values self-control and values tranquility and a peaceful day, values independence and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, is quick to anger, and is bashful, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is a friendly individual, and he's conflicted by this since he would ideally have more strife in his life. He does not feel lustful often, and he values self-control, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and has a narrow focus on the current activities. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. So this dwarf, this is his office. Remember how I said that we had that fell mood recently? Well, what if we made a specific room connected to this dwarf for peculiarly dark artifacts? Has also killed several of our dwarves for committing minor offenses. As for the fell mood artifact, I think it's probably still where it was initially placed. That or I could find it pretty easily. Probably still down here. Yep, it's this. This is a dwarf bone floodgate. All craft storemanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dwarf bone. Can you actually control separate raids? What do you mean? Because you can't control any raids, but you can send out separate raids. I'm also going to expand this office. Oops, wrong button. This button. Oh, spectate. No, you can't spectate raids. That is a planned feature, though, like many things. But you can look at what happened. You get a text readout. Basically, the commander gives you a report of what happened. Which bones? It was the entirety of a dwarf, and it was a dwarf named Gonatank, who got killed for this artifact. It was a dark day in the fortress indeed. Speaking of, I've got 2 dwarves I need to engrave memorials for. One died in the caverns, and then one was that dwarf. Because I kind of want to avoid ghosts. Once this has been brought up, I'm going to put bars here, and we're going to connect this lever to the bars. Kind of the idea of this is that this is a slowly expanding vault behind the Captain of the Guard's office of artifacts that are forbidden, shall we say. Also, Jetpack Tuxedo has gone insane for some reason. I'm not sure why. Next up, down here, I have 45,621 puppies I need to slaughter. So if you'll excuse me, it's time to commence the sad whimpering of dead dogs. Also, we have elephant babies. I'm not going to kill them as often. And then we're going to geld a bunch of the adult dogs. I am, however, going to geld this pupper for having an owner. Unfortunately, that's a lady cat, so I can't geld it. Gonna go all... Oh, no, those are elephant calves. Gonna geld a bunch of these dogs and make them all war dogs. Then we'll start assigning them to more dwarves. I'm going to leave you, and then we're going to slaughter all of these dogs. All the way up to the elephant. Well, we'll leave you ungelded because you're named. And then I have 2 semi-wild caged albatrosses here, which is interesting. So I'm gonna slaughter you. Okay, so the 2 caged albatrosses. It's 1 and 2. You mean the pupper chipper? Your current your captain of the guard interrogated a guy, found a plot, so I queued the next person in the plot. On the way back, the first guy stabbed him to death and moved on. I once had a fortress in a world which went real sour, right? Really, really, really sour. A bunch of dwarves went insane in that fortress. It was a bad time. Nobody had a good time. Everybody hated it. It was awful. The dwarves eventually gave into insanity and the fortress fell apart. But I retired it. I didn't actually abandon it. I just retired it. So a lot of those dwarves stayed alive. And they didn't all die for horrors or anything. Most of the dwarves stayed alive, but everybody had gone insane. I then built a new fort in that world. So now when you build a new fort in the same world, all of the dwarves in your previous fort, their memories are kind of nullified, so that if they show up at your next fort, they'll be kind of happy by default, usually. Unless something weird happens, or they might become sad, but they'll become sad pretty quickly. But they won't show up immediately maximum depression, right? They'll show up neutral. This was back when they would show up with their old thoughts. I had a visitor show up who was a member of my old fort who I didn't notice because they weren't named, show up, immediately go berserk, and kill my expedition leader, my mayor, and 2 of my military dwarves. So, yeah. Had an assassin from my old fort show up and kill 2 dwarves immediately. Would be awesome as Fets, just giant floof balls. Okay, so I'm going to link this lever to triggers so that I can pull the lever to open this up. All right, so we're going to need more bedrooms. So I think that's what we're going to do right now. So let's just queue up some bedrooms right now. Let's actually just get rid of this one and get a more logical looking hallway. And I kind of want to build up to the edge of this, dig this out, and then construct some bedrooms out here, but I don't know if I'm going to do that right away. Little bedroom wing here. Also knock down some more of this. What's this logic you speak of? My brain logic. Just because my brain logic doesn't equal your brain logic doesn't make my brain logic illegitimate. It just makes your brain logic more logical than my brain logic, potentially. I also need to make sure that this dwarf isn't dying of thirst. They don't seem to be. It's a little bit of a problem that buckets of water become ice before the dwarves get out of prison. It makes it way harder to keep them alive in prison, so I have to keep an eye on this dwarf. Hello, Martin. How are you? You've only played sparingly since release, so there's lots you don't know when it comes to the more obscure details. Gotcha. I wouldn't call raiding obscure, but... You weren't being a jerk. Don't worry. I was responding with my sarcasm, so you need a sarcasm detector. No, I mean, if you want to come off as obviously sarcastic in a chat room, type either /S or Kappa at the end. Kappa's kind of the Twitch terminology for sarcasm, the global sign of sarcasm. Kappa with a capital K, K-A-P-P-A. It's a little gray face. Yeah, it's like a gaydar, but for sarcasm. Gray face, no space. Exactly, Soviet 666. Also, because I think the ASCII scared away the entirety of the YouTube audience, if you want to help the YouTube stream out, go leave it a like. Remind them that we're playing normal games for normal people at this point. I see you. Look at me being all as presumptive and stating that this is a normal game for normal people. But yeah, this dwarf being repentant means this dwarf's gonna be so happy by the time they get out of prison. Normal is boring. Normal gets you places in life. An animal has grown to become a stray water buffalo. Well, okay. Oh boy. Here we go. Forgotten Beast. Garetho Senimaravia has come. A huge alligator with lidless eyes. It has an enormous shell and it squirms and fidgets. Its black scales are small yet overlapping. Beware, its poison bite. All right, well, there it is. Ain't it cute? All right, so let me just jump into this. I'm just going to remove all and just go child, all. We've got some more children. And then I'm going to go to this upper one. I'm going to remove all and add all, and then go child and remove them. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this off. We're going to jump up to this layer, which is the cavern layer above. I go to this drawbridge, and I'm going to open it with this lever. I tell my main squaddies, by that I mean my Marksdwarf squaddies, to update their equipment and then go stand there. And then I'm going to tell these squads to go stand here with the giant doggo. Big ol' Wolfie. I do in fact have Christmas emotes, yes. Holiday-themed emotes are now active for several different emotes. Which I don't even have a copy-paste for them anymore. I thought I did, but I copy-pasted my YouTube channel, so I lost it. Let's jump to this Forgotten Beast and see where they're at. See where it's at. It's the one that's my pet. Kind of forgot about this. Help. Don't mind the body in that room. It's fine. It wasn't friendly. So, here's the Forgotten Beast as it heads towards my fort, probably. So it seems that our Forgotten Beast here has found a collection of cave swallow people who it is doing battle with. Also killing a giant olm. It's now got a full name, which is Echoed Lobsters, by the way. No, those are very old emotes. Those are like the oldest emotes. Twitch has global emotes, and there's a lot of emotes in there that nobody uses ever. Also, you thinking that Swift Rage and Dan's game are new is very strange to me. We just found Stoned Hobo dead, but that doesn't mean there's a dwarf out there doing something dumb. Highly likely. At least the soldiers are here and ready. With dogs in tow. Forgotten Beast is fighting off more of these cavern creatures. Most recently, kicking the cave swallow woman blowgutter in the body with her right rear foot, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. You've never scrolled that far down the emote list. Yeah, no, Twitch has a lot of global emotes. All right, well, let's hang out here for a second. All right, so that's the problem. We're collecting webs. Forgot to turn that off. Can I go into tasks? So I can't cancel these. There we go. Cancel all of the collect webs jobs. Go to labor, go to standing orders. Turn off no automatic web collection. And then Dwarf turns around. Frame rate goes down to 20. Interesting. It's probably a whole bunch of cave swallow people pathing in. It's okay though, my mark dwarves are all lined up and ready to fight. Cave swallow is running away in fear, and the frame rate comes back. Magical, look at that. Sheep has grown up. Uh-oh. We've got Jam Jalopy, the chief medical dwarf who decided to do it dumb and run all the way out into the caverns, is now probably just punching this cave swallow person, which it seems like a bad idea because it can fly and you can't. The dwarves are defending Jam Jalopy with a volley of bolts. Jam Jalopy needs new clothes, like real bad. So we need to do that. We need to make new clothes. Oh, hold on. Let me just pause everything for a second and be like, how's my cloth supply? I should just like queue up new sets of clothing for everybody. All right, we got lots of pigtail cloth. Let's just do like 70 sets of new clothes. Let's just see what this dwarf is wearing. Hello, Infinity. How are you? So cloth glove. Cloth sock. Cloth shoe. Cloth dress. Cloth tunic. Cloth trousers. Yeah, it should be good. We'll just do like 80 of each of those. Which I don't have. Oh, that's 80 shops. I don't know why I've been clicking on the wrong button a lot recently. 80, yep. 80. 80, yep. 81, sure, why not? All right, here comes some more cave swallow people. That elk bird just got completely annihilated. This cave swallow person is here. The dwarves are aware of it. Need them to start shooting, and there it goes. Man, they are so efficient once they start shooting. They're all elite marks dwarves now, and they've got steel bolts, so I would be afraid if I was trying to assault this cavern. Okay, I do need to give them an ammo storage here, though. That's something I do really need to do. Where's that forgotten beast? It's injured. I could just send the military out to kill it, but I kind of want it to come to me, because then I don't need to go out and get it. All right, looks like it's running to my... Yeah, here it comes. Coming to my fort, we are going to pull this lever and close this door. It makes a pair, yeah. Although when it makes an artifact, it doesn't make a pair. So the dwarves are already shooting bolts, except for the one who's taking a nap. The creature is seriously injured and bleeding. The flying steel bolt strikes it in the right rear leg, fracturing the bone. Yeah, it's been hit by many bolts already. It's got lots of fractures because of that. I think I can probably just send the military in to do their job. And as the creature runs through the door. The first dwarf in the fight is Neezer, who is a proficient swords dwarf, who immediately jumps on the creature and stabs the Forgotten Beast in the head with Evud Tob, fracturing the skull. And then the tendon in the skull has been torn and the force bends the neck. And Neezer says, I cannot just stand by. There's no need to feel vengeful. This is fascinating, too, because Eventob, this sword, was actually made by Sivasef, this dwarf's father. Literally the day that I added this dwarf to the military. The day that this dwarf became an adult. So when this dwarf became adult age and joined the military, I gave them that sword, which was made by their father. The wrestler slashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel short sword, slashing the scale. And this dwarf, for some reason, is still using a mace. They're just a mercenary. They're not even a permanent resident yet. Bits and pieces of the creature are flying everywhere. Neezer continues to slash the Forgotten Beast. Tellan Artho simply is watching his soldiers from a distance, a safe distance even, slashing the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with the steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Backs off and says, I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. Zon here, with their sword, is also slashing the creature. And we do have a dwarf here as well with an axe, who's EFEMDN, who most recently is slashing at the front leg of the creature very bravely, tearing the scales off of the bones of such a monster. Bits and pieces fly. Viscera lands very far away, and the creature falls. They forced it into the corner. That wasn't just a pack of rabid creatures. Hey, chat, for those of you who care, investments are open. You would love this game so much better if legends on an item came into your game. Yeah, I completely agree. Currently the best way to do that is to just simply run 2 instances of the game at the same time. Who got the kill? That's a good question. Wasn't Neezer. I like how Tellan Artho killed Martin. Sorry, Martin. You committed a tiny little crime and he offed you. Nope, not you. Did the dog get it? Nope. What about you, Siomegas? Nope. Nope, not you. Not you. Let's just check the combat log. We'll make it a little bit easier to discern. Mace Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg, fracturing the bone. Mace Dwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the neck. The severed part sails off in an arc. Okay, so it was a Swords Dwarf who did it. I've lost where I was. Where was I? There, that's where I was. It was one of those Swords Dwarfs. Well, maybe it was Corn Knob. No, so it'd be the year... Aka Glass, maybe? Nope. Andre? Nope. Esmil? Nope. Azrael? Nope. Zon? Ah, there we go. Zon got it. And you know what? For the sake of this, I'm going to give this dwarf to Zetus. In chat, congratulations on killing the creature. He is a nervous wreck after experiencing trauma. He's given to flights of fancy the point of distraction. He often feels best when everyone gets along without the least bit of strife or contention. He is quick to anger, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. This creature's name was Garetho, and it was that dwarf who did it. So I'm going to engrave 2 images right here. One here and one here. This one is going to be an image of Zet. Okay, maybe I can't do that until, what was your old name? Zon Ring Summits. Okay. Zon Ring. I can spell Ring Summits. Zon Ring Summits on that side, and then on this side, it's going to be of the creature, Garutho. How do I spell that? G-A-R-E-T-H-O. G-E-R-A-T... G-E-R-A. What? G-A-R-E. I swear I can read. Forgotten Beast, there you are. And, We're currently slaughtering dogs here. Actually, I just need you to butcher an animal. Don't slaughter that dog. I need this forgotten beast butchered. And there we go. We're butchering an animal. Getting by. Devilish. Getting by. So Zitius, this dwarf, is a nervous wreck and is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Often feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Is quick to anger and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Isn't particularly curious about the world is quick to anger and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, isn't particularly ambitious, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, has a greedy streak, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has little interest in joking around, and his hands move frantically when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally treasures independence. I think it's time to give these squads a break. Same with this one, because, you know, they just fought and won a pretty hard-fought fight. So let me give them a break. And what I'm going to do is we're going to move their schedule from training to no orders. I'm also going to tell them to store their stuff in here. And we're going to put some more of these weapon racks and armor stands in here. Just got home from a 4-hour road trip to learn that one of our research sites got harvested from under us. Oh, God. That sucks. And hello, Siomegas. You're still in the military? Your dwarf's still alive? Actually, maybe you're not in the military. No, you are in the military. You're a member of the Cold Slayers, the top squad. You dislike abstract discussions still? You're currently hauling some clothing. You're dejected after wearing old clothing, actually. It just kind of reads or sounds like they stole it, but. Got just like a bunch of bits and pieces of creatures. I wonder. Ah, the Abyssal Company has many members in Sunbirths and now requires a guild hall. Still also need to make tombs for all of my nobles. Need to make low boots. And that's it. Okay, let's make some low boots. Because I am making steel. And currently we're down to 366 out of 500. We're making good progress on that. Is Cold Slayer the one who fights fire? Wouldn't it be one who fights cold? Telenartho, instead of sleeping on Telenartho's bed, is sleeping right next to the bed. Telenartho, are you okay? I think this dwarf is malfunctioning. Maybe we need to fix him. Like, seriously, that seems kind of wrong. How much longer does this dwarf have in prison? 185 days left in prison for Devil Dawn. This spot is comfier. On top of a cabinet made of mudstone with a sock in it. Whereas the dark side is tantruming, it's a child. There's actually nothing I can do about it. It's not a dwarf, that's a cat. I feel like because this game was made by a cat person, that there's just like this inherent cat person thing going on in the whole game kind of constantly. I also need to make the tombs for my nobles. This is like the that's no moon, that's a space station, but that's no dwarf. That's a pussycat. I feel like I need to get all of my smelting jobs paused for a bit. I think I'm actually going to do that. So what I'm going to do is uh-oh. Be for real. Fuck. Oh. I have to rename all those dwarves, don't I? We haven't saved yet, have we?
Bring out your dead!
Yep, nope, we haven't saved yet. I don't want to talk about it. What's up, Mr. Blitch? How's things? We are doomed? Nah. No, I know what I did. I'm pretty well aware of what I did anyway. It's okay. We can do the same things in different orders. So I'm aware that I just named a bunch of dwarves. There was a particular family that I named, but I'm going to be honest, I can't remember who it was. So I'm not going to do that again. I'm also pausing all of my smelting jobs currently. I'm going to leave the stills running. And the reason I'm doing that is I want these stockpiles to fill up for a bit. Is this a bad time to redeem a dwarf? I am not doing dwarf redeems. We haven't done dwarf redeems in a long time. I sporadically name dwarves when I feel like it, when there's dwarves available, or when there is migrant waves. That's how we do that. There is no dwarf redeeming, so you do not redeem dwarf. So no, I'm not going to rename those dwarves. Because unless you guys can remember the exact names of the dwarves, we're just going to do things in completely different order and assume that that was a weird vision of the future. Because the vision of the future is like staring at the crash. God damn, the elitist ones. If anybody gets that reference, you get a brownie point that doesn't matter. All right, let's place a couple of these statues over here. The dwarves are irredeemable. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, there's a reason it's disabled. If you click it, you'll see that it's disabled. I will only enable that on days where I have so many viewers that I can't keep up. Which hasn't happened since December last year, and I don't think is going to happen again. Parkway Drive. I'm sad that that's the version of that you get, but okay. It's not even a good version of that. Oh well, it's fine. You still get the brownie points. I'll credit it anyway. We'll do a big naming set when the next migrant wave arrives. So I'm assuming we're going to have to fight those forgotten beasts again, so might as well just get all this stuff prepping. Update equipment. Although I will go here. Keep you forging steel bolts. Just one of these. The rest of these can be Yeah, I will give the people who got those dwarves initially first come first serve in the next round. And if you guys can go back, if people go back in the VOD, I could try and rename them. If someone goes back in the VOD and tells me what those dwarves' names were originally, I can rename them. I do know that that military dwarf. Where are you? Zon. This was the one that I remember from the Forgotten Beast, which was up in chat until I see the name. Oh, I can't even scroll that far back up. Damn it. Z-E-T-I-U-S. I remember that one. That's the only one that I remember. Yeah, I was just looking. I was just searching for your name to figure out how to spell it. Right, Diamond's still named the buckler. I'm just gonna do this every so often. Is just quick save. It's fine. We'll catch back up. It won't take too long. Absolutely, it's Whitechapel. Looks too much like Winston from Fargo. They also both look like the vocalist of Yellow Card, which is funny because he like sings in falsetto and like swoons, versus those other two are like. Bah! I don't like Parkway Drive though. They never really ran with me much. Many random sock has been abandoned. Actually, I need to. That's something I can do right now. Cloth. So, sock, shoe, dress, tunic. Trousers. I know a band called Neck of the Woods, which is equally good as Whitechapel. Except the difference is to see Whitechapel is like a $60 to $100 show usually. Neck of the Woods is like a 15 to 20. They're a local band that all have day jobs, and they're way better than anybody gives them any right to be. What else am I missing? Random Dwarf, what are you wearing? Dress, shoe, sock, glove, trousers. I did pretty much everything. I'm not doing hoods. I'm not going to do hoods until dwarves start ending up with hoods because I'm very limited on clothing, and dwarves don't actually want clothing until they've worn it once. So as long as I'm not giving them hoods or loincloths, they don't want them. So sock, shoe, dress, tunic, trousers. I do need gloves. But they don't have mittens yet, so I only need to do gloves. Let's do silk gloves. Tunic, trousers, dress. Yeah, it should be fine. So basically, like, the big brain strat is you don't start mass producing a type of clothing until you see one or two dwarves with it. Dwarves only get clothing when hauling it. Yes, unless they're only... Okay, they will only claim items when hauling it. So items being crafts, crowns, rings, blah, blah, blah. Unless they're carrying it to a trade depot. And for clothing, they will replace their clothing when they become worn. Unless they do not care a lick for their own appearance. And then they will swap out their clothing when their clothing gets bad. But I think an ad just started, and I assume you just missed that. So damn it. I will wait until the ad ends and then repeat what I just said. Pretty cool, though, although you've never made it to any of their shows. Yeah, they're a fantastic band. I've seen them twice. Whitechapel. Good band. Good band. I just recently saw them, so they're still at the front of my brain. Also, by the way, thank you very much, everybody, for like tuning in and watching on the YouTube side of things. And thanks, everybody, for hanging out on the Twitch side of things. And thanks for all the follows and the subscriptions on YouTube and the gifted subs and the bits that have been thrown around so far on Twitch. I will say it is a little hard for people to start up hype trains these days, and I intentionally did that. I think what I'm just going to start doing is anonymously gifting subs when two things happen and it's obvious that people want to start a hype train. because if I gift an anonymous sub, it counts towards the hype train, and I've set it so that it needs 4 events to happen instead of 3. It's way easier to start them with 3, but I find that they just kind of happen by accident a lot with 3, so increase the number a little bit, just so they happen slightly less often. But when they do happen, they go further, if that makes any sense. And of course, you know, as always, if you want to help with the YouTube stream, leave a like on it. If you want to help with the Twitch stream, just hang out and chat. Share it. I love how often I get emails from YouTube that are just like, you can turn on memberships on your channel. It's like, guys, I have memberships on a different channel. I don't want to have memberships on 2 channels. That's just weird. Why would I do that? Unless I could, like, automatically allow them to sub to both, but I don't think YouTube has logical functionality like that. All right. Man, video I uploaded this morning ain't doing that well. That's a shame. Neither of them are, actually. Both of the videos I uploaded this morning are doing kind of bad. Well, that sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to playing the video game now that the ads are done. So, in regards to clothes, dwarves will claim clothing when their clothing becomes worn, which is once it has a bold X on either side. So there's normal clothing, which is just the clothing. Lowercase x, they'll start complaining. Uppercase, and if they're greedy, they will start claiming clothes again when they're lowercase x's. Uppercase x's, all dwarves will want to swap out their clothing for new clothing. If they have double x's, then they start to get really mad. And if the clothing actually wears away on their body, which I think takes about 10 years, then that's like the worst mood you can give a dwarf. It's like worse than killing their mother in front of them. So there's that. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. You live in Quebec, you can't make videos half the year, freaking winter. Do you actually keep bees though? That's cool. The secret to that kind of thing and like gardening videos and stuff like that is you stockpile content and just plan ahead that, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to make videos for this amount of time of the year. Okay, so I will make videos for this short period of, I will spend like 6 weeks like recording a shit ton of content. And then for the next like, you know, I don't know, 6 months or however long your winters last, you just don't worry about it so much. Here, Kayatoshi, have a subscription. Also, Skeleton Man Bones is a really good username. Linux. I'm also going to quick save again. I don't think we're going to have that crash again. I'm pretty sure it crashed because of the hotkey combination I did. So for those of you earlier who were fishing for hype trains, you can do that now. Alt F4? That doesn't actually close Dwarf Fortress, I don't think. No, it was, I had a typing field up with a second typing field up, and I hit T, and that's where it crashed. So I'm pretty sure that's what did it. I'm curious about something. Body parts, purposes. Excellent. So for the Forgotten Beasts, I can't butcher. We're gonna go in here. Mangled amber. And that creature's hair. Okay. Dwarf staying alive. Good, good, good. We're also going to need a miners guild. I also need to make more bedrooms back here, so why don't we just do this instead? Use the opportunity to make this next bedroom area a little bit nicer. But yeah, currently, in case anybody's missed it, all you got to do is gift a subscription or $1 in bits or a Prime sub or a resub. Want to start a hype train? Otherwise, it's just going to time out. That's pretty much all my ammo for the day. I got a little bit more than that, but we'll see. I put a diagonal door there. It's fine. Can widen this a little bit. Thank you, Telenartho. Appreciate you, dude. Could thin this up a tad. That'll do. Leaves us with some space there for something else. This could be the Miners Guild. Unless I want to do something else with that space, which you know, maybe I'll leave it for another noble. Whoa! Deep space! Thanks for the 10-pack. Holy shit. You need to get to work, so someone else is going to have to do the heavy lifting? I mean, there you go. That's the heavy lifting. You have a good day at work. And also, Telenartho used to be rich, so chat, can I get a round of beers for Telenartho? Appreciate you, dude. I'm throwing around the gift of those holiday emotes. Thank you so much for all of your support. And also, chat room, you should go follow Deep Space here on Twitch. He's got good wizard emotes, and he plays dwarfs. What's more to like? Chill beats to dwarf and study to. It's a good time. Okay, so the goal here is to get these stockpiles filled. But for some interesting reason, I'm seemingly having a very hard time actually getting stuff into these stockpiles. Like, I've got this huge area. There's a bunch of magnetite tiled out, and they're doing even more of it. I guess we'll just let them dig this out. And he's a cutie. Well, you said it, not me. Silent That's because you need to add them to the stockpile, Ham. So, Ham over here on the YouTube chat says, I'm guessing wheelbarrows got changed in version 50. The wiki implies that they get used for anything over 75-ish weight, but I've never seen dwarves use them for anything besides boulders regardless of weight. That's because you need to add them to the stockpile. If you don't add them to the stockpile, then they don't get used. So if you, like for a clothing stockpile, right, they're not going to use it for anything because it's not heavy enough. But if you go here, you can add wheelbarrows. Most stockpile types by default, except for boulder and ore stockpiles, do not allow wheelbarrows. So if I click on this, I have to add stockpiles manually to get them to use it. All right, the Forgotten Beast, Yushan Ilbora, has come. A huge feathered elephant. This is the second elephant Forgotten Beast we've had in this fort. A huge feathered elephant has large mandibles, and it is ravening. Beware its deadly blood. You're watching your videos from Heatstone Fort, and you keep itching to play a volcano fort because you've never used magma workshops, and you're itching to play watching you play a volcano helped me figure out the magma channel properly without losing your dwarf. Yay! I'm happy to help, even in the post tense. All right, so let's get this set up again. I'm gonna get these dwarves set down here. These dwarves set down here. We're gonna get this opened up. I'm gonna go to this. I'm going to remove everybody, add everybody, search for children. Remove all of them. Go down to here. Search for children. Actually, you know what, before I do that, add everybody, remove everybody, children. Add everybody. Turn this off. Jump back down to here. And then figure out where this beast is. Oh, right. I also caught those 2 albatrosses. We'll worry about that in a bit. So this is the beastie that we have to deal with. If I look at its history, it has no kills. 346 years old. Oh, mandibles. Is I think what you want to say. You're still in prison, yes. You'll be in prison probably until spring. Also, the hype train's coming close to an end, but I just gotta say real quick, thank you to anybody who's taken part with it. Appreciate you guys. I don't know what discovered that. Something did. Because they're older than the world. You know, on Earth, we started writing down history at some point, but Earth is older than our history. That's the answer to your question. It's a funny looking elephant. It's got a bit of a broken back. Thank you very much for the 18 subscriptions, chat. Appreciate you guys. The Forgotten Beasts, if you want to like take fan theories, are like a weird primordial doom, like pre-creation creature. They're like mistakes of the gods. So like if Armok remakes the world every time it gets boring, these are like the remaining souls from the previous boring world mashed together to create monstrosities from another world. At least that's my headcanon. You can come up with whatever reason you want for it. There's plenty of elves that are also older than time. It's looking feisty, yet geriatric. I mean, it's pretty old. I like that its mandibles overlap on top of its trunk. It's kind of funny looking. It's like one of its mandibles is like holding onto its trunk. It's like, that trunk, I'm just pulled over to that side. Also, thanks for those clips, by the way, Boom Boom. They are actually helpful to me. Because I can, like, repurpose them to other things easily. Instead of having to look for them. A sheep was found starved to death? Oh no. Anyway. So, is there a particular reason why this beast is seemingly incapable of, like, coming over here? Door's open. Dwarf's up here. More dwarfs up there. You found your dwarf, Manum? Oh, I'm in the wrong screen. If you can remember who your family members were as well, just like at me with them. I can get that stuff fixed, and I can also quick save. Inevitably get completely destroyed by forgotten beasts within a couple years of the fortress being founded. Yet if you let them, those thriving clans also amass numbers great enough to kill most of the forgotten beasts. I don't know if you've ever had that, but I've had like groups of cavern critters just like lurking at the edge of the map, like murking all of them. Tried it with metal bar stockpiles. I've had them using wheelbarrows on metal bars as well as metal bar bins. So I'm not sure what you're doing wrong or what's happening or why your dwarves are broken, but maybe your dwarves are just broken. Brain Fist is child. Brain Fist is 10. Brain Fist is all right. Says all right. Feels all right. You must have watched, yeah, but I've also seen like cave dwellers like 3-shot forgotten beasts before, so. Also remember, cave dwellers basically didn't exist until version 50. So you gotta remember that. What is it trying to kill? There's something up here? I should really build... Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give them no special orders. I should really build a launching tower for them to shoot bolts out of here. The problem is if I do that, then I'll have to get them out of the water. I don't want to do that. Maybe I should build another Forgotten Beast entryway here. I think that could be kind of cool. I have 2 areas where Forgotten Beasts can enter the fort. Kind of thing, something like this. Because I need more reasons for them to be tempted to come in. Because I'm trying, one of the things, I didn't actually put this on the goals at all for this fort. One of the things I really want to do with this fort is fight as many Forgotten Beasts as possible. Because I feel like I tend to just kind of avoid them a lot, which is kind of cheesy. So I'm actually like trying to properly tame the caverns in this one. What do you think? Could that work? Should we roll with this? Could put a little Marksdorf spot right here. I think we can make that work. It's going to take them a little bit to dig it out. We'll let them start working on that while the Forgotten Beast is running around, and this upper area is still open to it. It can still get up here. That's not a problem. Should also move more of the stray war dogs down here. Not the named ones, the stray ones. If they are named, they are probably assigned to somebody. You don't want to do 2 spaces. It makes it harder for them to aim. Where did Beastie go? Also, they can pass by each other in single file. That's not a problem. They just lie down. All over top of each other. Doesn't really cause any issues. Dwarves are pretty good at that, believe it or not. Also, how you feeling, Elfie? Hopefully those jabs have been okay. I have a feeling it might be trying to pass through here, but every single time those jump down to 6 of 7, it blocks the way through and they can't cross it. Jerem, can I get a round of beers? We're a little lurky today. Ah. Well, it's time to send the squads back down. Because those cave swallows have made their way up. Fortunately, I can just forbid this door. Because we are getting attacked by a force that is violent and dark in the basement. Of course, this is the nerfed cavern creatures. I might turn them up a little bit, but currently we're just leaving them at nerfed levels. Also, the reason I put a statue here is because they always go topple the statues. The Marks Dwarves are now up here shooting bolts at them. I can also open up this door. We'll wait a little bit on this door. But my Marks Dwarves are shooting bolts at them. They should pretty quickly dispense of them. Or dispose of them is maybe the better term to use. We will tell these dwarves to go all the way down here. Open this door. I fear no man. That fish thing sitting in the bottom of the cavern lake for 5 years scares you. Yeah, I know the feeling. More bolts are filling up the bird. Finally crawls through the door and then gets slammed into pieces by Phoenix. The axe dwarves running through, finishing up the rest of them. Make quick work of them. It's actually sad, really. It's actually sad, really. So now that that's been done, where's our Forgotten Beast friend at? Still in the least opportune place possible. Jesus, man. Oh, to force creatures to topple things? Yeah, it's a pretty good technique. So because that one Forgotten Beast just, like, doesn't want to come over here, I might just close this door for right now. And then we'll just worry about the upper layer. Also gonna do a quick save. But yeah, no, statues and cage traps or food in a pile, depending on the type of creature. Some creatures are just like attracted to statues to topple them. It's also a really good way to get elves to de-stealth themselves when they're sneaking onto your map. Side effect, but a very helpful side effect if you can contort it into working for you instead of against you. I will say, after streaming on YouTube for a little bit, concurrently with Twitch, I still very much prefer Twitch. YouTube is so algorithmic and it feels random It's like there will be one day where just kind of out of nowhere for no reason, there's 150 people watching, and it feels great. It's awesome. But then, like, there's no consistency to it. It's very strange. I really wish it was more, not predictable. That's not the word I want to use, but I wish it made more logical sense in how it works, because it doesn't feel like it does at all. So once they run out of other digging jobs, they'll come back up here and continue mining this stuff out. Rokar's fighting? With what? All these dwarves, you guys can go take a break. Put them all in no orders. Yeah, it's very inconsistent. It's so strange. It's hard to explain. It basically just like, it feels like there's literally no logic to it. Like with Twitch, as you slowly build up an audience, as long as you're consistent, it feels like the same people show up every time, and the audience slowly grows. On YouTube, I'm recognizing names. Like there's people there pretty much every stream, but the overall numbers feel completely random. Which is the worst part about YouTube. So, easily the worst part about YouTube. I'm trying to think I did something wrong with this stockpile in general. Did I take children off hauling? To double check that. I think I did. He's hauling and burial. Okay, so they are still hauling. Let them do chores. Sieges and dumping. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. I refuse. Gather outdoor refuse. Hauling. Yep. I feel like that stockpile ain't working, and it's confusing the crap out of me. Like, it feels like I accidentally made that stockpile into a give and take stockpile. But it's nice that I'm able to stream on Twitch now regardless. Okay, no, it is working. Although I will say, that's busted. Fix, empty, wheelbarrows. I really hope that they'll fix that bug one day, where wheelbarrows just end up with items in them that they're not supposed to have in them. Cavern dwellers. Oh, hey, Forgotten Beast is up on the layer I need it to be on now. Okay, let's get this set back up. I'll also pull this lever. We can start harvesting that. And I will pull this lever again. We're going to turn... Did I ever turn off? Yes, I did. Right, so I'm going to do another quick save because there's an ad running, so might as well do that. I might just do that. Whenever there's an ad, just do a quick save. Then pause. Yeah, YouTube is just kind of chaos. Like, it's good that I can stream on YouTube. I think it's a good reminder for a lot of people when I'm live on Twitch. And I definitely have noticed some stat increases on Twitch. And obviously, like, I make like $3 to $5 per YouTube stream, so like just from ad revenue. So like it's not a bad thing. I think it's good that I can do it. I just wish there was more logic to it. That's all. Okay, so we have another minute. It's the land of confusion. Same videos, different order. Watch one video about Timberborn and I'm still getting it all the time. You don't use the recommended and it doesn't care. That's why it's awful. It's because you're not using recommended. If you turn on history, you'll get more logical responses, but then they're just like harvesting and selling all of your data, and it's creepy as hell. I don't know. YouTube sucks. I hate YouTube. I use YouTube because I have to, not because I like it. The money's nice, the community building, the reach is nice, all of the audience is good. And screw this person. That's all. Just to heck with this person. Why would you even say that on Reddit? Like, it's wild that people actually played this. It's wild that you have such a bad opinion. That's all I have to say. It's wild that you feel that way. I'm sorry for your inability to comprehend video games. Anyway, chat room, you guys want to help me out with something? If you happen to use Reddit for some reason, check out this thread and, you know, maybe interact with it. Let's make that person's post vanish because ours will win. All right, let's get all of this stuff unforbidden. Get you up there. Get you down here. Jump to our beastie. And this should attract it over once it's finished cleaning up this corner. Why do they always take this roundabout route? You can just walk in a straight line up that ramp, up this cliff here, straight in, but... All right, soldiers are already up top. Dr. Funk here has already fired, or about there, that was against a Sparrow, man. The creature is pausing for a second and then jumps inside. There are bolts in the doorway, so this will be a bit of a pain. I think I'm just going to send the rest of the military dwarves down here because they're all up top with the dogs. If you think that ASCII is off-putting, I don't understand how you find anything in this game interesting. Because ASCII is the basis of this game. It's the way the game moves. It's the way the game acts. This game is still an ASCII game, even when you're playing it with graphics. It's just the graphics built on top of ASCII, right? So, if you think that ASCII is off-putting, I don't understand how you get anything out of this game. The Forgotten Beast attacks, strikes at the wrestler, but the shot is blocked, and the wrestler attacks the Forgotten Beast, but she jumps away. There is Forgotten Beast blood everywhere. All of a sudden, the creature's bleeding heavily. The dwarves surround it, pushing it into the corner. Bits and pieces of the Forgotten Beast are flying through the air. The champion slashes the Forgotten Beast in the right foot with her steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. That's the limb that's in the air there. The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left mandible with her steel short sword, fracturing the bone. If you can read, you can play games in ASCII. That's always been my logic. As somebody who's legally blind, I actually find ASCII clearer in some ways. Obviously, this is more approachable to someone who isn't used to such things, but like, what I don't understand, this is more my actual complaint here about that post. Why are people so dismissive and rude to people who like the origins of a very good video game? That's the question that I have, and that's what bothers me. It's not the content of the post. If you don't want to play a game in ASCII, fine. Don't play a game in ASCII. That's totally okay. Why would you make a post like, I can't believe people used to play this? People still play that way. Like, why are you such a dismissive, mean person when you could be kind and polite? And courteous, even. That's what bothers me, I guess. All right, anyway, the creature keeps fighting. The mace dwarves are beating it. Two balls smacks it and kicks it in the left cheek with his right foot, bruising the skin. Up top, Baka Glass over here slashes the Forgotten Beast in the tail with a steel short sword, bruising the fat. And Azrael over here, the wrestler slashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with a steel spear, tearing the fat. The creature's bleeding and winded and having a hard time existing. Even the dogs are biting it in the upper body, bruising the muscle more. Limbs fly everywhere, and the creature is dead. That'll happen sometimes, Mr. Mac. Sometimes images refuse to load on Twitch. Sure, certainly, but are you dismissive and rude to people who do want to play that way, Shane, in the YouTube chat? Like, just play the game and enjoy the game. That's what bothers me. It doesn't matter if you can or cannot play an ASCII, or like or don't like playing an ASCII. What matters is, why are people so rude and dismissive to people who like to play a game a certain way? That's what weirds me out. All right. Anyway, we've got this creature here, and oh right, I still need to slaughter the dogs. We've got a bunch of animals that need to be butchered right here. That creature is one of them. But I'm going to slaughter 545,000 puppies because I didn't do this yet. You thought the issue was boring rectangle rooms? I mean, it's me who gatekeeps against boring You can build your boring rectangle rooms if you want, but I will still call them boring. I will not slaughter that dog, but I will geld it. Murder Mittens, my combat giant jaguar. I will not slaughter the elephant babies. Will, however, geld most of these dogs, make them all into military dogs. I will slaughter all of these. Slaughter, leave those two. Keep slaughtering. All the way up to the elephants. Not that. Geld you. Leave that one. Making sure I still have some. Okay, we'll leave that one. All right, so let's jump back down to here. See how they're coming along? They're coming along. Let's jump up to the surface. Yeah, I'm convinced I've done something wrong with this. Load from there. Rock, dolomite, marble, limestone. No, let's actually just try this. Let's try removing all these wheelbarrows, because I'm getting some weird oddities with these stockpiles, which I've never seen before, or at least don't recall seeing before. Can almost hear that dog sighing in relief, yeah. But oh well. I've said my piece. Kind of want to put pedestals with anvils around here. Kind of something I want to do. I think I'm going to start doing that. What if I ever cut more microcline? Nope. Okay. I do need to get more microcline in there. I don't have much microcline, but it's something. $31. Let's just do 30. Oh, it's going quite well, aside from the crash that I have, but I'm pretty sure I know what caused it, so it's not too big of a deal. More just a annoyance. But aside from the one crash I got, it's been pretty good. Right, yes, they want that Miners Guild. So where do I put that Miners Guild? I was posing that I could put it there. But where do I not have a building at? I don't have a building right here, although I did kind of screw up this circle. Found Kimberlite for the first time. It's a nice shade of blue. Kimberlite's lovely. It's good. That's a good material. 500 Gabbro. Bunch of Goblin Cap. Let's use Gabbro. I want to say I have an artifact pick. I think I'll move the artifact pick over to the Miners Guild. Holy shit, that's a lot of naked goblins. Well then. A lot of naked goblins. So I'll remind everybody, they're not actually just nudists. They just don't have a culture, and if you don't have a culture, you don't get clothing, because the clothing that they show up with on the side of the map is based on the culture that they are from. So these guys are not part of a faction that has a culture. They are a member of a performance troupe and former member of a civilization called the Arrogant Menace, former member of the Horror of Equivalence, and a former member of the Fountain of Labor, and because they're just a member of the Barricaded Teeth, they are not assigned a particular culture when they show up on the edge of the map, and thus have no clothing. This is also one of those bugs that's been in the game longer than anybody's noticed, because why would you go looking at every single one of your bards to see if they have clothes or not? Actually is pretty good, because it means that they're not going to steal your stuff. This is a big... Is this all the Barricaded Teeth? Holy shit, this is a big group. Yo, should I let them join? If they want, because, like, that would get me, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a dozen different dwarves? That might actually be really fun. Yeah, if they ask to join, I think I'm going to say yes. Performance troupe, the Barricaded Teeth. I think... Yeah, they're conducting a meeting. They're asking to join right now. What do you think, chat? Should we let the Barricaded Teeth join the fort and have, like, a dozen naked goblins in the fort? Outraged after having mandate ignored? Oh, right. It's my fault. Oh, shit. Lord Ubda, why do you have 2? Amethyst? No, Amethyst has 2. How did that happen? What are those vase-like thing in the stockpile with the drunk goblins? These? These are pots. Rock pots. So we're in a very cold biome, so trees are a premium. So until I hit the cavern layers and had them more or less secured, I was making rock pots. They are an alternative to barrels, except instead of using wood, they use rocks. You can also make them out of glass and metal. So YouTube chat is commenting about how people think that Baldur's Gate is horny because there's like romance options. Meanwhile, in Dwarf Fortress, there's like 15 to 25 naked people in my tavern. Wait until it's an elven-only, female elven-only performance troupe named the Squirting Pregnancy, which I saw once. I need to make more furniture. But what now? You should go look at, just take a careful look at the names of dwarven groups in your area, because they get extraordinarily fast. They get horny extremely fast with absolutely no chill. It is quite hysterical. And Baka Glass is in prison. Whoops. Humiliated while confined. You're afraid now? You should, like I said, Here, let's see if I can find one. These are all elven areas. The Dawn of Weakness. Factional, the Golden Wind. The Factional Winds is a fantastic name. I just want to say that. Let's see. We have the Wet Constructive Thorns. Okay, that's not too bad. The Oaken Snarls. Okay, they're fine. What else do we have? Folded Poet. They're folding poets. Is that like folding ideas? The Early Ape. Uh-oh. Strategic Veil. Flowery. Bean of Trotting. The Bean of Trotting? Tornado of Dignity. The Cat of Banks. Lacy Drinks. The Amusing Forest. The Short Nature. The Reticence. There's no horny elves in this fort? What? The Nourishing Deer. Common Prairie. Best of the House. Sliding. The Water of Worship. The Old Musics. Dramatic. The Glen of Glazing. Fields. Celebrated Flags. The Sprayed Sister. Uh-oh. Now we're getting there. Jungle of Honesty. Tempted Droplet. The thing is, they just have words that if they end up in the right order, they sound horrific. Hollow Cobra. That's badass sounding, though. The Valley of Slapping. I saw it. There. The Pelt of Slapping. They have the Pelt of Slapping. So, like, if they got, like, the words, like, sister and then, like, some other weird word combined with slapping, that could go bad pretty quick. Chast of Droplets. Fancy, the brass sentence. What else do we have here? The Occult Play of Gangs. Beautiful Tulips. Where's, like, the beautiful moist something? Beautiful moist spraying or something. Fragrance of Summers. The Glittery Deer is pretty good. Shells of Balancing. They must make schleggings. Pack of Braving. Fog, the Infamous Growls. Wow, there's like very... Oh, there... The Birth of Searing, that's not too bad. But, like, I think we've seen enough words in here. It's like there's the birth there. It's like they can get weird really quickly if you just happen to have the right combination of words. The Glacial Sparkle is oddly fitting because of where they are. The Systemic... What? The Systemic Tempests of Weakness? Of the Veil of Clubs. Sounds like a card. The Fuchsia Maw. Uncommon Horns. Fortunate Oak. The Scholarly Winter. No. We officially only have boring elves in this world. The Brown Tuft. That's a bit subtle, yeah. Wait, hold on. The Nuts of Wildness is pretty good. Now, where's the Moist Nuts of Wildness? Which we could absolutely have happen. Was there a sensual howl, or did you just find the sensual howl? Because that's also pretty good. The Torrid Hail. But yeah, no, if you just, like, stare at all of the elven faction names, like, they get funny quick. Lethal Letter. The Wet Birds is pretty good. There's a whole faction in this world called the Wet Birds. The Sprayed Confederations, who we're at peace with, by the way. Mirthful Glens, the Young Council. The Wet Society of the Sprayed Confederations. All right, I think we found one. That's pretty good. The Wet Society of the Sprayed Foundations is pretty good. Thanks, elves, for your tribute to my content. That was one of the Frozen Islands? Okay, I missed that one. I missed the skirt of escorting? The skirt of escorting, really? Apparently I flew over the skirt of escorting. But yeah, that's probably the best close by one. But yeah, anyway, elves have some really funny names if you just dig into them a little bit. Because they have words like moist, wet, spraying, sister, pregnancy, slapping. Like, they have a lot of really funny words that can make some hysterical innuendos if you dig. But you do have to kind of look for them. To go out of your way to find them. Just like many things. Okay, so genuinely, I have no... Okay, I'm gonna try fixing wheelbarrows again. I am, like, genuinely starting to get convinced that I've broken these stockpiles somehow. What if I just make another stockpile up here that's just a normal-ass stockpile? There's no infinite bullshit going on here. Let's just allow dolomite. Okay, let's do all. They're just like less likely to use them? Possibly, I don't know. I don't really know what math is involved to say who uses what. Also making dolomite doors, which ain't helping. Did I? Oh, wow, I told them to make dolomite doors? I wanted you to make not dolomite doors. Like, I wanted you to use, like, let's make phthalite doors. And literally any other material. Don't use my dolomite, damn it. I need my dolomite. I also haven't even started working on this. There's just too many jobs in this fort. Turns out we just need more dwarves. I think I'm going to turn off the kids' burrow for a bit and let them do a little bit more physical labor. Because I need the extra 30 hands to help haul stuff. It's like Reza and Cyril are pissed, but like... At least this will help me fill up stockpiles. Get all this stuff put away. Now, where are you going? That's the question. All right. I also haven't finished my weird dark side story. I wonder if they have monkey people in the Apes of Creating. Okay, so the kids' burrow needs more additions here. Because the kids' burrow needs to be able to get to the edges of all of this. Also kind of want them to be able to get food in other locations. And I finally have my first ghost. Which I'm just going to start putting down here. Oops, that is not the button I wanted. Cheers, Grandis, over there in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you too. Thanks for watching the streams. But yeah, chat, does anybody have any particularly memorable, funny names they've seen in Dwarf Fortress? I've told this story a billion times, but I think my favorite one probably was the time that I had a fortress that was right next to mine, which had the randomly generated name of Bulbous Sore, which is just something special. Like, genuinely, something special. Bulbous Sore. Also kind of gross if you think about it too hard, but also hysterical if you think about it. It was a dwarven fortress known as Bulbasaur. Please don't sue me, Nintendo. Also, out of curiosity, does anybody know this? I kind of stopped paying attention and thus quickly forgot. Did Warner Brothers / Monolith ever successfully copyright the Nemesis system, or was that just a bunch of snake oil? I know that they were trying to, like, make a, what's the word? Like, they were trying to patent, not copyright, patent is the word I'm looking for. They were trying to patent the Nemesis system. Did they ever manage to do that? They did? That's hysterical because Dwarf Fortress has had a almost identical system to their description of the patent when I remember reading it from a while back. That has been in the game longer than their design docs for the Nemesis system. Wonder if anything's ever gonna come of that. Hopefully not, because that would be awful. They did in 2021. Well, the whole idea of the Nemesis system is you meet a creature, you injure the creature leaves, the creature comes back stronger and remembers who you are. That is like the whole concept of the Nemesis system. Dwarf Fortress literally has that. Like, it does. And it's had that since, like, 2011, really? Because if you're playing adventure mode and you get into a tussle with a thing and you get away, you can pretty easily run into that thing again. And if, like, say you stabbed it, it will have wounds from where you stabbed it. Or let's say you fight with a giant and run away and you stab its foot and drop, I don't know, a figurine in the process while you're fighting with that giant, and you manage to get away from the giant, but you're not able to find it again, and then later you're playing in the same world as either a different adventure or in Fortress mode, and you run into that giant again, it'll have that figurine, probably. Stuff like that. Like, Dwarf Fortress has that. The plot thing end at some point? I mean, there's no, like, scripted direction to it. Diamond, hello. It's good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's kind of fucked up. No, it wasn't Bulbasaur. It was Bulbous sore, as in, like, a welt? Like an injury? Still? That's what it was. So we should be getting a migrant wave sometime soon. We'll do a bunch of naming when we get a migrant wave. We'll name a bunch of people dwarves. Yes. But it's still Bulbasaur. When you read it as one. Okay, these should all be paused. What? Literally all of these jobs should be paused. I just deleted one instead of pausing it so it'll pop back up, but that's okay. I just want them to focus on filling up these stockpiles. That's pretty good. Shane in the YouTube chat had a elven retreat known as Slick Flute. That vaguely reminds me of the pink tourmaline scepter artifact a dwarf of mine made called the Pink Impaler, which was also pretty good. Does that mean that's like the difference between flirting and harassment? Oh, pretty much. It really is. Also, hey, Jetpack, your dwarf's kind of gone nuts. You've been wandering around in depression for a while. Not much I can do about it currently. Thanks. Is the pink channels? Ah. Good for you. Did you get a chuckle when you saw that? We are acknowledging the YouTube now. I've been acknowledging the YouTube. Mostly when Twitch chat has been quiet. And Twitch chat has been quiet, so I've been cheating on you. Nah. I generally acknowledge the chat that moves more. I don't see any problem with acknowledging the YouTubes, but Twitch chat, you're still my number one, okay? I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. Mizzygoth. It does mean when ads run on one stream, you can tab over to the other stream. That part's pretty good. It's good for the community as a whole. Okay, I can't. Sometimes when people say stuff like that, they mean it sarcastically, so I always have to like confirm. But yeah, no, I think it is good. I do actually quite like it. I like that I can do it. I just wish that YouTube didn't suck so badly. But you know, that's not something I can fix. There we go. I'm just going to wait until we have nice big stacks in both of these because it's going to take a little bit, but they will haul them. Also, yeah, we have holiday emotes over here on Twitch now, too. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I used to be really bad at reading sarcasm and like non-sarcasm, so I've kind of gotten to a point now where if I think somebody's being sarcastic, I just ask and confirm verbally now. Let's actually just get them to haul them to here. That'll be fine. Because it is working, it's just taking a little bit. Well, I mean, how do I know that you're Australian? It's like, how do you know that I'm Canadian? National art form over here? Yes, this is true. Politely offending people is an art form, too. One of my favorite things on the internet is the Urban Dictionary's definition of sarcasm, which actually is an incorrect definition, but I think it's fucking hysterical anyway, which is literally just the pristine ability to insult an idiot without them realizing it. Which I genuinely think is really funny, even though I know it's not correct. That's not actually the definition of sarcasm, but it's very funny. I really hope that this performance group asks to join. Come on, guys. To respond to the YouTube chat again, for clarity's sake, dude, no Canadians are apologetic. We're not apologetic. That's about as accurate as every single American owns a pickup truck and a gun and wears a Freedom t-shirt that's black with, like, fake dog tags. Which, like, yeah, sure, there's people that are like that, but that's not the entirety of the country. We do. Okay, well, speak for yourself then. But not all Canadians are apologetic. Like, yeah, there are some. It's certainly a stereotype, and it's a stereotype for a reason, but stereotypes are inherently, like, false. Now, I cannot speak to, like, Australian stereotypes. Well, see, here's the thing. How people pronounce sorry depends on what part of Canada you're from. Right? So if I say sorry, or if I say sorry, or if I say, oh, sorry, bud, it depends on where you're from in the country. Like, really? Like, if we're actually going to talk about this, it's kind of a situation where if we're going to talk about getting into the car and going downtown to hang out with our buds and then, you know, have a few pints. And then once we're done with that, we can head over to the movie theater and then watch some films and then get back in the car and go back home. And if I offended you, then I'm sorry. If we're talking like that, then you're talking about somebody from, like, Eastern Canada. Western Canada, especially, like, the Pacific Northwest, our accent is pretty much indistinguishable from like Pacific Northwest all the way down to like NorCal. Once you hit NorCal, things start to get funny, but like basically all the way down the coast, the accents are more or less the same, which is why a lot of people just assume I'm American. But yes, it's a meme. Anyway, we have an elven caravan that's arrived. They've brought us giant wolves and giant dingoes, so you hate everyone from Toronto? What do you have against people from Toronto? I mean, their hockey team sucks, but that's also just kind of a meme. I don't even watch hockey. I think that they've had several stupid fucking mayors before, but as a city, aside from poor city planning, they're fine. Now, Calgary's a different story, but Toronto's fine. I will say I do hate the Toronto airport, though. The Toronto airport can die in a fire and be shot into the sun, and the world would be a better place for it. Let's bring some cut gems over here and sell these to the elves. Yeah, let's bring the cherry opals over. I'll sell what I need. The elf diplomat speaks with us, and they say, "Greetings from the woodlands. There's much to discuss. Whoever possessed you to have those to brave these wilds where our animal friends are even larger than your kind than usual." Wait, what? Hold on. Whoever possessed you to brave these wilds where our animal friends are even larger than your kind, larger than your kind than usual. Larger than your kind than usual? Okay, we do not know, but know this: land is sacred to us. These trees, more than any others. Although we loathe to spare a single branch from your senseless slaughter, we are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells at 5 until we next meet. I will try to return next year as I am able. I think I can do that, actually. Sure. 6 trees. Butcher. All right. I think I can do that. Let me just see how many logs I have. Oh yeah, I got 220. I got plenty. We're good. We're good. Not an issue. They decided to go hard mode on me. Hi from Vancouver. Come on. So for clarity's sake with the Calgary thing, I was a hockey fan for a period of time. From about 2007 until about 2013 was around when I stopped watching entirely. And the Canucks and Calgary had a huge rivalry at the time. So my brain is still stuck in that era of fuck Calgary if you're from Vancouver, but that's purely because of hockey. As far as actual Calgary goes, there's some people there that I really want to slap, but that goes for literally everywhere in the world. So you're an Oilers fan? I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to make my Canadian show for a second there. But yeah, as long as you're not a Flames fan, we're good. And if you are a Flames fan, then that's fine, because I don't watch hockey anymore either. Well, they brought me a badger. God damn it, is that the best you can do is a badger? Just a single badger? Okay, I'll trade you a badger for a gem. I have a gem. In exchange for badger. Although one of my favorite bars to go to here in Vancouver is actually is the Oilers bar, which means it's almost always completely empty, except for when there's an Oilers game on. Then there's a line around the block, which is sometimes I forget to check. I'll just put it that way. Like, quite literally, it's this tiny little, like, sporty dive bar that has, like, a decent beer selection and kind of below average food, but it's cheap. And it's like, it's nicer than a dive bar but, like, not even remotely prissy or, like, upper class. It's just this, it's just got Oilers merch on the walls and some other hockey teams and a few other sports things and then a bunch of celebrities and old hockey pictures and stuff. And it's right on the bay. It's really nice. You can look out and see North Van. It's a beautiful spot. Beautiful, beautiful spot. Really, really nice patio, especially in the summer. And it's like right in the middle of like Gastown. Here, I'll actually just post a link to the map. I don't even care. So you guys can like Google Maps it. Although this is a very large link. Can I make this link smaller, Google? Thank you. Yeah, it's right there. Post in both chats so you guys can see it. But that spot is really, really nice, except the problem is it doesn't actually have a lot of seating, so if there is a game that day, like, it's just, you can't go there. And sometimes I forget to check, but usually I remember to check. There's been 1 or 2 times where it's gotten weirdly busy by the time we were going to leave, but, like, the game was on at 7 and we left at, like, 5, and there was already a line to the road by 5. Hockey fans or something. Dilphaman Sonuris, what's up? Never been to Western Canada. You seen New Brunswick as a kid, though? All right, I have those albatrosses. I need to start taming those. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the albatrosses kind of in their own area down here next to the other birds. But I don't know. I don't think there's anywhere in the world that doesn't have some city rivalries, you know? It's like it's easy to hate on Toronto for a wide variety of reasons. Just like it's easy to hate on Vancouver for a wide variety of reasons. What's the point of living in a city if you can't, like, thumb your nose at the guys next door? At least here in Canada, there's we're, like, far enough apart that we don't really have problems with people just, like, walking next door and then beating people up during sports games. Looking at you, England. Yeah, I need more plant cloth. Houston and Dallas, yeah. Yeah, same kind of deal. There's the albatross. And the albatross. Yeah, unless it's Game 7 of the playoffs, and then the flights are all booked for some reason. I can't speak to Texas, having never been there. Okay, so I will allow them to use some wheelbarrows again. See if we can speed this process up. Your nearest neighbor's city is 2,000 kilometers away. Yeah, I know, I feel it. Feel that. It's like explaining to my friends in Austria that it's weird to take a plane to visit your relatives when your relatives are a 2-hour drive away. It is genuinely weird to me that humans do that. So that should be off. You should be off. You are already off. There we go. Throwing clothes everywhere? Yeah, because they have nowhere to put them just yet. And we are currently making new sets of clothes for everybody. So because they don't all have places to put clothes, when new clothing becomes available, they strip off the clothes that they don't want anymore, and then they run off and they grab the new piece of clothing. And then if they're not messy, they'll eventually come back and pick up the old piece of clothing, assuming they didn't forego its ownership, and then they will put it into, what's the word? And then they will put it into a cabinet in their bedroom. But they'll only do that. Okay, so this is working. I thought I was going insane. Cabinet. Yeah, so if you have cabinets in their bedrooms, here, I'll show you. Here's an example. This is a cabinet. See, it's full of clothing. Mudstone cabinet. This belongs to Brainfist. So this would all be Brainfist's clothes. You actually click on this, it says alpaca wool dress. It's falling apart. Owned by Brainfist. That's the value of it. Also, this set of pants is also theirs. I guess they were sleeping when new clothing became available because they dumped all their stuff on their bed. What do they use coffers for? Rings, crowns, scepters, food stuff. Sometimes. Or they just do what Psyomegas did, which is leave it there. But Psyomegas should come get it eventually. This is a plum. There's also a lizard in there. Insane is a clinical definition, and I will have you know that I am perfectly sane, clinically. Weird does not equal insane. Incapable of thinking does not equal insane. Clinically, I am very sane. Had a dwarf steal so many artifacts recently? Oh no. Yeah, they won't put artifacts into coffers. Think your floor is melting? What? That seems bad. You should look into that. So many giant mangled bones getting hauled right now. Hey chat, let's consider this a test. This is for the Twitch chat. Remember how earlier I explained why some creatures show up naked in your tavern? And how that's a really old bug that's been around for a really long time? I'm slaughtering a baby elephant. Well, that sucks. How many baby elephants am I slaughtering? I shouldn't be slaughtering the baby elephants. Two of them, three of them even. All right, stop that, please. And what is a creature with no culture? If creatures with no culture show up naked, what is a creature with no culture? There you go. So factionless creatures show up naked because clothing is assigned to factions during world creation. And so if you have a bunch of naked dudes in your tavern, it's not because they're nudists, it's because they're simply factionless and thus don't have the right to clothes. If they join your fortress, then you can give them clothing. Because once they become a part of your faction, they can equip clothes again. What's also kind of funny is, one, that bug has been in the game for like a decade and nobody noticed. Because it's been in the game as long, if not longer, than the kids showing up with no skin bug. But like, how would you notice that in an ASCII game? It doesn't affect them mentally, negatively, because they don't have any need for clothes, so they don't have clothes. And when you, like, why would you go inspecting every single bard that shows up? Nope, there aren't any nudist factions. Have you never seen that bug, Jetpack? Creature with no culture. No, Lord Ubda. A creature with no culture is a Twitch chatter that is not currently subscribed. Okay, I will stop being a gatekeeping weirdo now for a second. I'm making jokes, I swear. Okay, wow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It was just right there. It was right in front of me. I had to. Speaking of clothing. There we go. Got that guild hall completed. It's okay, I love you each individually, regardless of whether or not you're subscribed, I swear. Even if I joke about it. Merchants will be leaving soon, that's fine, I already traded with them. So it's possible there is a bug in Dwarven breeding where because children gain the aesthetics and visuals of their parents. There is a bug in Dwarven breeding when dwarves make babies off screen that then migrate onto the map. There is a chance that they can be born without a skin color. So if they were born without a skin tone, then they show up with no head. It's like the, it's like this classic monstrosity from times once known. Back when Ubisoft still made terrible video games. So you know, I mean, it's just like that. See, it's not even an uncommon bug. Other games have this problem too. It doesn't matter if it's Dwarf Fortress, and this game costed you what, $60? This is Assassin's Creed Unity. Unity. Yes, Assassin's Creed Unity. There was like a massive chance during any cutscene that characters wouldn't have skin. They were just invisible. It was like the Invisible Man from hell. This just made it sound like they were born inside out. No, they just have no face. They will eventually grow out of it though, which is kind of funny. All right, so the final bit of this dark side story that I have over here is that the evil artifacts are hoarded by the captain of the guard. And I'm making a bunch of bedrooms. A somewhat invisible man, yeah. Instead of the invisible man, it's actually just the somewhat opaque man. Dr. Special 420, which is not the best, but not the worst name in the fortress, who's a weaponsmith, has been possessed. Possession, yeah. That's what we call it now. All right, so Dr. Special 420, she... Gold Blunt, by the way, I didn't give her the last name Gold Blunt. Game did that themselves. This was a random dwarf that I named Dr. Special 420 after somebody in the chat named Dr. Special 420, and they just happened to have the last name Gold Blunt. That was not intended or planned. Dwarf claims a furnace. Yeah, you got a dwarf at some point during one of the big migrant waves. But yeah, that is you. You worship Gongeth? Your dad was Boom Boom Shrimp, who unfortunately passed away. Your older sister Ubok also died in the line of duty. And Corn Knob, your older sister, is the champion of the fortress. And you're truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. You're in a constant state of internal rage, and she is unfriendly and disagreeable, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is curious and eager to learn, and she rarely feels discouraged, and she has a greedy streak. What was that? Oh, Big Bang A1 is now a stonecrafter. Hold on, I gotta remove them from the thingy. Eek. So speaking of dwarves, chat, we have a migrant wave. So I'm gonna do a real quick save. If you would like a dwarf, they pick me. I'm gonna go in order that they come in. I will swap between chat rooms, between YouTube and Twitch. Won't name dwarves that have already been named. And yeah, got some dwarves in here. So first up here I see Sparky is quite the bold flatterer, extremely friendly, and just a little bit insufferable. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is very greedy, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a sense of duty, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He tends to be he is very humble, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he is curious and eager to learn. He tends to not feel lustful, and he lives a fast-paced life and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He occasionally overindulges and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. He likes quartzite, billin, and adventuring, and is married to Mathol, and his older brother, Pythos, lives here. And I guess by that logic, so does his aunt and his uncle, Iron Pit. Sounds like an armpit. And Blazing Iceberg also lives here. It is related to him. Plenty of family. Yeah, I know. I'm sure you'll get along just fine. Cousins. It works. Next up here, we have Mathol, who's a ranger. This Mathol ranger here can be... Star attack. This ranger is a novice marksdwarf. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and... okay, well, you're not actually a marksdwarf. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and she acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is interested in what others think of her, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She occasionally overindulges. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees lying as an important means to an end and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. She has 2 lovers, 4 children, and a spouse and a pet Keat. Her spouse is Sparky, 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 and her eldest son is a butcher, who's probably on his way here. Oh, nope, never mind. Her eldest son already lives here. Well, Mom's here. Wait, hold on a second. Did I just click the wrong button? Okay, yeah, no, that's your wife. So yeah, Mom's here. There you go. Welcome to the fort. Next up, we have a Fisher Dwarf, and this Fisher Dwarf can be the very fitting Kraken. She is swayed by emotional appeals and is somewhat scatterbrained, and she has an active imagination. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she often feels discouraged. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She begins to talk rapidly when she's angry. And she inhales sharply when she's angry. So she inhales sharply and talks rapidly when she's angry. Oh boy. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and she personally treasures leisure time, thinks it is very important in life, doesn't see competition as valuable, and dreams of family raising, obviously. She has 2 lovers and 2 kids, and both of her kids appear to be coming in with her. Neither of her lovers are coming in with her, so they're either both dead or living elsewhere, so distant lovers. But does have plenty of family and cousins and extended uncles and aunts and family members in the fort. Next up is kiddo number 10. Thanks. Kiddo number 1 here. This can be Aethernull. Aethernull is 18 years old, so you're about to become an adult. So I'm not just giving you a child, I swear. Kraken is your mom, and your grandma is Shroof Lonely Lockley, your parental grandma. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. She is an optimist, and she's given to flights of fancy, to the point of distraction. And she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she is curious and eager to learn. She tends to present herself modestly, and she doesn't often feel lustful. She tends to reveal personal information, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill personally, doesn't respect family, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't care about friendship. I finish everything? Dreams of mastering a skill. Yes. Did. Next up, we have a dwarf named Ral. And Ral can be Maladine, but I have to wait for the ad to end because this person isn't subbed and they might be stuck in an ad. She sounds fun. I'm sure she's fine. If you type an exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have to invest in the first place. And you have 70. Next one we'll do from the YouTube chat, I think. You gotta put a space in, though. Sorry for kind of the old school bot that feels weird and out of date compared to the rest of Twitch because I've never updated it. because I'm a very up-to-date person who plays modern video games for normal people. You know. Ah. Oh my God. Sorry, I had to just look this up. Because people are streaming it. And I was like, wait, is this that game that I thought it was? This is very off topic. The day before finally released, which, if I'm not mistaken, used to have a different name. And has overwhelmingly negative reviews. That's impressive. This is yet another zombie survival multiplayer game. Don't worry, it's nothing unique or interesting. But that's impressive. Overwhelmingly negative reviews, yes. MMO, zombie MMO, yeah. It's another DayZ. But like half of the people I follow on Twitch are streaming it right now, so I was just like, what the hell is this? Anyway, she is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy. It was the one of the few games that was it was almost always either the first or the second most wishlisted game on Steam. It was one of the few games that was above Dwarf Fortress before Dwarf Fortress came out. She's driven by a bouncing phonetic energy, and she never envies others and their status, situation, or possessions. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she finds humor in most situations. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and she is not driven, and she rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She tends to avoid crowds, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she likes to keep her things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she tenses up when she's nervous, and she stammers when she's excited. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and is 17 years old and is also child of Kraken. So 2 years and you'll be an adult. Next up, we have Meng. Meng here. You can be. Scrolling up. This can be Alcord, who had a dwarf earlier, and then a game failed me. Delete day before installs on. Yes. She personally doesn't think before acting, would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, though she is disturbed by this since she values quiet. So, at least in the abstract, she seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and she is conflicted by this as she considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. I should put this dwarf in the military. She is trusting, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She often feels discouraged, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She has an active sense of humor, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill. Okay. Yeah, this dwarf is joining the military. You're joining the stabby clubs. Absolutely. Next up here, wait, actually, hold on. I should check your family first. Pythos is your older brother. Sparky is your younger older brother. You have a younger sister named Darius. Shroof is your aunt. Welcome to the fort. One big happy family. Who's up next? Badoop. Vikei. Vikingo. There's a lot of things in that name. She has a low sense of self-esteem. Sorry. And she tends to be a little wasteful. Yeah, no, I mean, that's literally the only reason I have it active is because of that search. She is assertive and she can sometimes act with little determination. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she is slow to trust others, and she could be considered rude. She occasionally overindulges, and she is slow to anger, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. When she's surprised, she has a very unique laugh. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Finds those who develop a skill with weapons of fighting to be distasteful, and doesn't care about art one way or another. And is related to Ordith. Ordith is her dad. Glass half empty as well. Lump beef broth is her now passed away younger sister. She might be dead. Next up, we have Might Be Goose. I don't know how many more we'll be getting here, but this one has no relations, which is interesting. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She likes to present herself modestly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She is quite polite, and she tends to think before acting, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She's often nervous, and she is very humble. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is humble, and she can handle stress, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she sticks out her tongue when she's thinking hard. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and she is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of mastering crafting a masterwork someday, and personally respects the development of a skill, finds blind honesty foolish, and values eloquence, and sees competition as wasteful and silly. No, Pablo. Thanks for the idea, though. Next up is Rare Candy Old School RuneScape. Rare Candy. She's in a constant state of internal rage, probably because she has to play old school RuneScape, and she is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. She greatly is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she's a friendly individual, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she often acts with compassion. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she is quite ambitious. She likes to take it easy. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is appalled by merrymaking, parties, and other such worthless activities. She prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. 80 years old and a bit of a Grinch. Welcome to the fort, peasant. You are actually a peasant. I'm not trying to insult you. Next up here, we have another dwarf. Surprise. I know I am. This one is Porcelet. I'm concentrating on something, she says. She does actually have family members in the fortress. Quite a few. A bunch of aunts and uncles. And any cousins? Some cousins. Terminal wetness, to name one. Worships 10,564 gods. Jesus Christ. Previously a member of the Trumpet of Shafts, speaking of dumb names. She is very trusting, and she is easily moved to mercy, and she enjoys the company of others. She tends to think before acting, and she is assertive. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she has a sense of duty. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She has a sense of humor, an active sense of humor, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. When she becomes exasperated, she starts to mutter under her breath. She dreams of raising a family, and personally is disgusted by tranquility, and would have the world churn constantly with noise and activity. Finds romance distasteful and values good craftsmanship, and does not care about friends. Next up. Erunamo. Erunamo. CD. Erunamo. You are married to Odom, who isn't here yet. His dower is a rule and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking as in the abstract. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a sense of duty. And doesn't seek out excitement. Often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something. Crap, I feel called out. Although I've mostly broken that habit this year, which I'm quite proud of. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he's getting bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds artwork boring. Well, since you find artwork boring and dream of mastering a skill, Erunamo, in the military. Next up is your wife, I presume? Yep. Ark or Muffin? Ark or Muffin? want to read that as like parkour muffin, which is pretty funny. So you two are married and you have no family that you're willing to share. She is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She is unfriendly and disagreeable and is quick to anger, doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind and sometimes acts without deliberation. She laughs very loudly when she's surprised and she cracks her knuckles when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally respects power. Is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and doesn't care about friendship. I feel like this dwarf would actually be a good dwarf to also put in the military, especially because she could spend time with her husband, so we're going to do that. Next up, I'm grabbing a name from YouTube. Le Musketeer. You don't need to wait for YouTube comments anymore. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is easily moved to mercy and can be... And he's easily moved to mercy, and he is very quick to anger. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he enjoys the company of others. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is assertive, and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to think before acting. He often feels discouraged, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to describe his natural tendency with his respect for martial prowess, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. And has a pet turkey. And worships Gongith Mebzithidash. Never killed anything. Seems like a good dwarf. Anyone else? Oh. The dwarf you got yesterday. Ham is playing. Still pretty neutral. Cosmic TV. I'm just going to go with... I'm going to drop the TV bit at the end. Let's go with Cosmic. Cosmic is a fish cleaner. You're going to be very sad here. Not much work. He cracks easily under pressure and is occasionally overindulges, is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He likes to focus on the current activity, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to be passive in discussion. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he has an active imagination. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he has a greedy streak. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally has not particularly valued the truth, and he doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Doesn't care one way or another. Doesn't care about family one way or another, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. And you can join the military. Cosmic. And I think missing anybody. Yeah, that's everybody for now. All right. Pig, goose, like various livestocks, and it keeps going. This is a big migrant wave. Lots of peasants, too. Which is good. I do need the extra hands. Together forever, killing demons in hell. Dwarf doesn't care about craftsmanship. All right, see, Genji, you can join this. Said that would be a big migrant wave. All right, so we're up to 114 dwarves now. It's time to get all these bedrooms set up because I'm going to need them, like stat. Hey, Giraffe, how are you? 19 bedrooms? Were you ever able to figure out the blue screen of death issues you were having? Countess of Scarlet Anvil. Countess Consort of Scarlet Anvil is visiting. All right, let's see. A lot of dwarves need beds. Also fill up this area if I need it. It goes, so no luck then. Also need to check in on my albatrosses. Little semi-wild. Okay, so I will put a door right here. And a cage trap right there. I will put a pen pasture right here. And I will assign the two albatrosses to this. I was going to check what they need. Low boot. Yeah, just low boots. Okay. Let's make 2 of them. Something else I'm going to do is I'm going to jump all the way down to here. And I'm just going to make us a much bigger farming spot right here. Doesn't matter what they used to build that. I just need a square built. Albatroxin? Sure. It's like neurotoxin, but instead it's albatroxin. It's also a pretty good way to trick caverns into turning into sand when you need it. Albatroxin? What, like, albatroxin? Ask your doctor. Side effects may include. Then it would be an American ad for it. You are kind of right, though. It does sound like a prescription. Ask your doctor if albatroxin is right for you. These are literally just going to be for pigtails. So that I can increase my pigtail output. That's them birds in WoW dungeon during Legion? Huh. No idea what... Well, I mean, I know what that means, but... I would have had no idea, rather, is I guess what I want to say. All right, let's go up to here. Rather, down to here. All right, kids. Let's get you guys to help still a little bit longer. But this area down here, we're going to start building this. Shut the front door, shut the other front door, shut the other front door. Cavern 2, cavern 2. All right, let's go right next to you. Technically, I think this is... Yeah, so this would be 3rd cavern, then? This would be cavern 3. All the warships as birds? Oh, God. Ow! You're not wrong. Devil Dawn is found dead, dehydrated. What? No! Damn it. You were even brought water recently. All right, I think this prison might be problematic. I need to warm this prison up slightly. Problem is water keeps freezing. Or I need to move this prison elsewhere. You monster? You killed a dwarf and made them into a floodgate. Oh, who are you calling a monster? I was trying to let you live, though. I was on your side. Meanwhile, Dr. Special 420 has created Oath Danman, a steel crossbow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Erdim Voltwheels. All right, well, in that case, where's your bedroom? Give your bedroom a slight upgrade. There's been 2 that have died of thirst. In my headcanon right now, it's because of the chaotic nature of our captain of the guard withholding the law. You know, doesn't care. Doesn't like that dwarf? Lets the dwarves die. I think I'm just gonna get my Marks dwarves to stop training for a bit. It's like entirely. Give them a break. Also up here. No, we'll use platinum bars, why not? It's not our fault that the dear leader of the prisoners refused to return, choose to not return from the gulag. Oh boy, that gets dark. At the same time, I think he said they were in prison because of a fell mood. Yeah. Yes. Fell moods are a crime. They just usually don't get caught for it. Because in order for dwarves to get convicted of a crime, someone needs to witness it. Yes, it is definitely a crime. But the captain of the guard decided to not give them a beating. And long story short, our captain of the guard is a legendary swords dwarf with a steel short sword. So if you get convicted of a crime and the punishment is a beating in this fortress, you're going to turn into 245 pieces of what used to be a dwarf and no longer a dwarf. And I think that that's kind of part of the fun of this fort for me right now. All right, so let's... So now what I'm going to do, because all of these are all work orders jobs, they'll all get reassigned. Just going to click all of this rather than having to click the other button one at a time. I'm also just going to place a stockpile up here and do this again. This is just going to be for chalk, dolomite, limestone, and marble. The dwarves are going to almost immediately begin working on this again. No, it's definitely their fault. In order for fell moods to happen, they need to go into a strange mood while also being as stressed as possible. So you could say it's not their fault if you want. But in my mind, it's absolutely their fault. Like, are they possessed? Sure. Are they still a willing participant? Absolutely. If a dwarf gets possessed by dark forces and commits a crime, it's an explanation. It's not an excuse. It's like in real life, if you're being a horrible person to somebody and you have severe mental health disorders, it's an explanation. It's not an excuse. You still have to apologize. if you've committed crimes. But that's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with that. An artifact is missing from its proper place. Well, apparently, Jetpack Tuxedo committed a bunch of crimes, so that's just a vandalism crime. So I will convict you of that, which means you might be about to die. Injured party, stray war dog. I'm sorry, he might just die in a second. Interrogate. Who? Hold on, do I have any sussy visitors? Got a butcher. And a couple peasants. Check this peasant with clothes. What are you part of? Member of the Lush Pick. Former member. Member of the performance troupe, the Barricaded Teeth. You're probably okay. It's probably not you. So, Blazing Iceberg. Noticed it was gone. Going to interrogate Blazing Iceberg. I'm also going to get everybody inside of the fortress. We're going to put the fortress into lockdown. We're going to try and find this artifact. Damn it, we are going to find this artifact. So Telenartho is going to go interrogate Blazing right now. We must find the artifact. No new information was revealed. All right. Well then. So there's this bit here, which is risky visitors. I think risky visitors is just like, what's the word? We'll interrogate that hammerman. This is a DF hack thing, by the way. We'll interrogate this peasant. I'll interrogate the butcher. Don't think it's going to be any of the ones without clothing, though. And that one dancer, I suppose. Also in an ad now, so I will wait 2 minutes. Whose most menacing feature is a filing cabinet is just weird. You know what they're referencing. Come on. You know what they're referencing. I don't need to explain to you what the term gulag means. Why are you censoring Steam Deck? Just out of curiosity, suited what? Like, it's just weird to read. All right, so let's look at the captain again. Telenartho. This is not a fortress where you want to make the mistake of committing a crime. Also, I see a bunch of dwarves running back over, making me think that somebody just committed a crime. You do it for the meme? Oh, is there a meme surrounding that? I mean, I guess just like, because it looks like you're writing dick, but... Okay, so second interrogation. Pocket Glass is over here attending a meeting with the Count, Lord Ibda. Okay. No, the subject complied. No new information was revealed. Discord changed on your phone. You don't like it? I'm sure you'll get used to it. Just like all updates tend to be. See, this dwarf's storing their own items. Their items away. Okay, you're gonna go interrogate this butcher next. For reference, that was definitely one of my artifact weapons. Wait, really? That's funny. Evident self. I never knew that. Okay, who is a dwarf that hangs out in the tavern? Let's interrogate Baka Glass. And also... let's also interrogate Steve. I don't know if you guys find these whodunits entertaining, but I actually quite like this portion of the game. A little mini game that you get to play for a bit. Problem is my fortress is sealed off from traders. There's a guinea pig in here? Oh, God. Getting a QR to scan is a pain now. Really? I feel like I'm ripping you off with this one. Chocolate everywhere tastes good even when alcohol atomizes puppies into red paint. Dark moods supersede glorious feelings. Okay, let's check. Butcher, nothing new. Dancer, nothing new. God damn it. Captain the Guard's gonna go eat some dog intestines and then take a break. I also need to increase the number of cages. So, earlier I was saying I need to make this prison more secure. I think I'm gonna go down to here. This layer. And this is gonna be my prison. I'll put a bunch of bars in there to make it cooler, but I need to increase the number of cages. You have a dwarf, but you think, but you can't remember? The dwarves have arrived, but they can't get to my site because it's inaccessible. Chat, do I give up on this artifact a bit and let the humans in? Or do we keep trying to find this artifact? You guys answer that question. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back.
Over here, he has a sword.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
You fucking donkey!
Check this out, chat. Well, but
That's not interesting.
those are purple snap pea sprouts. Very happy. All right, I'm gonna go put this back.
Woohoo!
Actually, sorry, not snap peas, snow peas. Purple snow peas. I also have 4 snap pea plants, which are about yay tall. Expert? No, very much amateur. Still having fun though. Okay. Anyway, what do you guys think? Do we open it? What have the humans ever done for us? Sold us elephants.
This is madness! Madness. This is
The
Yeet.
brown dwarf that looks like he's made of wood in the tavern. This dwarf? Oh, he's just a sad naked man. Bolteg the butcher. Also, hello, hobo. How are you? Feeling any better? Let them in. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, they brought us elephants. We'll open the front gates, but I will keep following Telenartho. Actually, what I should do is I should interrogate all of these witnesses. So Blazing we did, Iron Pit, Montecore. Oh, also Jezza IV admired the object. We did discover this. have any friends? Or acquaintances that aren't from here? It really wouldn't be any of these naked goblins. I'm literally just checking people's inventories now. All right, let's just follow. Telling as they interrogate people, they'll get through the list pretty quick. The artifact's probably already gone, though. Also, something I should do is I should fortify this wall so that they can see in there from the tavern. Slightly? Well, that's good. Okay, let's check this. Yeah, okay, so we know for a fact that Jezza is involved somewhere. But it was first noticed on the 22nd that they saw Jezza doing it, so it's already the 12th. I don't think we're getting that artifact back. Smithy to the high mates with the High Treasurer Geralt, and they say, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. Would you like us to bring? I mean, let's say, humans, we make a deal. Bring us whips. They want prepared meals. Were you up to no good? We'll find out in a second. We have to wait for you to actually get interrogated. You'll get interrogated. It's likely you were, but it's also possible you weren't. Also, to anybody over here on Twitch, if you want to help out the YouTube side of things, pop in there and leave a like on it. The YouTube stream's been a little slow today. It's nothing against the people who are watching on YouTube. It just means that YouTube hasn't promoted the stream as much today. See how that went? No new information. Kind of surprised I haven't found something unrelated yet. Going for Steve next. Who's apparently very far out of the way of everything. Really need to just dig this up to here. I didn't realize I hadn't done that yet. Speed up this hauling dramatically. Rotten Beast Shell Ring. Oh, that's kind of rad. And thank you, everybody, for making those likes go from about 55 up to 68. It's almost nice. So thanks, guys. Some migrants have arrived. If anybody immediately would like a dwarf, now's the time to say pick me. It's also probably going to be big. I could really use a drink. Really now? We'll go get a drink then, Lorbam. Or Kivish, who worships Lorbam of the Covenant of Coven. Non-major, did you have a dwarf? I remember you asking earlier. I never looked. No, you didn't. And if you did, they died. Non-major nerd! Majro? Non-major nerd, definitely not a minor nerd. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He enjoys the company of others, and he is slow to anger. He often acts with compassion, and he is often nervous. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he occasionally overindulges, and he often feels lustful, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and has no family or friends. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the idea of laws abhorrent, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Finds blind honesty foolish, and does not care about fairness. Interesting. This next dwarf here, the Owl Bear King. The Owl Bear King, she worships Eustace and is stingy with resources when working on projects, has no family, and refuses to expend any extra effort. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She is trusting, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she is a friendly individual, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is very humble, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Whenever there's a pause in conversation, she starts to mutter under her breath. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the quest for knowledge to be a delusional fantasy, finds romance distasteful, and values sacrifice and doesn't care about art one way or another. Well, you can obviously join the military. We're also a competent axe dwarf, so get to it. Next up, we have Bob Ross. This dwarf can be J. Foe. He is completely wrapped up in his own appearance and abilities, mostly his hair, and he is bored by reality and would much rather disappear forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Is either a really good D&D or a bard. Maybe I should make this dwarf... Chad, should I make this dwarf a bard in the tavern? He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he has a calm demeanor. He often feels discouraged, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this, as he often feels lustful. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values dignity and proper behavior and finds leisure time wasteful. Doesn't particularly value loyalty. Yeah, still sounds like a bard to me. Although maybe like off-military bard, like battle bard. I think I'll also put you into the squaddies, so you can go serve drinks and sing when you're not in the squad. And take off that. There you go. Next up, we have this dwarf. Although in before you're like terrible at singing. Well, he has absolutely no skills in singing, so you know. Recognize. Big bad beetle bards? Absolutely. She is sometimes cruel, and she relies on the advice of others during decision-making. She is assertive, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She enjoys the company of others, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally, finds working hard to be a foolish waste of time and values loyalty. This dwarf could do okay in the military, but we'll let you just do that. This next one dreams of creating a great work of art and is going to be evidence self. Didn't I already give you one? No, I didn't, I guess. Actually, I think I did in the previous timeline. Evidence self. Battle Bard sounds like a run-based deck builder. Battle Bards, defeat your opponents with song. Anyway, she is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and is very stubborn and prefers to be alone. Though she values the concept of loyalty, she is troubled by her natural tendencies. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she is grateful when others help her out and she tries to return favors. She could be considered rude, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to be passive in discussions and can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees war as a useful means to an end. Well, I don't think I have any free spots in any of my squaddies, so I think we'll just let them be as is for now. Next up, Bright Chew. Bright you are. He is sloppy with his living space and is confident under pressure. Not particularly interested in what others think of him, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he can be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is often nervous, and he often feels discouraged, and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Also, I need to do a thing. I need to set these two to not actually guarantee training, just... and he is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I think it's pretty much everybody. Battle Bard Ross, yes. Oh, bunch of kids. All right, sweet. Child. Potatoes? What about potatoes? I mean, I'm confused. Why are we talking about potatoes? Did I miss something? Cannot stint that. Badger can go down here, though. Stick him in his stew. I'm so happy we don't have Kex in this chat. Potatoes are delicious. I would argue there are points in my life, though, where I prefer to eat yams. Got it. Yet another albatross? Oh my god, we got breeding pairs of albatross. We got 2 trained albatri. You construct this. You construct this. Do I have any extra nest boxes? No. Don't need that many. All right, so we're going to jump all the way up to here. We are going to bring used clothing, and I'm going to have a lot of it because we've been making a lot of clothing. Well, I can't sell dresses. Otherwise, the boss will get upset. And I don't want half my fort to randomly die because I sold dresses, and then the captain of the guard gets very enthusiastic with the sentences. A lot of these aren't actually... Was a skunk leather shoe what you wear when you're just kind of acknowledging that you never wash your feet? Feet stink. Skunk leather shoe. Here you go. I got 206 items to get rid of. 124 dwarves. This should be pretty quick. I generally see yams, but when I'm talking about yams, I'm talking about purple yams, which are technically yams, because I've seen many disagreements, especially on the internet, whether a yam is a sweet potato or a sweet potato is a yam, or like whether or not that's just like completely mislabeling of a different type of root vegetable. I honestly don't know. Like, if I'm being completely real here, I've just kind of given up. Where are my lead cages, though? Whatever. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, they are not exactly necessarily the same thing. No, I'm talking about purple yams, which are a very specific thing. Because sweet potatoes are potatoes, but yams are a vine plant. Like, they're different types of plants. Like, one's a vine, so a yam is a vine. And I'm referring to the ones that grow on the vines. Not the ones that you plant and then sprout. Like, it's like, it's a vine that, like, snakes along the ground and then periodically plants itself and makes yams appear underneath the parts of the vine that dig down. Yeah, they're like a different kind of plant. But sweet potatoes look like yams once they've been uprooted, but it's a completely different type of plant. Okay, so do I need to explain to you how different types of plants work, Pablo, or can you just, like, take my word for it? Because one, you plant it and it comes up like a bush and then dies, and then you dig up a bunch of potatoes. The other one, you plant it and then a thing comes up, and then it goes and it plants itself again, and then it comes up and then it plants itself again, and then it comes up and then it plants itself again, and then it comes up and it plants itself again. Like, it's like doing this kind of motion to, like, repeatedly plant itself as it also spreads along the ground, instead of just being a bush. Okay, then why are you asking stupid questions if you already know the difference? You doofus. You're also a bad troll. Bang. Although they don't technically come up in a bush. That's actually inaccurate, but... okay. Ah! Jezza confessed.
Hey there, blind budget.
What's up, Sims? I haven't seen you in 65 bajillion years. How you been, dude? I was thinking about you the other day, because I was looking at my, stats, and I was looking at, the firsts, the most recently, or the initial subscriptions. Like, man, I haven't seen Sims in a while. How you been, dude? We interrogated Jezza, and the subject confessed to theft after we made intimidating remarks. In the year 104, an unidentified creature as the dwarf Moses Furball, the pure nations, corrupted the subject in order to have an agent. The subject revealed that in the mid-autumn of 104, the subject plotted to steal Skirt's finger. Okay, I didn't even know it was called that. Under the influence of an unidentified creature. So, we have a confession. But Kodal isn't here. Even though it implicates Kodal Longpaint. Yeah, they're not here. We know who did it. Montecore also confessed to something. What? 102, a human beast hunter named Aso of the Pure Nations corrupted. Oh. So I'm going to convict both Montecore and Jezza. And we still have these two left. Cattle. Well, Longpaint didn't lead to them. And see Longpaint? I mean, what does Cattle's last name translate to? Yeah, that's Charmhaim. That's a different cattle. Doing fine. Finally got some vacation time. Well, it's good to see you, dude. Hope you've been well. And thank you very much for bringing that sub back. I mean, I'm just curious, so I'm going to stalk your chat log, Sims. When was the last time you were in my chat? So you said, hey, sick, like, in June. Okay. You have popped in a couple times this year. I, for some reason, don't recall seeing you at all this year, but maybe I'm just going crazy. But that's also because, like, chat gets busy sometimes, so maybe I just missed it. That's good to see you, though. Thank you. Since you were last here, we got that 70-30 from Twitch. Which is cool. For those of you who don't know, Sims is kind of an old school viewer around here. Followed back in 2017, so it's been here for 10 trillion years. By that logic, Hobo's a fossil. So. What's a bayberry wood cage? I see what I did. Reza is throwing a tantrum. Diamond is organizing an armor demonstration. Okay, so Jezza is going to prison. I don't think anybody's getting a beating. Dave Mandoc, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Evidence Self. Appreciate you. It's the first gifted sub in 2 hours. All right, so let's see what they brought. Ah, nothing. Let's check weapons. Buy parchment and scrolls. Stuff I'm selling is far too heavy, meaning I need to buy some heavy stuff from them. So let's buy cheese. Cheese isn't that heavy. Spiked iron balls we could do. Those are pretty heavy. Buy those backpacks because I'm lazy to make backpacks. Let's do that and that. Bring any cloth? Oh, I could just buy those anvils. That'll clear the weight. 2 of those will clear the weight. Excellent.
Just got home from work. Was a bit of a crazy day. Looking forward to unwinding a bit with you. Has
Big
my
bang.
dwarf died yet?
No, your dwarf's still alive. I'm happy to inform you. Looking for width. I'm gonna buy the barrels, but I'm gonna skip out on the bumblebee venom and the honeybee venom. Sweet. One minute off for that. Almost would have started a hype train. Yeah, you are processing plants currently. You are making thread. No bee venom? No, no bee venom. There will be no venom. Okay, so I'm going to... Pick up those gems. We will call this Third Cavern Gate. You're hoping your dwarf has a lot of fun when they die. That's the best way to do it. Some people get kind of mad when their dwarves die, and it's like, ah, come on. What do you expect? It's Dwarf Fort. Sheesh. up in planting, and it was so hard to move them 2 states over. They're all droopy and sad after the move, change of habitat. Aw. But I turned into a human mist generator for them. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Keep those plants alive, dude. Still toppled. You toppled my still? Tisk, Reza. Okay, how many dwarves still need bedrooms? Oh boy, lots of them. I'm like out of steel. We're out of Galena ore. Let's get rid of some of these jobs. Steel breastplate. Okay, so I still got so many make steel jobs. Tons of rumors from abroad. Let's just do silk, rope. 20. Gonna die in the most dwarf way possible. I still am convinced that the most dwarfy death I've ever had was in the last fort, which was when Tellen Arthos dwarf got whooshed out. Also, I need to interrogate that lizard man. Got whooshed out into hell, fell down into hell, broke a leg, landed in a puddle of lava, and then had enough water land on top of him that he instantly got sealed into obsidian. Maybe the dwarfiest death I've ever seen. So this guy's a criminal, and we know he's a criminal because he's a lieutenant. We also know that he's a criminal because he's a nemesis. If you don't know what a nemesis means, it means that they're a nemesis to your faction. They are evil and are hated by you if they blink like this. So this guy is a former overlord of an outcast group and is currently a member and lieutenant of the Pristine Twilights. He's also a criminal of the Fellowship of Harmonizing, whatever that is. Was also is just part of a civilization called Criminal. So I think this guy's sus. Maybe I can interrogate him. Also, Reza is committing a ton of crimes. So I will convict Reza of their crimes, even though I can't actually do anything with them. And then I will interrogate that lizard. Interesting, they don't actually consider them to be a risky visitor. Can I just comment on the fact that it considers elephants other visitors, so I could interrogate the trader's elephants? Just saying. That's very funny to me. I really hope they don't ever change that in the interrogation system. That should just stay that way forever. Well, it's an unknown civilization, and they are a criminal of the unknown civilization. Ah! Matrir was seen being stolen by Pythos. Pythos! Why would you do this? Romo accuses Pythos. Schedule. Also convict. Who are you giving this? Oh, okay, you're still hauling it. Who are you giving it to? Who did you give it to? This goblin has a book? Huh. Concerns the pits of living rates. You just gave it to somebody because it's not... Oh, no, it's still in your inventory. You're experiencing mortal fear. Oh. You're getting bit by a Gelder. The Owlbear King, one of my cops. That's why you stopped moving. Also, this dude's going off to be interrogated. But I don't think you're dead yet. The merchants have embarked on their journey. Pythos, stay alive, hang in there. Your wife Tekket will be very sad. Your ability to stand is lost. Your head is cut open. Head is dented. Okay. You're being carried off to hospital. Did you drop the sword? Where's the sword? Okay, it's already been put back to its rightful place. Did the dog just put it back? Wow.
Over here, he has a sword.
That's hysterical. I can dump ice out of buckets. There's a random sword in one of those cells. Yeah, it was from one of my dwarves that died. Okay, so we are interrogating the lizard dude. Oh, he confessed to something. What'd you confess to? You lizardman. Holy shit, everything. His life's crimes. Let's jump to the relevant ones. In the mid-spring of 106, the subject corrupted Pythos. Oh, there you go. In order to have an agent in Sunbirths, he met with Pythos and made a threat. Pythos spurred the law willingly, despite being unafraid. The subject revealed that in the mid-spring of 106, Pythos plotted to steal bandit ears under the influence of the subject. They've been committing crimes since the year 79. In fact, their first crime is they built rapport in order to elicit information. The subject agreed for love of the interrogator. So, oh, wait, hold on a sec. Hold on a second. What, for love of the interrogator? Are you two friends? Well, you're passing acquaintances. Yeah, literally they're passing acquaintances. You're loved by lizard people, I suppose. Do you love dwarves or something? Doesn't have any preferences. Well, so what's your, Okay, so you just confessed. I will convict you. Implicate somebody. Implicate somebody. So clearly my captain of the guard is exhausted. What was I doing? I was hitting this button. No, not that button. I was hitting this button. I was going to this button. Say, what are you convicted of? 29 days in prison for theft. Do I let him live? Or do I just tell him to kill him? He's just a competent shield user. We could just stab him to death. He's also about to leave. I like how he felt empathy discussing the acquaintances' problems. My theory there is they literally discussed each other's problems as they were discussing, like, crime. And he's been embezzling funds since the year 79. This is just a normal lawyer. I think that this is actually a politician, not a lawyer. Embezzling funds is Lizard Man. 59 years old. Legendary woodcrafter. Knows what a spear is. Poor memory. Disdains cunning.
We all have that
Bad
one friend who
analytical ability.
overshares,
Patient.
But this is pretty extreme.
What a snake. Yep, no kidding. All right, chat. Let's have a vote. Big Bang, you're the first person who can vote because you just put $1 in bits in the chat. For a minimum amount of 1 bit, you can vote. Thumbs up to let him live, thumbs down to kill him. So what do you think, Big Bang? Up or down? It's up to you. I very rarely sell out like this, but I feel like causing some chaos.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Let him live. So 1 for let him live. What do you say, Big Bang? Up or down? Let him live or kill him? Thumbs up to let him live. Thumbs down to kill him. Do I cancel this? What's the texture? This is rough ice, and then this is an open space with rough ice beneath it. It doesn't matter unless there's bits at the end. There has to be at least 1 bit to vote. Otherwise, we just let him live, because that's all that Jetpack is saying. Room to the right. I mean, this is a weapon trap. Thumbs down, he dies. Big Bang says he dies. So we're now 50-50. Anybody want to be the tiebreaker?
Thumbs up.
Shaku says live. All right. Chat's being merciful today. It's a weapon trap, not a weapon rack. What? I don't know why you voted for this, chat, but you voted for this. I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. No, I can't. He ain't coming back. All right, what else do we have? Reza convicted of another crime. Maybe he's reformed. That's not how this game works, dude. You voted for it. I'm still disappointed in you. Very disappointed. You've betrayed me and my trust. This is the last time I attempt to let you rig votes in exchange for bits. I would absolutely have killed that fucking dwarf. Killed that fucking creature. The stairwell is bothering me. You want to know what made him do the crime? You'll never find that out in Fortress mode. Like, it's literally not possible. You need Legends mode or Adventure mode. You missed a few streams and Sunbirth took off. I mean, this fortress has been busy, dude. This fortress has been real busy. It's always greed is what makes them turn to crime. It's always greed. Because they always start by embezzling funds. And then after that, they usually end up going in some sort of crime direction eventually. But it always starts with them embezzling funds, which is greed. And that's what it started off with, was embezzling funds. So greed. But you'll never get a straight answer in Fortress mode. It's almost impossible for them to die of drought. If your dwarves are dying of drought, there's something very wrong. Hate to break it to you, but there's something very wrong if your dwarves are dying of drought. I'm just depressed that you guys let that creature confess and we let them escape. Yet if my own dwarves confess of crimes, you guys are like, nah, fucking kill him. Chat, you're strange. They make 150. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Certainly is one way to do it. But you let a known criminal organization leader walk in and try and attempt to steal my shit? Although, to be fair, our captain of the guard does love to see things revel in chaos, so I guess that part checks out, but like still. Okay, let's go get these two squads training again. Let them train for a little bit. What's the problem with those steel bars? Needs flux stones. Motherfucker, I got so many flux stones. It's all flux. Can't tell me I don't have flux. We got so much flux. Okay, you know what I'm gonna actually do? I'm gonna go up to here, and I'm gonna cancel everything. Except for those two jobs. Let's just focus on hauling, getting things moved around. I'm just gonna tell you factually, it doesn't matter. We won't find out to begin with. We have all of the information we are capable of gaining in Fortress mode already, right? So we've already gained as much information as we actually physically can, all right? So you're hoping for something that is literally impossible, okay? That's all I have to say. I'm not frustrated with you. I'm disappointed very much, but you are hoping for something that is literally impossible, just so that we're on the same page. We'll see you later, Null Man. Take care of yourself, dude. The most underbaked system in the entire game right now is the crime system. Okay? It is impossible to actually complete the crimes, especially once, like, solving the crimes, once the criminal has left the map. It is actually impossible. because the justice system was ham-fisted sideways, or the current justice system that we have was ham-fisted sideways into the game in 2021. No, 2020? I think it was 2020, actually. Right when Tarn stopped working on features to go work on Fortress Mode for Premium. Don't ever call me daddy again, Brightju, please. Don't refer to me as such. Thought they fixed the justice system in the previous version? No. Who told you that? No, the justice system was sort of added in its current state with the interrogations and all that stuff. Halfway, because it's half of the features of Villains Mode. Now that everybody's been bopped. I hope I made my point clear. Anyway, I'm just trying to explain how this game works. I'm sorry for trying to do that. Let's just build some doors. April? Yeah, what about it? I'm not going to sleep much that month. I'm not looking forward to it, to be honest with you. Like, I always have such mixed feelings whenever there's patches for games, because it's just like, yeah, that'll be great. I won't be able to sleep for like a week, if not more. Sounds awful. But, I mean, yeah, I guess that'll be great. Why would I look forward to things? I'm still busy worrying about taxes. Which is like the first month of next month that we need to figure that out. So, I don't really look forward to things. I don't get excited about things. I know there will be more patches between now and then that I have to focus on, so that's what I'm worrying on. I'm worrying about... I'm very much like I live life like 2 weeks at a time. I don't focus on things that are far out, and I consider April to be pretty far out. Also, there's a very real possibility it could come out early April, or it could come out late April. We don't actually know when in April. So, you know, why would I get super excited about something and start looking forward to something and planning for something when I'm still trying to, you know, keep the stream alive now? Taxes should be a curse word? Nope. Taxes are a great word. If we didn't have taxes, we wouldn't have roads. If we didn't have taxes, we wouldn't have bike lanes. If we didn't have taxes, I wouldn't have free healthcare. So, you know, maybe where you live. But just because you have the wrong opinion doesn't mean you need to enforce your wrong opinions on other people. No taxes? You enjoy living in that world. And when everything falls apart and you have nothing left, and you're confused and trying to figure out why everything is broken, run down, and you have no sidewalks that work, well, you only have yourself to thank for that. There already is. Jetpack. Came back to taxes. Chat's fault. Can I speak in the English language without you taking everything that I say as unadulterated, total, absolute fact? Jetpack Tuxedo? Islay Smoke, keep your bad opinions away from my chat, please. Because I'm allowed to speak and have, like, speech patterns about characters in a game without it all being taken entirely as mechanical fact, right? So I say, man, it's greed. It always starts with greed, which is what I said. Am I stating a fact about the game, or am I talking about a character? Not really exaggerating. I was talking about it, the lizard man that was in front of my face that you let live. Anyway, whatever. Let's change the subject. Move on. I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. So disappointed in your inability to convict criminals. Tisk. No, I like this fortress. This fortress is pretty cool. More bits. You have a good night. Snooze good. But I can tell you we'll never see that dude again. Okay, where are these blowgunners? I think what I need to do is I need to set up more ammo deposits, because I was saying I was going to do that. So what we're going to do... So I'm going to go right here. I'm going to dig out a little room. Fine, more or less. I mean, it bubbled up to the level that it needed to be at, and then it stopped bubbling up, and now we have a moat. It wasn't really a chain reaction. It was very much an expected reaction. The expected reaction was that it was going to bubble up to approximately this level. I was worried for a minute that it was going to go higher, because it went higher than I was expecting it, but bubbled up to this level, and it melted stuff all the way around, and then we had to go through and chisel out the extras, but it was fine. I mean, I wouldn't have pumped the lava there if I thought the entire fort was going to melt. For full clarity. Like, I wouldn't have done that. The idea is, like, you build a thing in such a way so that it doesn't destroy your fort. Probably wouldn't have done it if it was going to destroy my fort. That's what I was looking for. As turns out, I like this fort kind of a bit. I like to kill it in a dumb way like that. Should be able to just leave that off for right now. Actually, hold on a second. I see. I'm misunderstanding how this UI works. Fucking 2,000 hours and I still don't fully understand how this UI works. That explains. Yeah, exactly. That was the entire goal, is what Popliop just said. Allowing the lava to have some freedom so that we can have a more interesting, less organic design. Because even my, like, dug trench still just looks like a trench that I dug, right? And you want your trench to look like something that's a bit more believable than just a trench that you dug, right? At least I do. So essentially, what ended up happening, right, is it's gonna bubble up to the same level as the pump, right? So the pump pumps it in, and then it goes all the way around, all the way around, all the way around, and then when it started bubbling up from this layer up to this layer, then this stuff started melting and caving in, and it did actually block it off, like, right there a couple times, so I had to tell the dwarves to go run out here to channel that in, and there was a point over here where it blocked it off, so there was a couple dams, but that was just a matter of channel it down, let it turn to obsidian, channel it down, let it turn to obsidian on repeat until it, you know, gave us a cool looking pattern. Which was the whole point, right? Which was the end goal. Anyway, I'm sorry for giving you a hard time, Jetpack Tuxedo. I'm being an asshole. I need to, like, figure out what's wrong with my head right now. Alright, sweet. That's working again. Have to be careful that I don't accidentally Still claims that it needs flex stones. There's so many though. Like, why do you tell me it's like I need flex stones? It's like, but there's like 1,000 of them in the basement. What? It's because there's none that aren't currently claimed. Well, let's remove children from the burrow for a bit. Not past it? Oh yeah, only one dwarf died in the making of the lava mode, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, we had one dwarf catch fire and then like put the fire out and then bleed out. I'm mostly just kind of letting the dwarves get stuff put away. Mostly just kind of letting the dwarves get stuff put away. Kind of sad that huge performance troop left. I kind of wanted them to join me, but not much I can do, unfortunately. If they just want to leave, they just want to leave, and that's kind of all there is to it. They didn't ask to join me, and I was keeping an eye out for their name, but... It's a shame, really, but... We'll get on with it. We'll keep living. So, chat room, out of curiosity, I have a feedback thing to ask for. How did you guys feel about the hour of 23A? I mean, largely you guys are saving me time on my weekend, me doing that. But what did you guys think of the chunk of 23A at the beginning of the stream? Do you guys want to see more stuff like that or less stuff like that? Would you be likely to tune in for more content of older versions of the game? Yes or no? That's the question. Also, get ready for literally every person you follow on Twitch to be sponsored to watch the Game Awards except for me. Which is starting in what? An hour and 20? Time zones be cruel. VOD will go up on YouTube. But if you're awake in here, curious if that's something you'd tune in for a second time. I mean, Bastet, I could stream a camera pointing at a wall with nothing happening, and you and Jeff would probably watch it. And I thank you for that. But I know. Appreciate you, Bastet. Let's toss these. That. Toss that dwarf hair crime. And with the dwarf hair crown, those can all get tossed. It's not really a shot fired, Orange. It's more of just kind of a fact. You would like to see more? Okay. We're stuck at work. Boo, work! You're not used to ASCII? I think it's easier to figure out than you might think, but... I mean, am I wrong, though, Bastet? Like, seriously. Sorry for being very slow, but what was the thing I told you earlier? Someone over there? Okay, magnetite, I need to start smelting again. Oh, there you go. Yep. Yeah, I did say that. What'd you miss? Nothing. Just a tip on how to learn ASCII. The dwarves have arrived to trade. I can sell a whole bunch of dresses. A whole bunch of socks. A whole bunch of gloves. I am very low on cloth. I think there's something wrong with my stockpiles. It's like stuff's not getting counted. Sell those tower cap shields. The dog bone scepters. Dwarf hair ring, I guess we keep. I used a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set for quite some time that I was fond of, but not really. I think there's tile sets I don't like, but I don't really have a favorite. I prefer ones that were always less graphical. Like I never really liked Vetelingers. I thought it was too busy. I wasn't a big fan of Space Fox. I found it made the game lag. Didn't like Mefs. I always thought it was ugly. I mean, that tile set's awful. But I will remain neutral on my charity tile sets. Yeah, I don't know. Or rather, should remain neutral on my charity tile sets. Yeah, I don't know. Not really. Not really somebody who played favorites in that regard. No, it's not possible. In Legends mode, yes. Actually, in game, no. Sunbirths meets with the Outpost Liaison. Actually, I think what I need... Ask for you. Want large gems. I think what I'm going to do... is my bookkeeper. Smithied? I think my bookkeeper is going to be a different dwarf. I have a dwarf named Dodok. And I think Dodok can get this office. Bookkeeper. Steel low boots. Well, wait for villains. Because a lot of that stuff's planned. Probably spelling it wrong once. And or was it one of yours? Why is the name in the brain even though I haven't played in a few months? Because if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, eventually you'll start to realize the difference between Dwarven, Elven, and human names just by looking at them without actually reading where they're from or what kind of creature it is. Because this game is so good at just like imprinting itself on your head that you just can't keep up something. We're gonna buy all those chains. Are they really that expensive? Holy shit, they brought a lot of ropes. Okay, hold on. I don't need all these. I just need the cheap ones. Yeah, some of these are very expensive. Holy crap, $1,300 rope. It's a scam, if I ever saw one. Them some fancy ropes. See if I can buy Nothing wrong with that, Pablo. Sounds like a good time. Or I think the term that I'm looking for is don't tempt me with a good time. Actually, I don't really need the meat. We got plenty of meat. Buy some cheese. Can't afford any of the cheese. Never mind. All right, so then we'll just buy stuff. Thank you. So, Zir, the weaponsmith, has been taken by a Fey mood. Where are you? Sazir. There you are. Was looking in the wrong place. What's up, Alonzo? Let's see what he do. Let's see what he do. I was gonna make a weapon. He's already carrying gems. He's claimed the magma forge, of course. I didn't actually look at what type of material it was initially. So there's a group called the Accidental Busts that wants to join my fortress. Just on a base value, would you say yes or no to a group that names themselves the Accidental Busts? Personally, I feel that's much better than intentional busting, but at the same time, I have to ask chat for their advice on this one. Who is a member of the Accidental Busts? The Glad Band. Okay, I like the Glad Band. That's a much better name. Anybody here having a meeting? Send a story. You know what? We'll just say sure. If I get a bunch of humans, I'll be sad and I can expel them later. What did we get? 2 humans and a dwarf. Although one of them is a barren consort of Ruthless Boil. Wait, no, hold on. You're not related. Are you? No, you're a member of the flag of... Yeah, you're somebody else. The person that I'm looking for is this one. So yeah, it is just 2 humans. Well, he's got a wife and a lover, so, you know, checks out. And a big beard. He's also 64 years old. He's a member of the Fellowship of Perplexing. That checks out. He's a legendary presser. Okay. He's also friends with Uthra, who is former High Doctor, a member of the Accidental Busts, which is a performance troupe. And she is 55. They're both Macemen. They want to learn things. Didn't think about having a room split with a personal dining hall. You assumed that they had to be walled. Nope, they can be open space. Fun fact, you don't actually need to build a single wall in a fort. There was a One of the old school strats, I don't know if this is old school, but at least for me, I think of it as a strat. One of the strats I used to see people using to find vampires is if you had a vampire in your fortress, and if your fortress was primarily, I don't know, I'm typing in the word vampire, strange mood. If you had a fortress full of dwarves that were, and one of them was a vampire, and you didn't know who the vampire was, and you couldn't figure it out, and they kept eating people, if all of your fort was on one layer, you knocked down all the walls. It won't undesignate rooms. They'll all stay there, and they'll stay the same size. But if you knock down every single wall, then a dwarf will see the vampire eat somebody. Ruthless boil is how you cook veggies? That's like the prelude to mashed potatoes. Pelinartho named his shield. Or scribing magnetite. Cool. So yeah, if you knock down all the walls, then someone will see him turn into a vampire and eat somebody. And you convict him. And you rebuild the walls. Easy peasy. Did Pythos never get convicted? I guess not. Pythos may be about to die. Oh, I know why they didn't get convicted, because they were already... Uh-oh. Islay Smoke has been found dead. What did I do? Reza, did you kill Islay Smoke? Jesus Christ. Some people's children... How old are you? 17? Sorry, Islay. Even though we don't agree on taxes. Jesus Christ. Well, fuck. That... Oh, speaking of death, so was Pythos, but that was legitimate crime fixing. Removal of crime. The captain of the guard punched him to death, I think. Yep. I do not have a dragon. Where'd you think I had a dragon? What? Wait, were you thinking that this was a dragon? This ain't a dragon. This is clearly Yugath's sinful demon. This is a forgotten beast. It is clearly not a dragon. Very obviously, this creature is a huge quadruped composed of amber. It has a long spiral horn and a bloated body. Beware its webs. And it gets angry at the geese and makes webs, and we turn those webs into cloth. It's great. Yes. Money machine? Ironically, I'm pretty sure the bug is still active that you can't actually sell Forgotten Beast silk items. I'm pretty sure that's still an active bug in the game. I could be incorrect, but I haven't tried in a while. But if something is made out of Forgotten Beast silk, you can't actually craft it into an item. Also, let's double check that those dwarves are getting put into tombs. One is. Pythos is. Okay, sweet. Islay's getting a coffin. I really need to deal with Reza. This dwarf. What I'm actually going to do, I think, is just not convict them of any crimes until they're an adult. Just let them stack. And then when they become an adult, just like hit them with everything all at once. We got 117 steel bars. Almost start up the military arming again. They're pretty well armed, though. I don't think that there's even like a difference in value. Oh, there's dwarfs working previously. I was looking at chat, not the dwarf. Pig iron bars, marquee cut, price opals, 2 tower cap logs, forgotten beast leather, and magnetite. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? Okay, so I got 20 tetrahedrite. What was the station? Magma Forge, if that's what you're asking. Okay, so let's queue up steel stuff again. Let's do steel bolts, steel short swords, steel helms, steel greaves, steel gauntlet. Oopsies. And then, of course, the most important, steel minecart. Right, we'll do 80 of everything, or not 80 of everything, 20 of everything except for the minecart, which we're just going to do 10. Also going to grab... Oh, wow, Jezza got out of prison. That's good. Except, I think I never do caps. Chat, should I do hoods or caps? I always do hoods. I'm thinking about doing caps. Sounds like I'm talking about drugs. Haps. I agree. You're a hood guy? Hood? Yay. Even though you thought they were different layers of clothing. Just because they can wear both doesn't mean they're not different layers of... Doesn't mean they're different layers of clothing. Like, yes, they can wear gloves and mittens, but they'll also happily wear gloves or mittens. We're in an ad, but I will finish this. I'm gonna go against you guys. I'm gonna do caps because I literally never do them. This tunic, shoe, sock, trousers. That's what I need. We'll do... Oh, no, I don't need silk and cloth. Okay, then we'll do cloth cap. We'll do 130. I don't want to do both. There's a reason I asked either or, Allie, right? If I wanted to do both, I would have just done both and not asked. I want to do one. Not going to do both. Usually craft a ton of crowns and see who picks one up and wears them. I hope that one day we get to see crowns on the dwarves when they're actually just wearing them. Although I wonder if that's still like a weird issue with code stuff. Probably not. Make your crowns. I should make crowns. Ain't making them out of steel, though. We can do lead crowns. The heavy weight of our forefathers we bear. Lead crown. Lead ring. Lead bracelet. Just do 30 of each of those. It's a flavor thing. They're the same layer of clothing. One can be made out of metal. That's the only difference. Caps can be made out of metal and are technically an armor piece if you want to make them that way, but they can also be made out of cloth. They're both considered hoods. The weaponsmith, Sezir, has created a Tololon Etvukardatan, a menacing pig iron spike. Okay. He claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kib. Scorch planks. Is Kib still alive? Interesting. This dwarf has a passing acquaintance who is a goblin. Was your name originally Kib? No, doesn't look like it. All right. Anyway, regardless, it's a spike, so let's read it. This is a menacing pig iron spike. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with rose-cut praise opals and studded with pig iron and encircled with bands of tower cap. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap and forgotten beast leather. On the item is an image of a dog in magnetite. The dog is screaming. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the dog in Sunbirths in the late winter of 105. That's horrifying. Thank you. It's beautiful. I love it. Sometimes art speaks in pain. Where is your room? I feel like your spike should go right here. So you can look at it whenever you go to bed. Gotta sleep. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, Sims. No. All right, I think it's time for us to go clean out the caverns. So I'm gonna get both of these groups of people hiding up here. Send all my squads down here. Jump up to here. And pull the lever, Dwarf. We'll see how much of a mess we can make. Should still have... Yes, I do. I have a patrol route, which is patrol around this entire cavern. So we'll try and follow the dwarves as they patrol this cavern. I think I will tell the Frosty Bolts to stay at the entrance. And then the rest of the squads go and clear the cavern. Frosty Bolts can go there. We're going to go clear the cavern. See how many creatures are alive down here. Question is who do we follow? Follow Telin. Let's follow Diamond. Diamond Destruct. She is shameless and completely unfazed by the thoughts of others. Killed a giant olm and 7 other things. I feel like I should use patrols more. Patrol routes are extraordinarily useful. If they're properly utilized. The problem is using them. Oh. All right, so it appears that Arco Muffin has found the first batch of creatures. I'm going to tell the dwarves to station right here. I did just see a tower cap blow dart being shot off from one of the blowgunners. The dwarves immediately jump into combat. The wrestler stabs the cave swallow blowgunner in. If I read that in the wrong order, that's gonna sound real dirty. In the upper leg with her steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Also cold. Yeah. Okay, there we go. How's your dwarf? Still alive. I have no idea how she's doing. In case you can't tell, I'm a little bit busy at the moment. I mean, I guess I could pause everything and take the time to look up your dwarf, which I can, but still alive, playing, happy. We are killing the first small group of scragglers that we found. And appear to be running into some more. Seems like Andre, the regular guy, is dealing with the cave swallow people that are on top of giant cave swallows, which is interesting. They're running super fast to the point where I can just hit this button and move one turn at a time. And we can watch this fight happen in real time as they rip apart the cavern dwellers. Such a sad state of affairs, truly. The dwarves head back to their station after fighting with the remaining creatures in the depths from this particular set. That's a lot of blood coming out of that crocodile. But some migrants have arrived. This is a really bad time for migrants. Because I'm kind of busy. Hey chat, does anybody really want a name? If you really want a name, holler. And I'll see what I can do. Put them onto this route to do a lap. Holler. Okay, Dominoc, Midnight Winter. Okay, sure. So people do want names. Okay, where are the migrants coming from? At least it's very easy to spot migrants in this giant white blot of land. Okay, so we've already got 3. Oh boy, here we go. You want one, Cubini? Got it, got it, got it. Of course, this goes for both chats. If you happen to be watching on YouTube too, you can also ask. Mighty Red. Mighty Red is a bookbinder. He sees others as selfish and conniving, lives an orderly life, organized and neat. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he has a sense of duty. He likes a little excitement now and then and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is stubborn. He has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally disregards tradition and sees introspection as important and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. This dwarf has one passing acquaintance who is directly behind him. So that's our first dwarf. The second dwarf here. This is going to be Dominoc. Dr. Special 420 is requesting that you post beers chat room. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He is always tense and jittery, and he is very humble. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he is often cheerful, though he remains put off by the deliberate merrymaking. By deliberate merrymaking? What? Sorry, I read that like backwards and then correctly when I spoke. So that confused the crap out of me. Let me try this again. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He's always tense and jittery, and he is very humble, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He's often cheerful, and he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this, as he values artwork in his creation. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he often feels lustful. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and drums his fingers when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks introspection is valueless, and those that waste time in merrymaking are a waste. He likes bismuth bronze, moss opal, orange wood. Okay, and giant mole tooth. And once again, his only friend is the one right in front of him. Right here, we have this glassmaker named Adil. Adil is, I always want to make an Adil joke, like an Adele joke, like, it's me you're looking for, kind of bullshit, but never actually do it. Midnight Winter, you're a glassmaker. I should make glass. I should actually get that glass industry up and running. Now, the thing I really need to do, and the thing that I'm going to start doing after this migrant wave is done, is I'm going to start digging out the hole in front of my fortress so that I can build lava cannons. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is a friendly individual, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he is a bit stubborn. When changing his mind about things, he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and when he's nervous, he tends to stretch his body. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and sees competition as wasteful and silly. Next up, we have a lady dwarf. This lady dwarf can be... Scroll up. Alligator. Alligator worships Totmon, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She occasionally overindulges and tries to keep her things orderly. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not go out of her way to help others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. She likes andorite, silver, and veracite, and giant peregrine falcon leather in the color lavender. And prefers to consume mead. Hates mosquitoes. I also hate mosquitoes. Relatable. Speaking of relatable, next up here we have GM70. Oh, I rush, Arcmaster. Don't you worry. He pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters, and does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He is easily moved to mercy and is a calm demeanor. He lives a fast-paced life, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He's quick to form negative views about things and is quite polite. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks the pursuit that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and sees merrymaking as a waste and finds romance distasteful, and values loyalty. Just needed to check something. I was curious about something. Kind of wish that you could, like, invade the cave swallow people in the caverns. That would be kind of cool. Speaking of things that we all wish that we could do, that we can't do in the game. Next up is Cat Dodger. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, often nervous and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is quick to anger, and he tends to think before acting. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he could be considered rude. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is slow to trust others, and he is assertive. He has a greedy streak, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and clicks his tongue constantly when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of ruling the world. Huh. I'm just going to plop that note up there so I remember. Will Cat Dodger ever actually rule the world? No, that's a good question. He does have a pet KB, though, so he rules that thing's world. Next up, we have... Moma K plays. I missed an O. Shit. No, I didn't. Moma K plays, aka FlyCod Anvil matches. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making and rarely is jealous, often feels discouraged, lives a fast-paced life, and tends to not reveal personal information, tries to keep his things orderly, and is assertive. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a greedy streak, and he will often touch others when greeting them. Uh-oh. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally respects the development of a skill. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. There's a baby alpaca. Next up here we have Arc Master 5000. Arc Master worships Thep. Previously is a member of the glacial cult. Okay, so I need to look into this glacial cult and maybe make a temple to them. I don't know who they are. I don't know what god they worship. But we're kind of a creepy, weird fortress. Yeah. Also, there's some fighting happening. Uh-oh. Sounds like we found more monsters in the basement. He prefers to be alone, and he is very trusting. He's quick to anger and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has an active imagination and can handle stress, and has a greedy streak. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds friendship burdensome, and is a talented milker and a competent mason. So I think that's it for the migrant wave, but there was some people who still wanted dwarves, so... Cubini. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he does not trust others. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and can sometimes act without deliberation. He could be considered rude and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he enjoys the company of others. He scratches his head when he's greeting others, and he always smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally dislikes competition. Brightchu, you have one. See? You have one. Pop doesn't. Happiest dwarf I saw at a glance. So Pop Leope. Pop Leope. You're married to Iron Pit, and you have 3 children. She has an overbearing personality and doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is often cheerful and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a greedy streak. She can handle stress, and she tends to consider what others think of her. And she doesn't seek out excitement, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Sorry, what? Love me a wet bird. Sometimes I just like scroll like forward and just go, I don't know what you guys are even talking about. What is happening? All right, I would say that I can send them back to training now. Go to this, add everybody, remove all the children, and then this one. And add the children. All right. I'm glad we landed on something that worked for you, Cubini. I could clean up the caverns. It's probably not a terrible idea, actually. Still a few more dwarves to go. But I'm kind of scared that, like, we'd encounter some evil horrors. I gotta say, so just talking statistics for a second here. This is I think the lowest view count I've had on the YouTube stream since I started streaming on YouTube, with the exception of the first day that I streamed on YouTube, but I had no chat that day. So I don't know how to feel about streaming old games or older versions of Dwarf Fortress. I'm going to do it more, and I'm curious to see what the stats look like, but at least right now it's looking like it's certainly a bad thing. Because it's just kind of in general nerfed my stats for at least the YouTube side of things. And it's likely that's the thing that caused it. No, yeah, earlier today I streamed an old version. The first hour and a half or so of gameplay, hour 40 minutes of gameplay, I was streaming 23A, which is Dwarf Fortress from 2006. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add this in. I'm going to make a new burrow, which is just going to be a 3D flood fill of this whole layer. It's really cool to see more of the basics of what the game has started as, though. No, I agree. I just think it's something that, it's something that people have asked me to do for a while, right? Same with adventure mode, right? And so this is kind of like, test runs. And if the stats are bad when I do stuff like that, it's less likely that I'll do it frequently. That's all it really means. So there's this dude down here. But I'm making this burrow currently off. I guess I will periodically add everybody to it and get them out here to clean stuff up. You see, that's not the point, though, Pablo. It means people didn't tune in the first place. It's one thing if people tune in and then tune out. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about people didn't tune in the first place, right? So that's kind of, you're missing my point, I suppose. My point isn't that people tuned in and then they tuned out because it was boring. My point is they didn't tune in. That's the issue. Right? And this is like the issue that a lot of channels have with streaming games that aren't their main thing, regardless of what it is. If people don't tune in the first place, then all you do is get damaged by the fact that people didn't tune in the first place. You genuinely thought you were watching a VOD for a second? Nope, this isn't a VOD. I won't ever stream VODs, don't worry. Not unless I'm doing a crazy subathon, in which case there will be a big sign on the screen saying what's going on. What was that creature then? Did he move? You don't know how streaming works. Cool. Got it. Yeah, no, it's very much a, if people don't tune in the first place, then that drags the stream down for the rest of the day. Because you don't get your normal audience right at the beginning. And like kind of what you're banking on with streaming is you want people to tune in and then leave it up, right? So it's like you want people to tune in and then go take a nap, basically. But yeah, no, I mean, right now, The YouTube stream has an average of 25 viewers. The average like view count that I have on the YouTube streams is about 50 to 70. And my Twitch stream has 172, which is on the low end, but pretty average. So it's just something that I have to note mentally if I'm going to stream older versions of Dwarf Fortress that, well, I just will assume now that less people will tune in. Tune in to go to work and then listen while they're at work. Yeah, too, exactly. I mean, engagement and engagement length is unfortunately a very important metric. And then YouTube recommends it less and less people watch and then blah, 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 and rinse, repeat. Also that too, yeah. A lot of people are watching Video Game Awards. Which is starting like right now, I think. Although, show of hands, who actually gives a shit about Video Game Awards here? I don't think it's many of you. Because like, I kind of jokingly asked earlier if people wanted me to stream the Video Game Awards, and the response was a pretty resounding nope. So, that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, that's also worth noting. But you also need to keep in mind, yeah, sure, the Video Game Awards is starting like right now, and people are going to be watching the Video Game Awards. But that shouldn't really account for my stats at 10 o'clock in the morning today, right? City Skylines is on the list. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I am gonna pop it up and squint at it occasionally. But, yeah. It's more of a morbid curiosity, less of an actual thing that I care about. $90 minutes of commercials for games coming out in 3 years. Yeah. I sometimes do. It depends on the games. All right, so we have to make a temple for something of waving. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just turn this off. I'm just going to disable this. I'm going to let the dwarves out into the caverns to go gather as much of whatever the hell they want. And I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to go to standing orders, and I'm going to say... Do not collect webs for all in the name of all that is Dwarfy. And they should go out. Also gonna cancel all these. Of course, actually, I'm kind of worried my stream's gonna go down. Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, I can tell you right now, 5 people that... actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 people that I follow out of 31 live are currently streaming the Game Awards. Let's see what GM70 is going for. I don't think you speak for all gamers, which is the sad part, right? I mean, if you want to know what all gamers want and what the majority of like mainstream gamers look like and act like, go look at the comments section for the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer and go look at the comments section for any new FIFA and search by highest rated. Or actually, not FIFA, sorry. EA Football. Yeah, I think he's getting paid to do it, isn't he? He's not usually up at this time. Yeah, Drongo's getting paid to do it. I could have gotten paid to do it. They offered me quite a bit of money to do it. Yeah. Immediate cut to ad. I'm getting paid to do this. Their stream crashed? Really? Oh, that's funny. It seems like it's still up on my screen, but whatever. I guess there's when it comes to people who play video games, there are people who play games sometimes, right? Most of those people are like pretty primarily on phones, right? There are people. Also, can somebody please help out Salty Tempest so that they don't have to see ads? Somebody please do that. Don't make me do it. There's people who mostly just play games on phones, right? Then there's people who like play 1 or 2 games and they buy they're usually AAA games and they buy 1 or 2 games a year, maybe 3. Those are like, you know, your FIFAs, your sports games, your Call of Duties, your Battlefields, although not so much these days, lol. You know, like the people who play everything that Blizzard does that like are very mono game, but mainstream mono game, right? Like they play maybe 1 or 2 games, maybe 3 games. Like the people who just play like The Division, right? Or like just Assassin's Creed, like those people. And that's like the vast majority of people who play games. Are the people who just occasionally play games very casually, or B, people who have a couple very specific franchises that they follow, and that's about it, right? But those people can be from all the way to extremely casual, all the way up to the most hardcore. Thank you very much, Devilish Potato. Because like somebody who just plays League of Legends or just plays World of Warcraft or just plays StarCraft would also technically fit into that boat. Yeah, exactly, Manic Eraser. You're kind of on the same point as me, or in the same mindset as me. So that's like the vast majority of people who play games. We are a micro niche within a niche within a niche within a niche. the people who are watching this. So it makes sense that like the people who would watch my stream maybe are tabbed over and passively watching, but largely don't give a shit. Like, I'm interested. I'm kind of curious as to what wins Game of the Year, and if it's not Baldur's Gate, I'm gonna grab my pen and poke somebody in the shin. But like that's about where my brain ends there. Like it's not actually a big deal to me. Honestly, there's a point where like the term gamer is irrelevant and out of date and pointless because people just play games. Are you talking about the Steam Awards? Because that's a different thing, Naraganas. No, the Game Awards, the only people who, aside from I think the 1 or 2 fan categories, I think that's just like entirely people who either used to or at some point have written about games professionally. Like it's games writers and reporters mostly. Yeah, Steam Awards and Game Awards are 2 different things. The Game Awards is where Jeff Keighley stands on stage and goes, "We were pleased to announce," and then world premiere fills up the entire screen, and then they go blah 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 for a minute about games. This small. Okay, so one thing I really like about caps, because I almost never use caps, I always use hoods. I love the fact that you can still see their hair under the caps. You can't see their hair under hoods. So like I can see this dwarf's top knot through the cap. I can still see like her little afro, Cog's little afro. That's wonderful. Like that's fantastic. Anybody with real big hair got a cap on yet? Also, so this dwarf's face, it's kind of hard to see it because it's very small. You know, like, this is going to be very bright, so if you are sensitive to bright lights, because I've got paint open, squint or, like, look away. You've been warned. This dwarf's face reminds me of, like, the... that's that last bit there. Meme face. What it looks like. It's like the... You know what I mean? Okay, I got the bottom bit bad, but, like... I can't draw straight lines with a mouse. Also, this is a snipping tool. It's like that. Maybe more like... Nope. I don't know. Anyway, like, this dwarf's eyes are just so bizarre looking to me. Alright, white screen's gone away. Not that one. It's Looks shifty as fuck. It's just funny looking. I love those eyes. One of my favorite sets of eyes. So I need to build a temple to this religion, but we're also cleaning out the caverns. So I should probably build that temple while we're cleaning out the caverns. I'm thinking I put the temple directly beneath this. I have to make it slightly smaller because that's right there. Because this right here is a deity to no or a temple to no particular deity. So if you take the stairs down one layer, let's actually do it this way. It'll lead you into here, and then you can worship at the sect of waving. I like to imagine that they have 3 penguin gods that were once in a zoo. I just say smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Yeah, that face. Hobo got it. That's what it looks like to me. I really, really hope that when we finally get the like the face pixel arts in, that it just looks like that. But anyway, I guess to finish my thought, with the point being made about the Game Awards, I will keep that in mind. But I got, holy shit, they're on a level 37 hype train. They have hype trains turned on in the Game Awards? What in the hell? I would like a 37% hype train. Anyway, I will keep that in mind, but it's still not the greatest statistic for today. So we'll do at least 1 or 2 more streams of that version, and we'll see if it continues that way. But if stats continue to not be brilliant, it is less likely that I will do streams of older versions of Dwarf Fort. Like, I expect them to be lower, but they've been significantly lower today. Sometimes I think I'm too honest about stats, and it, like, scares people away. All right, what do I have for blocks? Gabbro, microcline. That's what, 24? Let's do red. Do some more goblin cap. Goblin cap. Goblin cap. Let's just do the rest of this in goblin cap. Goblin cap! As long as it's a goblin cap and not a goblin cap gun, we're good. Speaking of cap guns, someone was firing a cap gun behind my apartment the other night. It's the weirdest sound ever. I was like, what the hell is that sound? I've like never heard that before. And then like my brain finally clued into what it was, and I was like, wow, I cannot remember the last time I heard a cap gun. It's like that high-pitched crack. I was like, that is the weirdest like firecracker I've ever heard. As someone that's fed content, having no idea why. I gotta be honest, like, the content industry these days is quite literally the equivalent of, I'm gonna open up this platform and try and get some entertainment, and then the platform just reaches out and just shoves stuff in your face like, you're going to watch this if you like it or not! Especially if you use platforms like TikTok or Instagram. It's like, oh, you looked at a picture of a puppy dog once? Oh, you looked at a picture of a lady in a cosplay once? Well, I guess we're gonna send you all of these horny pictures for the rest of your existence. I don't think that early access should disappear. I think that early access is useful. I think that big money guys need to get their hands out of games. Because, like, you know, I mentioned Grand Theft Auto earlier, specifically in the, like, context of, like, a certain type of person plays basically just Grand Theft Auto. The way Rockstar works is they make a very, 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 very well-polished game and underpay their workers and, like, are a horrible place to work. And they do that very infrequently. They will release an extraordinarily overpolished game once every 6 years, right? And there's quite a few studios that do that. But turns out the way to more consistently make money with less effort, cheaper, is to simply fart out content as quickly as possible. And if people don't buy it, hope they forget it and sell the next thing. That sucks. But that's capitalism. So it's literally just like the reason, like when you say that early access could just disappear, it's ruined main games that had good main games that many games, I think is what I'm assuming you're trying to say, that had good potential. I think that the term early access has been stretched too far. A lot of the games that people call early access are like, oh, this is unfinished. No, the actual fault isn't early access being a thing that exists. Early access is great because without early access, realistically, I don't like the game that much, but RimWorld wouldn't exist. You know? And there's Bethesda that releases a game every 6 years. Bethesda's weird. That's all I can say about Bethesda. Like, we never would have had RimWorld. There's, like, if I just start looking at my games library, the number of games, like, Caves of Cud probably wouldn't exist. At least not in the state that it is right now. I mean... Path of Acra probably wouldn't exist in the state that it is now. Songs of Six probably wouldn't exist, or not in the state that it is now. It would be called a finished game with a lot less content in it. I think that early access is a very useful tool for specific types of games. The issue that I have is more shareholders telling big studios that they have to release games now because profit is mandatory. Failure is not an option. Yeah, well, you mean the original Kerbal Space Program, not the current Kerbal Space Program. I just want to clarify that, I think. Satisfactory Factorio. Yeah, but the problem is when it becomes an insult for one thing, it becomes an insult for everybody, right? Did this dwarf improve their personality after wearing all the clothing? This dwarf sees that those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive due to wearing old clothing. Oh, interesting. SP2 needs about 5 years to cook. Hopefully it gets 5 years. I started to respond to YouTube videos? What do you mean? What do you mean, Sir Hick? Question in the YouTube chat. Baldur's Gate Act 1 was in early access for a while. Oh, I mean, Baldur's Gate is the... Baldur's Gate 3... Sorry, it's hard to say Baldur's Gate Act 1. Baldur's Gate 3 is a hysterical entrant for me in the Game Awards just because that's going on. Purely because it's a... holy shit, they got 3,000 subs in that hype train? That's nutty. Sorry, tab back over to the Game Awards. How do I word this? Baldur's Gate should win Indie Game of the Year. I maintain that, because that is an indie game. Competent game developers are very rare these days. I don't know if I agree with that statement. Competent game developers are plentiful. Companies that manage competent game developers are very rare these days. There's thousands of extraordinarily talented artists and designers and programmers that work on games every day. The issue is that are building games that you love and also love to hate. The issue is the business of video games makes it very difficult to competently make games. And it's always been that way. The difference is a AAA game from 20 years ago took 20 people to make, right? It required 20 people to make a AAA game 20 years ago. Grand Theft Auto 3 was made by like largely like 15 people, and then the team expanded to about 30 closer to release. Like Morrowind was made by a team of like 50. AAA games were made by much smaller teams 20 years ago. What's happened is the requirements for art, design, mechanics, length, long-term development and added content, DLC, skins, pre-order content, marketing, vertical slices, demos, preview coverage, betas, the requirements for games to release, the amount of assets they need, the amount of music, the amount of realism, the amount of... This is why I say, like, added realism and detail doesn't make games better, it makes games worse. And this isn't an unpopular opinion. Because the bigger and more complicated game... Like, friggin' Icewind Dale was made by such a small team. Like, the original Planescape Torment was made by a very small team, right? Exactly, Zero Sievert's another one. But again, that's a small team. So, indie games... Especially indie games that we think of as competent developers, people like Supergiant Games, people who have like a really, really, really good track record of constantly nailing great products, are that style of game. Right? Exactly. Stardew Valley, but Stardew Valley is also a very unique case. But like, you could also point at like Terraria, right? You could point at Minecraft to a degree, at least initially. You could point at Dwarf Fortress. I know this game has, you can critique Dwarf Fortress to hell and back, and I get it. But like, you could even look at something like, you know, Factorio or Satisfactory. You know, like when you look at games that we think of as indie games, especially good indie games, you know, games like Dot Age even, you know, games like Hotline Miami or, I don't know, I'm just scrolling through my library now at this point. Astroneer, very small team. You know, when we think about indie games now, those games are at the same scale of development as Into the Breach is basically a perfect game. I just need to say that out loud. The scale of development of what we think of as indie games now does not like those were AAA games 20 years ago. In fact, bigger than AAA games in a lot of cases, right? Like friggin' Castle Crashers would have been considered like a big game in like 2001, right? Like a large game. So like I'm still scrolling down the like games that I own and just like shouting out random things. So in a world where like Dusk, you know, this game was made by like 2 people. Mostly, Dusk, right? If this came out in 1995, this would have been like the biggest game in the world, right? I mean, obviously Dusk is a very large game, but like at the same time, this would have been one of the biggest games. This would have been Doom. This could have been Quake had this game come out. So in a world where the scale of game development has changed so much, and especially in the last... even since like 2016, like in the last 8 to 10 years, the size of games has doubled, if not quadrupled or sextupled. Like just look at an Assassin's Creed game and look at how many, like try and watch all of the credits for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. They're like 45 minutes long. There's thousands of people that worked on that game. Now, to come back to my point, there's a lot of people working on those games. And a lot of people are very talented individually. The bigger teams get, the more opportunity there is for mismanagement, the more opportunity there is from pressures from above who have absolutely no idea what the studio is actually good at, what people are needed for, what people are useful for, what people are needed to do on a game. The bigger the studio gets and the more money they're making, the easier it is for the money guys at the top to be like, all right, well, we don't need this entire studio because we don't need this entire quarter of this studio because their job's done on this game. Little do they know that they have the built-in knowledge of the past like 5 years working on that game and would do a much better job working on the next game than hiring a bunch of students, right? And because we have absolutely no work protections, there's absolutely no, like, the amount of workers' rights that game developers have is minuscule. So yeah, CDPR is a great example. So like, what's happening is we have these ginormous teams that are extraordinarily top-heavy with gigantic fucking workloads. Like, if you actually like read interviews with people who work on like Assassin's Creed games, Baldur's Gate 3 is an extraordinarily unique case. That's all I have to say about Baldur's Gate 3. When you talk to people who work on Assassin's Creed, There are interviews from like studios in like Ubisoft studio in the Philippines where they're like, yeah, we're given an eighth of the map and we have 5 years to make it. So there's a studio of 500 people building a eighth of a map and they don't even know what game they're working on. And then the 2 Montreal studios are working on like mechanics and leveling, story and quests, and they have a writing house somewhere else. They have an art studio, multiple art studios in Asia just pumping out assets. They have like level designers in a different studio in like the US somewhere. They have like 2 studios in in Europe, 1 in France, and they're all working on different things. All you need is one asshole at the top to fuck up the management slightly and the game comes out bad. Not even. So the situation with, it's not, game developers aren't providing what people want. People want graphical fidelity because they just spent $5,000 on a brand new graphics card. Not everybody does that, I know that. But they just bought a new PlayStation. They want graphical fidelity to the max. So you need to have studios that size because that's how many people you need to competently build games of that size. Oh. Anyway, I completely forgot what I was doing in this game because I've been rambling about this for the last how long? Oh, I'm reading YouTube chat a little bit more, yeah. I've been reading YouTube chat a little bit more. The reason I didn't read YouTube chat at all previously was because it's just a lot of work to read 2 chat rooms at once. And I'm still legally blind, so it's actually really difficult for me to follow both chats. So I'm trying. We'll see. What was I doing? This, right. Making a temple. I can just search for construct. I mean, just go look at Bobby Kotick. Go look at Bobby Kotick's Wikipedia page and tell me what that dude knows about video games. Aside from that, they make money. Go listen to some interviews with Bobby Kotick and tell me with a straight face, without cracking up, that dude knows what a video game is. Dude has, like, worked in games longer than I've really known what games are. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't actually know what people do in Call of Duty. Aside from spend money. So, let's get this temple constructed. Anyway, sorry for the rant. That's just, it was just bubbling up for a while. Temple. So I need to build a temple to the Sect of Waving. Okay. The Doctrine of Newts? They worship thraldom, jewels, and minerals. Okay. Sect of Waving is the deity of rivers. That checks out. The glacial cult, like fish and lakes. Come on. Why has it got to be 2 things that are illegal? Hospitality, generosity, charity, and sacrifice. The Doctrine of Clearing. They seem like a good bunch. All right, the Sect of Waving. He mentioned that in the context of Twitter and how 200 people pretty much did everything and 10,000 was hired and there was hardly any changes or improvements in the code function of the site. Jonathan Blow said the bigger software developer teams get, the effective productivity for each person is approaching 0. Jonathan Blow has a lot of weird takes. Sometimes I agree with him and sometimes I don't. I haven't seen the exact context of this one. He's certainly said some things before that make me go, hold the fuck, what? But, yeah. Let's check my bars. And I wanted to start building my lava cannons today. I certainly didn't get to that today. Let's do silver statues. 10 silver statues. The Cathedral of Swimming. That checks out, because the sect of waving is the god of rivers. Can't remember the quote, but it's something. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure the quote that you're digging for, so. I think I should not allow visitors into this one. Get that done. I still don't like the way YouTube chat moves, though. Come on. I'm kind of impressed Twitch hasn't gone offline yet, actually. It's 350,000 people watching a single stream is like kind of nutty. Like, I haven't even been booted out of my chat yet. I certainly could not put a swimming pool here. If I put a swimming pool here, it would just kill all the dwarves. But actually what I could do is I could remove some of the center of this, and we could just have some ice in the center. It could maybe be neat. Also, I need to jump back down here, grab this. You. And no, not the cat. Okay, so how's the cleanup of the caverns going? Still tons of bodies everywhere. Probably get the dwarves back up in here soon, so I will turn this back on. In the dark with headphones on. Should try some more of that game. It's pretty good. But yeah, I won't be doing any swimming pools in this fort because that will very much just kill my dwarves. And I don't particularly want to kill my dwarves, believe it or not. Okay, as many dwarves as I have killed today, I don't actually want to kill them. I'd much prefer if they stay very much alive. What's up, Badram? How's things? Fight God's become a peasant, meaning I'm assuming I can remove you from this. Yes. All right, so let's start digging the area for lava cannons. Right as an ad hits. God damn it. I will queue this up while it begins, but I'm not gonna actually start it or unpause it. I said God damn it because ads just hit for clarity. Or blind hums the entire soundtrack. Maybe I'll use that as a charity incentive in the future or something. I once did a dramatic reading of Rollin' by Limp Bizkit. Same vein. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I outweigh the importance of the Game Awards. I will say one thing about Jeff Keighley. As somebody who's met him, he's a nice guy. Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. Hello. Yeah, I don't even have it up. I mean, I have the stream up, but I'm tabbing in and out occasionally. I'm mostly just impressed by the 3,000 sub hype train. All right, ads are done. That is a packed venue. Yep. Generally is. So they can't actually start digging that just yet because it's not technically in the burrow. But this is where we are going to build the, basically the open space for me to fire minecarts at things. Actually, maybe I'm going to widen this just a little bit. I'm going to dig this down like 4 or 5 Z levels. And then I will start building the towers to fire minecarts. The towers will have to go like right here. The actual entryway to the fort is going to end up being down here. E3, what's that? Sounds like an old dead out-of-date conference that nobody cares about anymore. Good riddance. Okay. So, let's jump down to the lower level, down here. Wait until dwarves all run back inside. Send the dwarves back inside. Let the soldiers go eat food. Early weekend, yay! Any plans for the weekend, Rolf? I have some bike things I need to go buy. I need to go buy a front light, a back light, a pump, bike locks, key, such things. You know, I almost called it. I was almost like, you know, now that I've told the dwarves to leave the caverns, we're going to get attacked. The Forgotten Beast, Rivaya, has come. A huge feathered leech. Can I get a vial Forts of Darkness? As a knobby shell and a gaunt appearance, its lemon feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poison gas. Uh-oh. And it's immediately caught out by a bunch of critters. We'll have an idea of how strong it is. It's fighting with the creatures and seems to be doing a decent job of killing it. Yep. 140 Z level pump stack is tedious. You should try building one through an aquifer. Although maybe you are. I don't know, actually. It's more just slow. It's not as bad as it used to be. I think it used to be a lot worse. All right. We're sending the Marksdorfs down. I should just kind of keep this Marksdorf area going around the corners. Paracat blow darts, that's a mistake. Comes the cat running back in. So Forgotten Beast here has killed 12 things already. And I think that this creature is trapped back here. Tree. Yep. Wait, yeah, it is in fact trapped. Do not ask me, Red Tree, about how advanced world gen stuff works, because I have no idea. Okay, so what I guess I'm gonna do. Well, I could just leave it there and laugh. That is an option. I could stare at it. Unless I'm missing. I don't think I can get out. Aranamu, thank you very much.
Almost done. One more LVL to master.
You got this. Oh, no, there is a way out. No, never mind. There's a tree in the way. I keep on, like, thinking I've spotted a way out for it. Huh. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this off. And then think to myself, wait, can dwarves even get to that? Because they might not be able to. There's so many. I'm just realizing how many trees are actually here. We're just waiting for the dwarves to eat and drink. As the dwarves continue to run back out here. If Ulon wants to stay here for the purpose of soldiering, sure, why not? So I have a Forgotten Beast who's stuck, is what's going on. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that resub? When there's a resub, you have a job, and that's post beers. It's a pretty simple job. Ain't much, but it's honest work. So, oh, I see. They're all digging channels. Right. Okay. I'm going to close this bridge. Once all these dwarves are back inside. And then we'll dig this afterwards. Goblin dude is leaving. So I've got this Forgotten Beast that needs unlifing. Okay, so now I can turn this off. And I'll come do this. Yeah, he's that android kid's pretty cool. It's nice to support smaller channels that play dwarfs. Not enough of them. Uh-oh. Another round of crimes happening. Interrogating some people. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I really wish that I could get the bot to post beers in the YouTube chat too. It makes me sad that I can't. I don't even think the bot that I use is compatible with the YouTube chat. I would have to just set up a MooBot, and frankly, I just don't care to. Jam Jalopy, the chief medical dwarf, has been possessed. Oh, crap. There is a way up there. I'm giving them a more direct route. Oh, shit. Never mind. It's already through. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go along here. I need to erase all of this. Except for this. That can get finished. And I need to turn this on. All the dwarves up there. Where's this angry snack? There it is. Fortunately, it's a very slow angry snack. Oh yeah, absolutely. Bomb. 1 penny per emote and you'll do it? I mean, I could just time you out and then you won't ever get to do it. Yeah. See how you like that? Uh-oh. Arkamuffin. Arkamuffin decides to be a hero. Arkamuffin challenges the creature. Is an adequate swords dwarf. He's dueling with the monster. He's getting some hits in. Slashing the Forgotten Beast, tearing the skin. It appears that Andre, a regular guy, the talented swords dwarf, also sees what's going on and witnesses Arkamuffin get obliterated into tiny pieces in front of him. The creature killed Arkamuffin by grabbing him by the tail and shaking him around, and his spine collapsed and his skull collapsed. Or her spine collapsed and skull collapsed. Then Andre, the regular guy, gets on top of it, and leather goes flying, and the creature is dead. We had faith in you, Arco. Rest in peace, dwarf. The creature is dead. Long live the dwarves. Check this. Not quite high enough value just yet. Such a shame. I like how they're coming to get the body out of the thing. If only the other dwarf had gotten there sooner to assist. Could have saved him. Okay, so Arkamuffin may need a tomb. They also may just not know that he's dead yet. Yeah, no, they do. Alright, we just need to get that dwarf's body out of there. Just makes it look intimidating as hell. I have like 7 hours worth of tutorials on my YouTube channel, including a full Let's Play, which walks you through the basics. It's not as bad as it looks. It's one of those games where once you kind of have your hands on it, it's a lot less ridiculously complex. But yeah, it can look intimidating, that's true. Are we expanding into the cavern? I've kind of been expanding into the caverns for a while. But no, we just got attacked by a forgotten beast, and it was trapped behind some trees. So we went back and we were trying to free it to kill it, and I ended up freeing it quicker than I expected, and it got to one of my less talented battle dwarves before we really knew what got to them. Also, yeah, that is true. Devilish. We're also kind of in, I'm not gonna say that this is end game, but this is like pretty high mid game. What's my total hour count? On this version? Or on the game as a whole? Because on this version, like... 1,442 hours. On as a whole, I would estimate around 10,000, maybe more. Jam Jalopy, the chief medical dwarf, has created Stigil Ethbish Pigtail Toga and offers it to the Frosty Beards. It's a Pigtail Toga. It's worth 20,000. Wow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut pink jades and decorated with dog leather and encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from pigtail cloth, and its object is adorned with hanging rings of steel and yellow zircon. It menaces with spikes of giant cave-toed bone. On the item is an image of a broad cross in tower cap. On the item is an image of a wave in tower cap. Of a wave. Speaking of waves. Sweet. The value of this is high enough now. The Holy Fin. All right, chat, I have a question. Who gets the role of Holy Fin? Arcmaster? Mighty Rhett? Recognize? Aeronamu? Dominac? Or GM? What's my body count? No idea. Yes, I can. Definitely don't ask me what my total block count is. Also, Pablo, that is a pretty tree. And by tree, I mean collection of houseplants. I have similar collections of houseplants. They are pretty. I'm glad they survived moving. Me, but I'm biased. That's okay. You're allowed to vote for yourself. This isn't a democracy. All right, we're going with recognized because there isn't much competition. You're now the Holy Fin. Congratulations, new respected royal, well, not royal, noble in the fortress, the leader of the Cathedral of Swimming of the sect of Waving, the god, the god of rivers and fish. Where are you going there, Dwarf? Okay, well, I'll wait for you to come back. It's fine. Sorry. Yawn. I wasn't expecting it. I mean, oops, accidentally 8.5 hour stream. So many bones. Also, that toga is going to go over here. Oh, come on. Rock pedestal. How are we doing on steel bars? 143. I feel like that should be higher, but... We do need drink, so let's brew 500. But yeah, this is one of those games where if you kind of jump into it mid-game and you just kind of look at what somebody's doing, it is extraordinarily intimidating. Because you start from 7 dwarves with nothing, right? It's kind of like playing Minecraft. If you just tune into somebody who's streaming Minecraft and they have like 170-hour-long base with a friggin' automation system built out of redstone, it's gonna look kind of intimidating, regardless of how intimidating it actually is. So while yeah, this game can be pretty intimidating, at the same time, I think that it looks a lot worse than it is to people a lot of the time. Because realistically, this game is very obtuse. And if you don't know what you're looking at, it can be extraordinarily daunting. But it's a really fun game once you get into it, especially if you're even remotely used to playing what I would describe as more complicated games. All right, so let's just set up a real quick repeating job. Melt magnetite ore. If iron bars is less than 50, smelt 90 magnetite. We'll do it that way. So I've got a couple magnetite, and that's not even half of it. I do not particularly enjoy RimWorld. I've played a great deal of it, though. I would chalk my dislike of RimWorld up to just the number of hours I played it for. I played it throughout the various alphas. I started before it was on Steam. I bought the game before it was on, or I can't actually remember if I bought it or if it was gifted to me. I bought it before it came out on Steam. I had a copy of it before it came out on Steam. And it developed in a direction that I didn't like. I'm not going to elaborate too much on that because it's such a well-wrought subject on this stream, but long story short, it was a combination of me burning myself out on it and just not liking the direction that the development was going. I mean, you know, it's kind of funny that you're talking about there's a satanic ritual going on, and meanwhile, I glance over at the Game Awards and I go, oh yeah, I like this band. Very good. I can't remember the name of them off the top of my head, but I've seen videos of them performing before. They're great. I don't have RimWorld beef. I burnt out on it extraordinarily badly, and my audience won't let it go. They just really want to build a snowman. It's on mute. They're a fantastic band, though. Very, like, chanty kind of rhythmic music. Really, 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 really good stuff. Also, if you're going to exclaim things about the Game Awards randomly, at least do us all a favor of, like, waiting until it's something that actually matters and not a random performance. Probably got gifted by Caveman Doc 10 seconds ago. Thanks, Caveman. Mostly because it then forces me to check. It's just like unnecessarily distracting. How's the fork going? Pretty chilly. Chat room, can I get a couple beers in chat? See, that's what you should be paying attention to, Pablo, is reminding yourself to post beers. That's what you should be doing. Just saying. ASCII, you had a problem that you were either clicking at everything or I moved or I was ignoring stuff that I had no knowledge about? You know, I don't think ASCII's the problem there. I think just lack of practice and experience is the problem there. ASCII is a graphical style. ASCII doesn't make it impossible to play a video game. ASCII just simply increases the time in order to learn the game because it requires more memorization. Which doesn't mean that ASCII's at fault. It just simply means that you weren't willing to put the time in, which is fair. This game's never been difficult. It's just always had a lot of very steep barriers to entry. Very few people are willing to put in the time to get past those barriers to entry, which is fair. The militia captain has bestowed the name Ervil Coral Kithinashist upon a steel short sword. Cool. Cheers, Commodore Khan. Thanks for stopping by streams and saying hi. What? Graphical interface? When you say graphical interface, it sounds like a mythical creature. Got a case of the graphical interface. So I want to try something. I'm going to scroll down to here to test it. Maybe not here. Let's go down a little further. Yeah, let's go down here. That's fine. Nope. Can't do it right here. Let's go over here then. And hopefully I don't hit a cavern. That would be awkward. Graphical interface of menus is less intuitive. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. There was nothing unintuitive about the old graphical interface. It was just simply a list of hotkeys. It's just not normal. It's not what people are used to, right? If you are used to a system working a specific way, learning another game that operates within that system is way easier, right? If you're not used to the way a certain system works, learning a game that operates within that, or if you're not used to if you're used to a game that works in a completely different system, learning a game that operates within that system is completely different and thus way more difficult by default, regardless of how complex the thing actually is. The old UI wasn't necessarily bad. It was just so abnormal that learning it is the biggest challenge. But if you'd played with it for a while, it started to make so much sense that to this day, there are still people that review this game on Steam and say, bring the old UI back. So, you know, it's all just a matter of like what you're used to. Let's see if I can make a minecart roll in the way I'm hoping I can. Also, in an ad break. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no. Okay. Well, I guess my point is made. But yeah, the barrier to entry, the thing that the Steam version did is it lowered the barrier to entry for a lot of people. Hard time opening the wrong menu or hard time not opening the wrong menu? That almost reads like you forgot a word, Pablo. Just trying to clarify what you mean. Here's the thing. Olexane, I'm assuming you're not in ads, because you're still responding to me. I got this game early, right? I got access to this version of the game about 4 days before everybody else to make tutorials. And I hated this UI for the first, like, 6 to 10 hours. It was like pulling teeth. Now I think it's about the equivalent. It's just a matter of getting used to the new way of doing things. If you are getting full screen advertisements that are muting me, which happen every 30 minutes, certain regions and places in the world don't get any. So it highly depends on where you are. Just curious if I can make a minecart go this direction, this way. That's all. Goblins don't know that we're here now. Nothing has attacked us. We've only been fighting with cavern creatures. We are very far south compared to everything else. We are all the way down here. The nearest stuff are humans and then that tower. The last few forts I've done have been fighting a lot, and this is talking to YouTube chat. The last few forts I've done have been doing a lot of fighting with other factions. I wanted to change it up a bit. So we're fighting more against the caverns. That's all. If you don't like that, that's fine. It's not my problem. But I've intentionally settled somewhere that's very, very, very far south of the whole faction. I can kind of do my own thing. I need a wooden minecart. Wow, I got so many steel minecarts. Okay, let's just bring an iron minecart. Nope, nope. Yeah, no, in like poorly worded messages in a chat room can definitely lead to a lot of confusion. That is true. You know what I don't understand about the Game Awards and will never understand about the Game Awards? Are people who hate the Game Awards and then proceed to watch the Game Awards and talk about how bad the Game Awards is. If you don't like the Game Awards, don't watch the fucking Game Awards. Right. Sorry. I had to say that aloud. I just keep seeing people like on social media and shit right now just like complaining about how bad it is. It's like, well, why are you watching it? Like, just go do something else with your day. Great show so far. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'll watch them afterwards. This is your first one. I'm sorry for your loss. I mean, sounds like you've spent your time way wiser than most of us. Now let's get this done. Place track vehicle. Okay. Let me double check down here. I did in fact seal that off. Dwarf's almost there. It is kind of a heavy minecart though. No, I agree. Like it is. I understand why the event exists. But I understand why the event exists, and I also understand the market that it's aimed at and the purpose of the event. I think a lot of people go into it actually expecting, like, legitimate award shows. Which, I'm sorry if that's why you go into the Game Awards, but you're never going to have a good time if that's your end goal. Or if that's what you're hoping for. Responding to a YouTube comment. All right. Now that I've got this minecart here, we're gonna grab this. Set it to be kicked. And let's see. I'm curious if it's just gonna hit the wall or if it's gonna turn. You honestly forget about the awards? Oh, yeah. All right, sweet. Well, that's how we're going to do this. Now, the next question is, can I lava bucket this? Which is going to sound like nonsense to most of you, and that's fine. But here, let me show you what a lava bucket is. Actually, the thing I got to do next is I got to adjust this to prep it for the bucket. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bottom of this, and I'm going to dig this out. Bit. Did somebody just get slammed by a minecart, or am I crazy? Uh-oh. Okay, nobody got any injured, but a dog did get hit by a minecart. I thought I told you nitwits to not fire that off again. Remove the goddamn minecart from that route, you imbeciles. Gosh. Nobody got crushed bones. It's fine. The dog did get a little stunned, though. I think all my dwarves dodged out of the way. This is a tiny little test chamber. That's all that this is. Rockstar 6 was supposed to be announced 2 days ago, originally. I want to say it was Tuesday that it was supposed to be announced. Yeah, 2 days ago. So it was originally supposed to be announced on Tuesday, but somebody leaked it on Sunday. No, somebody leaked it on Monday, so they just released the trailer on Monday. Which is honestly the right thing to do. No, the Game Award, the trailer, the Rockstar trailer was supposed to be shown at the Game Awards, but it wasn't supposed to be announced at the Game Awards. That's why. And because they did the right thing, so instead of just like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Instead of, you know, giving the leakers credit, really, they just, and letting them get the views, they did the correct thing, which is just kind of ignoring the fact that it got leaked and just releasing it. All right, this is going to be called Lava Bucket. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a minecart route right here. And I'm going to remove all of this. We're going to put a iron minecart here. Sure, that one's fine. It doesn't need anything in it. It doesn't need to load anything. It just needs to sit right there. I'm also going to build a set of walls right here. We can make those out of goblin cap. That's fine. We're failing to make iron again. What do we need? Only flux. Am I somehow out of flux again? No. This is all flux. All right, kids. You guys go down here and you guys haul those up. Swear, we're not out of flux. It's literally all flux. All right, well, anyway, let's go back down to here. Let's wait for a minecart to end up there. Nope. Wood walls don't burn when built. Besides, there's nothing that could burn them anyways. It's not like I'm removing lava from the walls. The only thing I really need to stop the lava from touching is this coal, not coke, coal, which it shouldn't get sprayed by lava in this. I mean, it might, which would actually be kind of funny. To accompany Minecraft gameplay. Hell yeah, dude. What you doing in Minecraft, if I can ask? Okay, so this is sitting here. This child wants to die. All right, well, I don't want that child to die. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this. We're going to say, please, for the love of dwarfs, don't stand there. You've got to go anywhere. Go around. But, you know, dwarves are dwarves, so if they evaporate themselves, that's their own fault. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to be kicked. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. So this should just get booted to the other side and full of lava. Anytime this year. Doink. Okay, now it's full of lava. That's a lava bucket. Now I'm going to forbid it. And I'm going to go to the bucket job down here, and I'm going to remove it. So, yes, it's invisible, but I swear there's a minecart full of lava there. I can't wait to the day that they fix that bug. It's been in there for a very long time. Then I go down here to this test track again, and I add this minecart that's currently invisible to this. Which, it's going to set it so that they do this every 2 days. So I have a little bit of time. Place track vehicles. So now this dwarf is getting some serious strength training because they are carrying a minecart that is full of 133 units of lava, which weighs whatever 1313 Eurus units is, which is probably a lot. I'm not familiar with that mod pack, but glad that you're having fun. Yeah, I'm very unfamiliar with Minecraft mod packs. I stopped playing Minecraft around the time they added trees and creepers. I never really went back outside of like the occasional time to like run around and get yelled at for being bad at Minecraft and then going, right, yeah, I don't really like this game all that much, and then stopping playing it. That kind of like first person survival crafting thing doesn't really do it for me. Like, it's fine. It's a good game. It's just not for me. Surprising he isn't using wheelbarrow. They can't. I mean, I could make them use wheelbarrows for this, but wheelbarrows have to be assigned to stockpiles. This isn't going into a stockpile. Dwarves do, in fact, gain strength by carrying heavy things, yes. I like this dwarf's braid sticking out of their cap. All right, so this dwarf is placing this here. So now I swear there's a minecart here. Let me just sit here and we wait. Thanks, game. You bloody buzzkill. So what we want to see is we want to see if the lava shoots out. Because if the lava shoots out, then I can make vertical towers, which will be way faster to build than the alternative. This has become a science stream? Not really, but let's just go one frame at a time. Well, it wasn't going fast enough. Actually, hold on a second. Once this gets back up here, I'm going to forbid it. I want to try something. Forbid it. So they won't push it. Might be because the track is right there. Yeah, it does need to hit a certain speed. Which is fine. I can increase that speed, but... Okay, so the issue is that last corner. 'Cause if we watch the dwarf come get it and kick it again, the issue is the last corner. So I need to keep this going. I need this to go another few more layers, which isn't too bad. Because let's watch this. Because I think what happened is it actually hits the roof. Maybe not. All right, so what I'm gonna do? Okay, we'll let them put it back up at the top, and then I'll just forbid it up there. And I'm gonna deconstruct this, and we're gonna go a couple more layers down. See if I can get it going fast enough with this pattern. There's lore and controversy according to the wiki. That's fine. I just take it all as bullshit units that don't matter because I'm not a scientist. Does it work in the game? Yes. Okay, then it works for me. Okay, so I'm gonna put a wall here. Yes. That is also correct, Soul Shinery. The only real controversy that's ever actually happened in Dwarf Fortress is the mermaid stuff. If I had to be blunt. And even that, by most game standards, is barely a controversy. If you don't know, you can look it up yourself. It's one of those. I don't particularly feel like talking about it. It's one of those things that brings out the worst in people, if that makes any sense. Actually, you know what? Let's try this. Let's actually drop this down one more. Maybe that's the issue. Or maybe that would cause an issue. It's the only time a bug has really been removed from the game, not because it was breaking the game, but because it was so far against the developer's ethics, they didn't want it in their game. It's the only time that really happened, to my knowledge. All right, you can go there, and I'll put a wall on top of this. Was it under a D for dwarf section in regards to the Urst units? Because D for dwarf is literally just like a selection of jokes. The elves are here to trade. I do need to trade with them, but we're gonna just keep at this for a minute. Oh, shit. I just realized I've done this one too far up. Just remove all these ramps. And I also haven't cut down any trees. They'll say, "Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Whatever possessed you to brave these places?" Okay, fine. 11 trees. All right, we can do that. I still don't need any more wood, so we're good. We'll just bring a bunch of gems to trade with them because they always bring good stuff. While I'm down here doing science. What? Uh-oh. Alright. Smooth and remove this and then fix this. Is that all that exists on the surface? No, they're just being really strict with me, which is fine. They're permitted to. No, it also counts for underground trees. The mushroom trees in the basement are still trees. The elves don't discriminate between types of trees. All right. Let's give this another shot. This is going to be real quick, so don't blink. Dang it. For anybody who's curious about what I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to build, but spiral. God, shorts are awful. So a thing that can do that, essentially, and fire those lava blobs out like that. But it... Okay, so how many layers did I do this for? Because this was what? It was up along here, and then... Okay, yeah. The difference is it's powered. Spirals are tough, yeah. The problem is it hits the roof, which causes it to cave in. I wonder if I could do this. This is gonna look confusing as hell, by the way. So don't worry about it. Oopsies. It's hitting the ceiling, which is slowing it down. It's also hitting the walls, which is slowing it down. Yeah. So that it falls more instead of, you know, bumping into shit. Forbid the minecart so nobody gets obliterated by the goddamn minecart on the way down. Was I just watching my own video? Yes. What else do you think the whole point of having a YouTube channel is if you can't, like, just use it to self-reference? It's like taking notes. All right, once again, don't blink. This is going to be over really quick. I will try and pause it. So... Uh-oh. What? Okay, so that doesn't work. It just derails. Some migrants have arrived. That's okay. Yeah, so it derails. That doesn't work. All right. Well, let's go to plan B. Plan B. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I know that that'll go fast enough with 10 levels. We'll just have to do it that way. But we're still going to test this. Just so I can show you guys what I'm trying to do. Just for the clarity's sake of what we're trying to do. I like how dwarves at the top knots just look like they fell out of Naruto or something. It's just kind of funny looking. Okay. And I'm also like prospecting for like ore while I'm at it, so. Headbands make you giggle? Checks out. They do kind of look like Russian fur hats sometimes too. We're also going to jump up to the surface, and I'm going to see if I can trade with these elves. Let's trade. Did they bring anything that I want? They brought a giant leopard! Yes! They brought a giant leopard. I love these elves. A giant barn owl. This is why I'm tolerating their demands. Just a normal-ass wolf. Come on, you can do better than a normal-ass wolf. But I'll still take it. And someone is knocking on my door. Hold up. Package arrived. I had to go grab that. All right, so they did bring us a... Uh-oh, and now ads run. Of course, the ads couldn't have run right when I went to go get the package. They also brought a giant cardinal. Shit. And of course, so we got the giant leopard, giant barn owl, giant cardinal. I don't need the normie wolf. You can keep your normal wolf. Sweet. I don't know if that's a breeding pair. I need to look at my other leopard because I have another giant leopard. Giant leopards are war trainable though. My other giant leopard is war trained and it's literally called murder mittens. So we need murder mittens so that they can have they can be a pair of murder mittens. I'm just waiting for these ads to end. Imagine scrolling past. If it was a giant chinchilla, I would buy the chinchilla. It's just a chinchilla. I don't need a chinchilla. Giant chinchilla, I would absolutely take a massive ball of murder floof. But it's just a chinchilla. So yes, I will scroll past that chinchilla, damn it. And you can't stop me! I'm just checking to see if I've missed anything in chat. It's like leaving notes on a fridge. It's like leaving notes on a fridge that pay you income. Which is a really weird way to put that, but... Does anybody remember when the giant owl became a meme before this game came out? Because Zach had a giant, I think it was a giant barn owl actually, in his fortress, and it kept flying by, and people kept freaking out, going, "Oh my God, it's an owl! Holy shit, owl!" Because when it was shown at PAX, the year it came out. Let's do this trading. All right, well, that should be good. Done. Thank you. All right, so let's get my new toys. I mean, pets. I mean, friends down in here. So I have this Murder Mittens, who's a 7-year-old boy, giant leopard. Holy shit, I got a lot of war dogs. Stray giant leopard. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the birds. I think I'm gonna put the giant birds up here. Just because this seems fitting. I at some point need to do something with these towers, but look at the size of that unit. Look at that duder. Hell yeah. What else we have? Giant kitty. Aw, they're not a breeding pair. It's okay, at least they can snuggle. I'm sure they'll be friends. They can hang out with my giant dingo. Stray giant cardinal and you? They're all male. Oh boy. Although I am gonna give these guys down here nest boxes. They're also trained. Can remove you from your cage. Did I manage to catch any other random animals while I haven't been paying attention? Nope, doesn't look like it. I haven't messed with that much, so I'm not sure about the current version, Chad. Okay, so that goes straight down to right there. Or is one a giant jaguar? No, they were both giant leopards. Like I said, I haven't messed with them much, so I don't know. Try them yourself. I would barely say that normal squads are viable, so. Okay, so I need to make this. That I can just get rid of. Make a new route. Take you to here. Move all 3 of these. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I see where I fucked up. I actually fucked up the digging pattern. I screwed up the digging pattern. This maybe would work, actually. I just screwed up the digging pattern. That was my fault. There's also dwarves stuck down there. Whoops. I have to redo it. All right, well, you are coming up. Let's make sure you're not going to go anywhere. Nope. So I could still retry that setup. I will never fully understand people's worship of Kojima. All right. Let's grab this. Check this one, see if this works. Which one? Soul Shinery. There's 2. Oh, unless you're referring to the song that's playing. Boink. Yeah, there it goes. So that works. Splat. All right, working as intended. Excellent. So we can begin building. Congratulations. You have completed your first ever magma pump stack. What's next? All right, well, let's jump up to here. Keep digging. Alrighty, Elfie, you have a good night. Cheers, friend. Why would you need to pump water so far? If you're trying to get it down, you can just let it drain. I guess I don't understand why that would even be a joke, because it's like, well, why would you want to get water? Why would you want to move water that way? What? Dwarf is named a bronze mace. I guess the one thing that we could do is I could try that spiral pattern again. Chat, do you guys want me to try that spiral pattern again? What do you think? Yes or no? Should we give that spiral pattern a second try? Okay. 1, 2. Okay, actually, I need to do this on higher priority. Thunk. 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 So what? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And while they're digging that, lava bucket. It's gonna get an iron minecart on it again. Ah, shit. I just denied a craft dwarf guild. I missed that. I didn't see what I was clicking on. Oh well. We'll pop back up in a moment. Let's go down to here. Just happened to be bricked into your magma reservoir. If a vampire is mayor, you should just kill them, because the mayor is the only dwarf that can actually do diplomacy stuff until you get a higher ranked dwarf above that dwarf. So if that dwarf is the only dwarf that can do diplomacy stuff, whenever your traders show up or any factions that you want to maintain good relations show up to talk with you, if they can't talk with the mayor, they will get very upset. So basically, you're gonna screw yourself over eventually if you keep going that route and have that, because they're just gonna start eating people every time you let them out. Method has grown to become a metalsmith. Actually, you know what? We'll just remove everybody from here. They've been child. Allow. Remove. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's just start at the bottom here. This one doesn't matter so much. This one, there. This one, right there. This one, right there. This one, right there. This one, there. Go from the top, down. Some random Cyclops has arrived, and we should stab it to death because it's just a Cyclops and they're weak. This one's named Eli Trevecarmi. This is the first Cyclops I've seen. Actually, I think this is the first surface thing we've seen. Kill it! It has brought a thing called Conad Gassel, which is a copper crossbow. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular chalk cabochons and trillion-cut shell opals, encircled with bands of yak hoof and mule bone. And they do have a daughter. They aren't here. This creature has 43 kills. It's an ironic name for a Cyclops. This is true. My dwarves are largely ignoring it, but it is fighting with this dog. The dog is doing a pretty good job dodging it. Glass half empty died magically to it, which is a damn shame. Come on, dwarves, quit dying to this creature. Run away, Master Spike. No, don't get smacked into the wall and die. Run away. There you go. That's wise. As you should. Okay, now, where's the military? Should get them here anytime soon. Come on. Maybe. It's now going after Jezza. Jezza's doing a pretty decent job dodging. The military is all up here. They just can't get down to it because it's over on it's down at the bottom, right? So Jezza is running away from the thing as quickly as bloody possible, but there's only so much you really can do. This very brave dwarf is mining in front of it and just kind of teasing it. The dwarves are just like mocking it. They're just like running around it while this creature is just being danced in circles. The military all come running down, and they seem kind of surprised, and they've completely surrounded the creature. The creature's immediately bleeding like crazy. The Cyclops says, "I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying." After kicking, and then Swords Dwarf kicks the Cyclops in the head with his foot, bruising the muscle. The Cyclops now bleeding, dropping the crossbow, and bits and pieces fly everywhere. And the thing, he's dead, Jim. You claim whichever dwarf strikes the killing blow. What if the dwarf is already named?
Bring out your dead!
Yeah, it was Diamond Destruct, already named. Sorry, Squeetus. Can't help you. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to the Weaponsmith's Guild, and I'm going to put that crossbow in here. Conrad Gasol is going to go right there. Add a new stop right here. Okay, well, aside from being visually confusing as all hell, yes, I'm very much a Trekkie. This is a known fact. I actually grew up on Star Trek more than Star Wars. Most people my age grew up on Star Wars. I saw Star Trek years before I saw Star Wars. Oh, you should be removed from this. But you were probably just already running it there, which is fine. Yeah, I've seen DS9. What the fuck do you take me for? Well, ironically, the only Star Trek I haven't seen is the stuff that's been released in the last 5 years. Because I don't feel like giving random companies money for, what's it called? Bad streaming services I'm not going to use. Like, what's the point? You can watch the dwarves fight in first person. Artifact was seen being stolen. Baka, was it you? Baka! You son of a dwarf. Interrogate. Also, apparently Popliop committed a crime, but you're a child, so that's fine. Baka is committing a crime attempting to steal an artifact from the fortress. The dwarves have all witnessed the crime. Baka is still hauling it, running to the front of the fortress. You're trying to give it to this human. Dishmab. You have a relationship with Baka. Holy shit, you have a lot of cousins. Question is, where's the captain of the guard? Okay. Well, we know who they were giving it to, which was this person. I'm gonna tell them to go kill this person. Truth, Lonely Lockley, is immediately trying to kill the human, or is about to start trying to kill the human when I tell him to actually go station here and then start shooting. But there is this human who is walking away with my artifact. You're not going to get away that easily. Not that easily. Even though you dream of creating a great work of art, you're a member of the Matched Empires and the Distinct Council, you're going to die for your sins of attempting to steal my shit. This human is currently locked in a duel with Phoenix in the form of crossbow battles. They are taking turns dodging each other, but the very carefully placed bolts by Phoenix has actually destroyed the clothing of this human. So now, as you can see, they are mostly naked. And then a finely placed final shot from the bolt strikes the human, and right in the head, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull, tearing the brain. And give me my stuff back, you son of a dwarf. They still want to craft our skill. And now, Baka, are you dead yet? Well, we're first going to go interrogate you. Baka hasn't been attacked yet. Baka and his spouse Arcmaster may be very sad by the end of this day. Holy crap, there's so many. With the subject maintained the subject confessed to theft. In the year 107, an unidentified creature, the criminal known as Tulal, the Pure Nation, corrupted the subject in order to have an agent. The subject revealed that in 107, the subject plotted to steal duty spells, the Coven of Blazes, under the influence of an unidentified creature whom I killed. And now you get chained, which means you're not going to die, so that's good. That dwarf, however, implicated Dishmab, who's now dead. We can convict them. They're all, like, expert to legendary. I think that particular dwarf is expert. That's the copper crystal. That can be my Craftsdorf Guild, which I'm not going to accept just yet. I'll let it sit. All right. Minecart is here, but it's not been told to be pushed yet. So let's tell them to push the minecart. Oh, when full of desired. Doesn't matter. The mod that you're talking about is out of date. You can read combat logs after the fact. There's multiple ways to. You can just click on this, you can click on combat, and you can scroll through all your combat logs. There's no reason to use that mod whatsoever. And it was also pretty bad even at the time. The thing is, the combat logs get cleared once every 6 months regardless. So 6-month-old combat logs disappear anyways. It's always been this way. With or without that mod, it's still that way. And people just have this Mandela effect that they last forever. They don't. They clear after 6 months. The only difference was initially, if you right-clicked this dumb thing, then it would go away and it wasn't possible to find it again in version 50. And they've fixed that by putting back the historical logs in a way that people remember it, but it was never actually implemented that way before. You could still clear them and lose them. Okay, so let's see how this goes. All right, so that didn't work. Yeah, okay. So we're going to have to just use the straight system. I don't feel like making absolutely ginormous towers. That just seems ridiculous. So this system doesn't work. But that is okay. Why does everything have to automatically put you in horny jail, Bastet? Like, you do this to yourself. This isn't... Nobody does this to you. You put yourself in horny jail. You always deny it. You're like... Alright, so... I'm going to be up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm gonna have to build up. Yeah, this is the way I have to do it. Yeah, doesn't mean that I will ever appreciate it, Basta. We've been over this like dozens of times before, and one of these days you'll remember it. Blocks. Let's use Gabbro for this. I'll be fine. It's not even like I'm a prude or anything. It's just a matter of there's a time and place for things. But like I said, you'll literally never listen, so it's fine. I'll just keep bugging you about it. You've been in this chat for as long as you have. Eventually, there's just some things I kind of accept about you, and I will just bug you about it when you do it. I don't know. I can't say your name, so good night back to you, person on YouTube. Your name is literally the letter I or a lowercase l. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. So good night, person with the unreadable name. I should make a room called Grow Up Bastet on my Discord and not let anybody post in it. So this is going to be our craft source guild. But yeah. So that everybody can just add Bastet in there and be like, grow up. Oh, it's Shogun. Okay. Well, hi, Shogun. I don't know what what people's usernames are. Like it's YouTube just lets people have usernames that are completely incomprehensible. At least Twitch has standards. Well, then I will forever keep complaining at you when you make things weird for no logical reason. For full clarity's sake, Bastet's been around this stream for literally years, and I give her a hard time for no logical reason because it's entertaining to me. That's all it is. Yes. No. No. Meow, meow. These dwarves need drinks, so go get drinks, dwarves. I'm just gonna let them finish building this. I know that we're in ads, but I'm just gonna let them finish building this. I think you're forgiven. Not the first time it's happened. Okay, so let's see what the value of this is. That'll be fine. Perfect. Just wanted to get that craft store guild done and dusted. Done and dusted. Finish. Completed. We're also not going to let the majority of the dwarves in that because I don't really want everybody just going and becoming craft stores. I mean, I do have a bunch of craft stores right now, so it's understandable, but it's understandable. Okay, so the plan now is this right here, this wall, is going to become a series of towers with ramps inside of them. Those ramps are all going to be 10Z levels high. I'm also going to be building down in this. Eventually, it's going to end up being on roughly the same layer as my magma moat, right on this layer right here. So I need to dig this, I guess, 2 levels down, so that's not too bad. But 2 levels down, I got to dig this. And that's going to be the layer that has the lava cannons on it. As for getting the lava back up, I'm going to have to get power here somehow, which I'm probably, pardon me, probably going to use wind towers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be building basically a box here and then digging into it from underneath, essentially, is what we're going to be doing. And this is going to be what is built into our defensive structure for this fortress. And I have minecart cannons. I still don't understand why we're not getting attacked by, like, agitated wildlife. This makes no sense to me. We really should be getting attacked by agitated wildlife. Yet, for some reason, we're not, so... Was this rebel base on planet Hoth? Do you have a problem with that? Also, I would just like to remind you that Ice Sheet isn't a thing in Dwarf Fortress. Ice Sheet is a type of map in RimWorld, not in Dwarf Fortress. Are you betraying me? This is a glacier, not an ice sheet. RimWorld has ice sheets. Dwarf Fortress has glaciers. This whole biome is called glacier, not ice sheet. And once I have this nonsense built, we're going to just start attacking people. If things want to attack me beforehand, then that's fine too, but... kind of happy I went with the caps. They look pretty fitting. So that's 6 across. 6 across. 6. That'll take us up to here. And this is where I want them to pop out, like right here. Cosmic is still alive, yeah. More of Oxygen not included. It's got less in common with Oxygen not included. But then again, really neither of them are anything like RimWorld. Neither Dwarf Fortress nor Oxygen not included are anything like RimWorld. RimWorld just markets itself as being like Dwarf Fortress so that it sells more copies, and it's been a very effective marketing strategy. In reality, it's actually kind of, I'm not going to say false advertising because that's unfair to RimWorld, but it's pretty close to false advertising. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Two, 3. Okay. Turns out saying that you are very similar to a very popular or very well-known game that is also incredibly obtuse and you're like the simple version, if you can frame your game like that, it's a very easy way to sell a lot of copies. Turns out. But whatever. Let them dig. Well, I mean, just remember the majority of the early marketing that RimWorld got was from people on Twitter who worked with Tynan Sylvester at Irrational, which is a non-trivial amount of people. It's quite a sizable number of people. But a large portion of that initial funding on the Kickstarter came from the Bay 12 forums from a self-promotion post, which has been viewed over 780,000 times. I think at least 25 of them have been me. Oh, great. All my walls are getting canceled because they're losing location of the boulders, but that's fine. So when you have such a heavily trafficked forum, turns out that can be a lot of very effective marketing, especially in 2013. I always forget how long the friggin' Game Awards are. I'm not gonna lie. So we are going to bring in some more ice. I was going to stream some other stuff tonight, but I fear that if I swap off of Dwarf Fort, I'll lose the people that are still here. So I will stick with Dwarf Fort tonight. We'll do some more Soul Ash on Monday. After Caves of Cud. Besides, I guess we kind of did stream 2 games already today. Streamed Dwarf Fortress and Old Dwarf Fortress. Gives me time to get more stuff done. Don't need this extra wall at the end here. The humans have arrived with their wagons to trade with the glorious crafts dwarves. Can be summarized as wake me if something interesting happens. Did they do Game of the Year yet? That's all I actually care about. And was it, and if they did, what was it? Baldur's Gate. And if it's not, can we grab our pitchforks? I haven't even played Baldur's Gate, but if Baldur's Gate doesn't win, I'm gonna be mad. Well, not mad. Really perplexed. The humans have arrived, and we're going to speak with them briefly. And I'm going to ask them to bring me, I don't know, stuff. Let's actually say... Ooh, let's actually say emerald dye. And red root dye. That's what I want. I want fish. Why? How are we gonna get fish? Exactly. I have a lot of shoes that I can sell. A lot of gloves. A helmet. And a bunch of pants. Yeah, I expect a non-chat GPT essay exactly why it didn't win. Who would vote for your money back? What money, though? What money have you spent on the Game Awards? And if you're one of those people throwing bits at the Game Awards, I hate to break it to you, you fucked up. Although, to a degree, I would say that if you give me money on my stream, you've probably fucked up a little bit, but I'll thank you for it, at the very least. I guarantee you Jeff Knightley will not personally thank you if you throw money at him. Well, thank you, Derek Star. It made passing time at work much easier. Yeah, I mean, that was me for years. Before I got into streaming. Well, before I gained an audience, I guess, I was streaming, but... I don't know how I would have gotten through years and years and years of night shift without having people nattering away about video games in my ears, be that in a live stream or in a YouTube video. Or a podcast, even. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for taking the time to tune in and say hi. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people who watched, so. I'm so good at, like, pitching myself as somebody that you guys should keep funded. By that I mean I'm really bad at it. What did they bring? Any animals that are interesting? Masked lovebird, a mule, capybara, an eagle, and a bunny rabbit. Well, balls. Okay, fine. Buy beer. Oh, they did bring whips. Oh, come on. They didn't bring any. They only brought one silver whip. Okay, fine. Water damage? What? Even I'm confused about that by that one. Aiming more of our swords. Silver is, in fact. I wanted them to bring more than one silver one. They only brought me one silver one. Hence my complaint. I'm complaining about the lack of silver in the whips. Because I asked them to import whips last time, and they only brought me one that's worth purchasing. I ain't taking no copper whips. I never don't bring electronic devices me into the bathtub. If I'm in the bathtub, I have an electronic device in my lap. It's like just how I operate, so... Pew, 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 pew. Right up to there. Might be more common of a practice than you thought. Yeah. Chat room, do you watch things on a phone while in the bathtub? Let's put it to a vote. See if anybody else does it. I know I do it all the time. With little care. not like I'm worried about my own safety. I know I'm not gonna drop it. Hold it outside of the bathtub while I'm using it. It's not like I'm that one girl who died because she had her phone plugged into the wall and then took it under the water with her because it was a waterproof phone. I'm like 99% certain that wasn't a hard drive article either. It's like the first run of like Sony waterproof phones. You listen to things? Yeah. Caveman Doc, thank you very much for fucking up again and gifting another sub in the chat. I greatly appreciate your effort. Seriously, thank you. Jokes aside, thank you very much for helping keep this channel funded. It's never been easy. Yeah, that's fair. I used to never take baths when I lived at home, but because we had like normal sized bathtubs, but this apartment, one of the reasons I actually do kind of like this apartment at times, even though the part of town I'm in kind of sucks, is I live alone. I have a ginormous bathtub. Like it could fit somebody who's like 9 feet tall. It is massive. It's lovely. So I just want to point this out. Does this not look like the Tool logo to anybody else? Like if you squint at it, like doesn't that look like a Tool? Like it says Tool, kind of? Anyway. A person in the water isn't... Yes, this is true. Some more migrants have arrived. I should really make them a place to nap. I can't tell if people are just overly excited for absolutely no reason in the chat or if something really cool just happened. For Game Awards. It could actually be either. Oh, I know. Mildly penis. Matter of perspective, I suppose. This is the sequel, you doofus. We've been over this. Man, I kind of fucked up. I want to say the same thing that I always say when people say that random things like that logo look like a penis. And it's like, if that looks like a penis to you and every penis you've ever seen looks like that, then you really need to tell whoever that penis belongs to go see a doctor. Like, seriously, I'm concerned. You're trying to think if you've ever been in a bath smaller than 5'5". Oh, I definitely have been. Merchants are leaving soon. That's fine. We've already traded. I 1000% do not have enough beds right now. I need to make a dwarven hotel. It's gonna suck, but it's what we got. I need a place for them to be able to go sleep instead of sleeping outside. Or wherever the outside. Child. Son. Yes. In fact, I'm actually going to make the kids go back inside. Makes them safer. Something like a cylinder pool, not a bath, and only for one person. I really like those hot tubs that are built for one person. That it's like a lazy boy armchair that you like sink all the way down into. Those things are great. Waiting for this dwarf to finish this bridge so I can build a wall there. And then I need to build another one right in front of it. We can build another wall, because I kind of fucked this up. I dug out too much. And also, seriously, Caveman, thank you very much for being the sole source of stream revenue for the last, hour and a bit. Those 2 gift subs. Does mean a lot. Aside from the ads, obviously. Disorderly conduct against who? Cyril, another child? Figures. And Soul Shinery, thanks also for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. This is the last, stream of this week, so. But for all clarity's sake, last month was my, second best month of the year. So, we are doing okay. We are doing okay. Mostly because of Lil Jaeger just massively inflating things, but it still would have been a good month even without that. Now you're the sole source of income? Thank you. Well, we can get this wall built. Yeah, I did hit Metropolis. Yeah, when you hit 160, it's Metropolis. That was when I was originally going to ask for Baron, but then I got my sword stolen. Gotta keep that 70-30 going. I need 350 sub points of paying subscribers to keep that. The last month I was at 549. The month before I was at 530. Yeah, I'll be surprised if we don't keep it going. Like, it's kind of nutty, actually. How high those numbers have been. That's your second time, Soul Shinery. But yeah, I have that happen sometimes. Like, oh wow, I didn't know I gifted subs here before. Huh. Yeah, Metropolis happens at 160 pop. So. So I could do one trench deeper here, which is probably what we're going to end up doing. I have to be careful with how I do this. Actually, this is probably the layer we should do this on. All right, so when I'm about to do something that's gonna look really ballsy and like a bad idea, but I swear I have a general assumption of what's gonna happen, which is probably going to be way safer than it looks. I realize I'm probably giving you guys the utmost of faith in me right now, and I thank you for that. But essentially, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build a tiny little bridge right here. I'm also gonna put a door here. And this tiny little bridge is gonna go right across here.
Woo!
And this tiny little bridge is going to then have a wall all the way along here. And all the way along here. And all the way up to there. And then we're gonna go all the way to there. And all the way to there. I fucked up. Should have made it a little one longer, but that's okay. I'm gonna go to there. And then to there. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a pump right there. This pump is gonna pump this lava. And some very brave dwarf is gonna have a very important job. And the idea is to turn the bottom end of this into obsidian mostly. Let's see if we can do that. I'm not in 1000% certain what's gonna happen. So fingers crossed this doesn't go horribly wrong. Is there safer ways I could do this? Oh, most certainly. Like I could automate a little pump stack from over on the side to go down from the top. But where's the fun in that? So we're just gonna build up a little wall. We're gonna build up a little pump. And then tell Brave Eurus number 245 to go give her a pump. And see what happens when the hot, sticky, gooey lava, that's my turn in horny jail, goes everywhere. There's a certain possibility in mind that you find it very entertaining and low-key hope that it happens. All right. We'll find out. This might be a very bad idea. Okay, actually, yeah, no, I need to... Don't do that. That's maybe more dangerous than what I'm about to do. The gutter? Bitch, I've been here longer than you have. I know you're older than me, but... Bitch, I've been here longer than you have. Armored Core DLC? Alright. If you insist. It's because they said time for hot fun stuff and then said ad break? No, like scolding it. That's how I read that. It's a term, but okay, past it. Only if you keep horny jail out of my chat. We'll make a deal. You have a good night, DS. Thanks for hanging out today, dude. So I have a feeling what's going to happen. My suspicion of what's going to happen is the water beneath is going to immediately freeze, launch upwards, become steam. That steam's going to then turn into water and then psst, turn into a block of obsidian right in front of it. But I could be completely wrong. So we'll see. Hey, Kush Kush. Oi. All right. Ads are done. My God, the dwarven child is throwing a tantrum. Yeah, it happens. I will tell a dwarf to come grab this, though. But there's also the situation that this has been building up pressure, because this has been pumping for days and days and days. So it might also just insta-fill with lava and cause a massive cave-in. And you know, if that happens, that's fine too. Yeah, we paused for most of it, Dravis. Okay. Who's ready for some hot science? Let's see what happens. Actually, let's just cancel hauling that. That's fine. Nothing could possibly go wrong, right? I mean, come on. What in the Dwarf? You know, Thob here, the pump operator. Kush, thank you very much for the Prime sub for a 5th month. Welcome back. Thob here has waited their entire time in this fortress for this. I'm just going to tap the period button so things don't happen too quick. Oh my God. So it caused the pump to break, like immediately. But we did make some progress. That's not at all what I was expecting, by the way. I'm amazed that I actually got all the pieces out of it. I didn't even know that could happen. I didn't know that, like, obsidian could form. Wow, I'm getting sand here? Well, that's surprising. Oh, geez. Sorry, dwarves. Somehow nobody's died yet. That's also very impressive to me. Okay. Are we about to see a couple of holes in the world? Holes in the world? I don't know what is happening here or how mist is forming there, but apparently that's making mist appear. Why would we see holes in the world? I'm confused. Oh, because of this? I mean, yeah, that's fine. Then we'll do this again. I mean, it's like, it's the classic, I could do this the quick and easy, safe way, or I could do this the fun and extraordinarily dangerous way. I'm always going to choose the fun and extraordinarily dangerous way. So then what do you think would happen? Did you think it would melt what I'm building on? Is that what you thought would happen? Yeah, I mean that would no, I mean they wouldn't disappear, but they would turn to obsidian. But I'm ahead of you. These are already obsidian. But yeah, no, you're not too far off actually. Child got into a fight with a dog and killed the dog. All right, let's do this again. Again, I will go one frame at a time. Okay, I'm just going to unpause the game and see what happens. Oh, holy wow, okay. Wow. Again, not at all how I expected this to go. But holy jeez. Okay. Uh-oh. So I lost somebody. Blazing Iceberg has been missing for a week. I think Blazing Iceberg may have had the most ironic name death of all time. Oh boy. I'm so sorry. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take it up to the next level. I'm gonna build another pump. This pump is gonna go up here. I'll be honest, I'm partially just goofing off. I'm gonna have to unfuck this so badly. But it's too much fun to not, you know? But I am gonna really have to do a lot of unscrewing with this problem. Because I've made a mess. This is gonna be a bitch to clean up. But do I have a ramp up there? Oh yeah. See, they've already made it up. Easy enough. There's more than one ramp. So instead of doing this like the normal person way, which would just be like, you know, like digging through it and letting it drain out, I'm literally just gonna channel right up to the edge of this and pump it back in. But from the top this time. How do you unscrew it? By fixing the problems that I've created for myself. Which I'm not certain I can, but we'll try. We'll give it our best effort. Okay, so when Blazing Iceberg tunes him back in, we need to tell Blazing Iceberg that we took their username way too literally. But fortunately, I think the results were probably pretty glorious. And if we're lucky, we might even be able to find their body at some point. Okay, well, let's just keep going around doing this. What up? Just nothing good. Earlier today, your boss caught you watching the stream. Uh-oh, hopefully I didn't get you in twabble. Just tell them you're doing work research. I'm sure they'll buy it. And if they do buy it, then you can tell, like, your new boss, when that boss fires you, that they bought your research. He didn't believe this was a video game. Oh, wow. Tale as old as time, I suppose. I just froze Obsidian, set on fire a dwarf named Blazing Iceberg, and we're all just musing over how ironic that is. That's all. That's what's happening right now. If you look at the clip that Devilish Potato just posted in chat, you'll get the instant replay. Bleh. I'm just messing around with lava and ice. And then I'm going to make minecart shotguns into this area anyway. So it needs to all become obsidian somehow. All right, so speaking of, let's get this going again. We just need Dwarf to get over here. Here comes Dubar. Oh, wow. So what's happening is it's slowly filling up. That's actually kind of crazy. I almost set this dwarf on fire as well. Huh. I never thought it would actually end up working out this way, but it is. That's fascinating. So can I use this as a method of building weird obsidian staircases up through ice? Because damn. Just dig through this and that. Depends on how far up the vapor wants to go. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. We're just gonna dig through all this. Let some of this flow out, see where it goes and where it ends up. Okay, not very far. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out here and we're gonna channel this down another layer. That's what I'm gonna do. Minus this bit that connects with that because that's danger. And this side is gonna go up first before it goes down. We'll just wait on that actually. Okay, so now that I've done and queued that up, let's also go into here, this way, to there, down from up there. Then we're gonna go all the way across. Yeah, I'm actually, picture point, to grab that statement. I'm waiting for the day that someone tells me that they got fired from their job for watching Twitch, partially because of me. Like, it hasn't happened yet. I'm still waiting for the day that it does. It's like, so I genuinely just kind of hope it won't happen. A dwarven caravan arrives to ask, what the fuck are you doing, Urist? You're actually at work, don't get in trouble with your boss. I mean, that's like half my chat most of the time, at work. It's 4:20 a.m. Well, 4:18 a.m. I used to work night shift. I've been there. Southern California, you're walking around in shorts outside? It's probably colder in my apartment than it is outside where you are. It is right now 4 degrees Celsius outside, which is 39 Fahrenheit, and it's probably about, 15 in here. Vapor can cool machines and also put out fires. Yikes. No, you're just not used to it. It's fine if you're used to it. Like, genuinely, like, there's a reason I'm wearing wool socks and a hoodie. I'm fine. This is cozy season. One of the best seasons. The only issue with this season really is that it's raining quite a bit. But in between the rain, it's lovely. Well, like I said, it's a matter of being used to it. Sask is whack right now. I mean, that seems kind of warm for Sask, actually. 1 degrees? You miss winter so bad at 31C? Fuck that. That's too hot. It's too hot. 31C. Anything above 28 is too hot. 28's pushing it. Snowing where you're working today? It's supposed to snow tomorrow, but it's not supposed to stick. It's supposed to snow for about 2 hours in the middle of the day, and then it's supposed to be gone by the evening, which means it won't stick at all. Why is there a Fallout man on the stage? At the Game Awards? Is Fallout 76 giving them money again? Uh-oh. There was smoke coming out of there. I was mildly concerned for a second. Scrolling up, it was Dr. Special 420 referring to Sask being whack. So I would assume them. I am shocked the frame rate's as high as it is right now, by the way. I haven't been in Saskatchewan since 2009? 2008? 2008, I think 08. Turns out when you have like 150 plus people watching a thing, it's likely that somebody isn't from the same place as you. In fact, there's probably somebody in my building right now watching Game Awards. I have a slight suspicion on who it would be. Can you actually harvest ice? Yeah, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm mostly just fucking around with physics to see what I can do. The problem is I'm also causing a lot of problems for myself that I'm going to have to unfuck later. Which is going to be a colossal pain in the ass, but... it's fine. I mean... You know, there's times where you say stuff, and then there's times where I'm like, sure. You've never met anyone on set? So, true story, there was one time somebody was talking about a car accident that happened close by. This was while I was watching a different stream. And there was a person in that stream talking about a car accident that happened locally to them. I think I just killed 3 dwarves. At least. Yes, I just lost 4 dwarves. And then I kind of pointedly asked a street name. And it turns out that person lives like 3 blocks that way. So, like, it happens. It certainly happens. Dobar's been missing for a week. I will get the bodies out. Ice hockey player, the weaponsmith is making an artifact. Man, I could use lava buckets, but fuck, that would take forever. Not a job for today. This was a terrible idea. What an odd spot for the dwarves to leave. Trouble in Terrace Town, people from all over the world in the server, and one guy I met turned out to be a mile away from you. Yep. I used to play Counter-Strike with a guy from North Fan. And I didn't know he was from North Fan until after we'd played games together for years. It was really weird learning that. I just lost another one. I really shouldn't be doing this. At least not as brazenly as I am. So it's not a completely freakish coincidence? Oh yeah, no. It's encountering people on the internet and then realizing after you've encountered them that you live in the same place is pretty common. Quite a common occurrence. Exquisite Hippo was one of the dwarves that I lost. I'm not sure what these dwarves are doing. Actually, just going to unstuck merch. Fix stuck merchants, because I have some stuck merchants. Didn't fix the stuck merchants. All right, well, I will just hope that this doesn't completely screw me over with the mountain home and deconstruct this. Because I need them out of here, otherwise they're all going to turn into toast. I mean, obsidian. God damn it. Oh, stupid fucking dogs. I'm not going to lie, these dogs are actually starting to drive me nuts. I have way too many dogs. Why did I listen to you guys? And bring in war dogs. I did it of my own volition. It wasn't your fault. But Jesus Christ, why did I listen to chat? Blame chat. Anyway. Or else I'm going to start building this. Oh yeah, by the way, constructed ice walls are lava safe. Don't ask me why. Where are... Oh, there, down here. I'm starting to, like, lose it. It's been a long day. Darius, Quizit, Dobar. Damn. What's actually killing them? They're getting frozen in ice. So they channel out ice, it releases the water down here, and then it flows out one, and then they immediately freeze to death. That's what's killing them. Trust me, they're not trapped. Yeah, see? They're not trapped. They were just having a hard time pathing out. But I forced them to path out, so it's fine. Sometimes you just need to believe me that they're not trapped. It's the classic blind knows way too much about how this stupid video game works. So. No, I'm legally blind. I couldn't golf even if I wanted to. And no, I don't. Yeah, so we've got an artifact being made. Using steel, phyllite, 2 logs, giant silk, cave spider silk, llama wool cloth, forgotten beast leather, and rock salt. Also, not gonna lie, really, Swifty, but you know the old running joke of Random person says, "Oh, you're Canadian. Do you know my cousin in Toronto?" For full clarity's sake, Squamish, from me, which I'm not going to out where I am, is a 4-hour bus ride. And an hour and 25-minute drive. So, even if I did golf, I would never encounter your friend in Squamish, or your cousin, rather. Ice hockey player, the weaponsmith, has made Daka Zareth, a steel battle axe. Okay, that's pretty rad. And offers it to the Frosty Beards, not Frothy Beards. This is a steel battle axe. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of steel, tower cap, and forgotten beast leather. This object menaces with spikes of phalite and tower cap and rock salt and llama wool. On the item is an image of 2 dwarves in cave spider silk. But you know that it's huge. It's practically. It's dumb to call things that very much aren't memes, but it's like an old stereotype about people from not Canada asking people from Canada if you know their cousin in random Canadian city. That's all it is. I think that these guys' knees are cold. Also, I don't drive, so getting to Squamish is almost impossible without driving. All right, we got one more to build. I think I need all 3 of these to get powered at the same time. Or that, or they're just not going to work. Oh, 1, 2. And 3. Oh boy. That's what we're talking about. Everything is fine. Do not panic, Urist. Science is happening in real time. Ads picked a really bad time to start. Hot damn. It does look cool, doesn't it? You get asked by London and by people online, even though that you live over 100 miles away? Hold on. What's the square foot of Great Britain? Or square meter? Or, square kilometer. Square km Great Britain. 200,000 centimeter. 209,331 kilometers squared. Okay, so square kilometer Canada. 9.985 million kilometers. Oh, you want to see this in ASCII? Sure. Game's paused for ads anyway. I may be able to end up actually just using these obsidian walkways. I might actually be able to end up using these. The problem actually is I need to put this lava. So here's something that I haven't thought about until like just now. I need to put this lava somewhere. There's nowhere for me to put it. Wait, hold on. So you live in like so you live in the UK and your parents just say that you're from London? I would get unironically so mad. Pump it outside. Where? I can't put it back into my moat because half my fort will cave in. I'm not even joking. Like, I genuinely can't put this back in. I can't pump it outside because if I put it back into my moat, my fort will cave in. Gotta pump it back in. Yeah, obviously. All right, well, okay, so let's go up here, and hopefully I don't accidentally insta-give a bunch more dwarves. Can it just stay? It might have to, actually. Also, it's a giant pool of lava that when I mine too close to it, the ice freezes, and when the lava moves, then the ice solidifies again and instantly kills the dwarfs that are mining there. So it's a bit more complicated than just like, you know, kind of the way some of you are suggesting. In fact, I would say it's a lot more complicated than that. I don't think I just killed somebody, so we should be okay still. I'm getting some free obsidian out of this, so that part's kind of cool. That or I need to figure out how I can... Also, chat, I know that they're doing Game of the Years now. You guys can tell me who got Game of the Year when it's done. I don't care about spoilers. I just kind of want to know who got it. Okay, so I'm going to wait for that ice to disappear. No, I am intentionally mining the things that I'm mining. Don't worry. I am well aware of what I'm doing currently and trying to do things intentionally. I don't understand how this water isn't like thawing or freezing. But I guess it's not, so I can just do this. It can be your Game of the Year, even if it isn't some arbitrary award ceremony's Game of the Year, Orange. Oh! Popliope the miner has been found dead. Rest in peace, Popliope. Grand Dwarven science doesn't happen without Grand Dwarven sacrifice. We can get you redwarfed at a later date. Don't worry. There's plenty of dwarfs. Okay, so I need to push this one layer further down.
E.
E. Derek Star, thank you very much for the 10th E month in a row. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive and for keeping this channel funded. I actually wouldn't be able to do this job if it wasn't for people who watch the stream. I could actually name a couple dwarves if people want to be dwarfed, but you may also just turn into a block of ice in a minute, so I don't know if that's necessarily worth it for a lot of you. Brought to you by the letter E. Neezer's named his shield. Yeah, if people want dwarves as well, you're more than welcome to just ask, by the way. You may get an angry dwarf if I'm in a bad mood, or you'll get a happy dwarf if I'm in a good mood. Yes, naturally we need some time to more in Poplio. I will be, Master Spike has been found badly crushed. Rest in peace, Master Spike. Because two things caved in and crushed Master Spike. The number of casualties here are off the charts, man. Are you still alive and teaching? Yep. You're leading a weaponsmithing demonstration. And you're still technically a mercenary, even though you're not a full member of the fort. Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure all of your clothes have rotted off, and you're just wearing the armor that you brought, which is good. You're ashamed because the clothing rotted off your body. You've never asked to join the fortress, otherwise I would have said yes. You're gripped by crippling shyness, but, you know, you're a pretty well-known teacher here, I would assume. Cyan Steam tier content. I'm trying to wrap my brain around that one. We'll get back to you in 8 to 12 business days. I'm not sure what to do with this feedback. An item was seen being stolen. By whomst? Vixen Rose? Why? Oh, there we go. Already got you to interrogate you. So maybe this time we can actually catch the perpetrator. Did they drop the item? Did they already pass it off to the next person? Oh shit. Let's just wait. Oh wait, hold on. What was the item? It was Onlu Geshid, which I think was this. Yes, okay, so my pick, they tried to steal my pick, but because we got to them before they got to my pick, there is a good chance they'll accuse Vixen Rose. They all saw Vixen Rose. Here's hoping. No, this was a different item. This was a pickaxe. Found dwarves dead, frozen. I like this fortress. It's just like a bunch of weaponsmiths in the middle of goddamn nowhere. Super far north. Making legendary... What? The subject was not afraid and refused. Excuse me? We'll interrogate you again, then. Basically, we're just like a bunch of legendary weaponsmiths making crazy. Why are you pumping? Did I tell you to do that? I guess I did. Anyway, this fortress is just like a bunch of crazy crafts dwarves just making insane artifacts on a glacier in the middle of nowhere, and people are coming far and wide trying to steal our stuff, and we're just building a giant lava pit. Okay, so we interrogated them a second time. Met with subject attempted to misrepresent facts, resounding the case to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. God damn it. This dwarf. I swear. I swear. We're trying again. With the instrument artifact? You can do that if you don't successfully kill them. I'm just gonna keep interrogating this dwarf, though. In fact, I'm gonna lock this door. I'm locking them in until they figure it out. All right, there we go. Implicates Uzu dip-soaked. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. Ozu dip-soaked. Goblin in the corner, hey? No, that's Gorazu. Motherfucker, he came back. Motherfucker, he came back. Motherfucker, he came back. Lizard man came back. Okay, so first off, I have to open the door and let them out. And the captain of the guard is taking a nap. So we need to keep a very close eye on this person. Kill? No, interrogate, then kill. Interrogate, imprison, starve to death. Interrogate, torture, kill. Interrogate, torture, kill. This VOD is getting completely demonetized. I, need to place a bunch of slabs. No! Killed Amethyst. Fuck. Didn't want to do that. Oh, man. Keeping a very close eye on this guy. Well, thanks for watching the streams, FML Havoc. Okay, there we go. I'm also going to start placing these memorials here. These are all the dwarves that died as part of building the big structure. So Telenartho finally woke his ass up. Oh yeah, no, the nobles all want burial sites. I've just been lazy. It's okay. They're not super pissed about it or anything. Iron Pit is being chased. Another miner's missing for a week. Oh, great. Blazing Iceberg was put to rest. Come on, dwarf. Okay. Subject revealed that in the early spring of 106, an unidentified creature plotted to steal the brave word ship, the Curiosity of Lathering, under the influence of an unidentified subject via subject. Unidentified creature via subject, same and same. Okay, so we've got a pretty big organization here. Thief KO. ZG, this guy. OOS would probably be you. Well, let's try interrogating him again. But he did confess. So because he confessed, I'm going to schedule another interrogation. Noah's lurking. There you go. Sweet. Let's see if we can interrogate him again. Built rapport. Subject agreed. But subject... The subject confessed to theft. No new pertinent I love the fact that it's like, this dude's just loves my militia commander. Right, well, I'm going to headcanon some stuff real quick. I really want to keep Vixen Rose alive. Vixen Rose is one of my best Marks dwarves. Vixen Rose was KG, but exposed this dude of the crimes, which is multiple crimes. In my headcanon, Vixen Rose isn't guilty here. Lizard Boy is. So I'm going to convict this guy of all of the crimes. And the crimes were paid for in beating, which he gets seriously injured, gets completely bloodied and bludgeoned, kicking him, punching him, kicking him, literally just pushed him into the ground and kicked him. Just kicked him into the corner for a bit. He dropped the pickaxe, which, by the way, he was holding. My artifact that he was trying to steal, as well as his spear. And as far as convicts go, he gets 29 days in prison. And a Forgotten Beast arrives. We better be going to go chain him up. Oh, he died. Even better. So, I am going... Oop. I'm going to put that corpse on here. Alongside of those beasts that we can't kill. That corpse is going to go right there. Okay, so now let's go figure out where that Forgotten Beast is and what this Forgotten Beast is. Because we have to deal with that. This is Omo the Evil. Okay. It's blunt. I like it. A gigantic eyeless tick. It has noxious secretions and a long straight horn. It is slavering. Its lemon exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its secretions, obviously. Has no kills that we are aware of. We're gonna jump up to here. We're gonna open this gate. Cold-blooded, a reminder? Yes. Truly cold-blooded. Just like that creature was. So let's see where this tick is. Oh my god. For real. This area is a problem, chat room. It's stuck. Tree. You know what? Critter, we'll deal with you later. We don't need to worry about you so much. It's fine. It's fine. It's too big, can't fit past tree. I mean, it's not its fault that it can't climb. The actual thing is, I think that this lava project toy thingy is way more exciting. That's the actual reality for me, so. Corn Knob is named its shield. Except all of this is going to be 2s. Those 2? So that they don't cave in. Can we all just take a moment to marvel at how well this game is running right now? Like, I have 154 dwarves. There's a fuckload of physics and temperature and shit going on right now. And I have 80 frames per second. Yeah, it's 1 down, but like, realistically, we have 80 frames a second. That's kind of nuts. I had to say that out loud. Like, can we like give the game some credit for a minute here? Because that's absurd how well it's running. Ah, shit. Well, we're finding bodies. Found Master Spike's body.
Woo!
You're not supposed to woohoo that. But that's okay. You're supposed to be like, oh no, that's so sad. It's a horrible day. That's a bad day. I'm all gonna cry. Blah. That's what you should actually be doing. Not woohooing. But... So I'm half watching the Game Awards. Is that the guy that, like, ran the stage last time? What? I'm so confused. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that is. You have a good night, Basta. Snooze good. Woohoo for the game running. Oh, I'm aware of this. Yeah. There's a 26-second stream delay. It's okay. I'll give you that. Okay. Okay, let's start pumping again. Bodies be damned. No, it had destroyed you once again. That game has a habit of that, yeah. Okay. Not bad so far. Pretty smooth. This is starting to run low. Okay, so we can start filling this up again. Let's give it a push. We just need a little bit more lava. I mean, obviously we need more lava. That's what we're talking about. Let's go. Get that pressure going. Give it a hand. Come on. Let's see what this... Uh-oh. Did I just... Shit. Crap. Wasn't there a dwarf there a moment ago? Well. Oops. Once again, I almost feel bad about that one. Anyway, it's still fine. Ashes to ashes, dwarf to dwarf. You gotta, you know, it's funny. I'm a very like fine line when I'm playing this game between like super pacifist, want to keep all the dwarves alive, blah blah blah, between that and homicidal maniac. It's a very, very, very fine line. It's just a boo-boo. It's fine. What's up, great time? How is thing? Oh, they're doing, there's a dude in a suit of armor walking onto a stage, and I don't have sound on. I'm assuming that means that Baldur's Gate 3 got Game of the Year. Okay. Why do I switch between graphics modes? Because sometimes I want to see the other one. Do you not want to see the other one? If you don't, that's fine. You don't have to complain about it. The world's driest muffin? Ooh, that sucks. May you get a moist, wet muffin next time. I like how mad all the people are about Zelda not winning. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, as it should. Something would have been very wrong if it didn't. People who've been watching the Game Awards all day are gonna come back and be like, Blind, Game Awards was boring as shit. Anyway, the people we wanted won. And now, what the fuck are you doing? Which is accurate. Go to bed, Bastet. It's past your bedtime. You said you were going to sleep earlier. Go to bed. Nintendo remade their own game and added a big physics engine, which is admittedly really cool. But still, they made the same game twice. Oh, no, not really. It's literally just a, like, aesthetic difference. Yeah, it's just like a different, it's like a different perspective, basically. In theory, you could build floors. What do you mean, bro, the carts? You have to speak English for me to know what you're talking about, dude. Like, Zelda, fantastic game, but like, if Zelda won every time, you might as well also, you know, give Call of Duty all the awards every time. Because they're just making the same game every time. It's not even like a contest. It's like basic award show stuff. Okay, so the problem here, well, there's a couple problems here. One of the many problems here is I need to get the lava out of here. So I'm going to place a wall here. Oh, rather not a wall. I'm gonna, Jesus, the number of casualties this has caused me. Of course he did. He's Kojima. He's gonna keep revealing new games until he dies. It's not like he'll ever make a movie. Like, why are you like hype about that? It's a given. We all knew he was gonna be there. He announced that he was gonna be there a while ago. Like, duh. He didn't release the game. He's obviously not gonna win anything. So because he's there, he's either gonna be a presenter. Dude can barely speak English. Obviously, he's going to announce a video game. And staring at me babbling about stuff and typing in Twitch chat certainly is helping you sleep, yes. Hey, Paxmac. Oh yeah, no, he can speak English. He just doesn't speak English well. Radu, thank you very much for the raid. Radu raided me. Hello, Radu. Cheers. What's up? How's things? How was your stream? What were you doing? You were watching Game Awards? I feel like you were just because you just ended, and you seemingly ended way earlier than you normally do. But who knows? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Regardless, thanks for tuning in. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. Hello, DJ Alpha Omega. How goes Radu and your friends? I'm fucking around with lava and killing a lot of dwarves. The casualties are getting kind of high. But I'm, yeah. Goofing off with lava, ice, and obsidian next to a base made of ice. You could say that that's not very smart. I would say you'd probably be correct. You didn't know the Game Awards were a thing? Oh yeah, that's probably for the best. Probably for the best. It's okay, Baldur's Gate 1. You don't need to panic. Actually, other question. Did Dave the Diver get Best Indie Game? Because if it does, I need to retroactively get very mad. I wasn't watching. So, just most of my chat is. Or was. Nope, good. Okay. The world is healing to a degree. The reason it shouldn't win Best Indie Game is because it's not an indie game. That's why it shouldn't get Best Indie. It's a fine enough game. It could absolutely be nominated for awards. Like, that's fine. But it's not an indie game. Early days, so you can pick up your partner from the airport. All right, well, are you heading out then? But regardless, thanks for swinging by, and hopefully your stream went good all the same. What were you up to today? Were you playing Dwarfs? Or something else? You guys don't know Radu. Radu has a big beard and plays Dwarfs sometimes, and various other variety gaming. I recommend watching Radu. Indie is an aesthetic, yeah, just like in music, right? No, the reality is, I think it's actually just an education problem amongst the people who do the nominations. That's actually what it is. It's an education problem. People don't know who publishes what and who owns who, which is kind of sad. Because, like, you know, not all writers are super up on that sort of thing. Not all critics are super up on that sort of thing. They're very up on their beat, but, like, the second you start to stray outside of your beat, it's pretty easy to start to make mistakes like that. And admittedly, that game very much is presented as an indie game, even though it's not. Seeing if I can just mass channel this down. You're here to chill for a little bit? Sweet. Well, thank you. I don't know how much longer I'll be on. I have been on for 11 hours, so. But since Game Awards are over, my view count's going to go back up. So I got to recover my averages somehow. I'll probably be on for a little bit still. We've been, like I said, playing around with lava. Uh-oh. Now I'm digging up the bodies of my own mistakes. Sorry, Darius. Caveman, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you for helping keep this channel funded. And thanks for all the support. Oh, the dwarves heard the gift subs go off, and also all of the bodies appearing, so they decided to have a party in your name. Chat, you know the lyrics. Ooh. I think this tavern needs in-floor heating. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I'll figure it out. We've explained it multiple times this stream why there's naked goblins and elves in the tavern. I can explain it again if you want. The reason there's naked goblins, dwarves, and elves in the tavern is because clothing that they get when they walk onto the map is assigned to them by the game based on the faction that they are a part of, because different factions have availability of different clothing. Because none of these dudes are part of a faction, they're all part of independent parties, they do not have clothes. Cheers, Bamblebomb. I'll be on next on Monday, but not as long on Monday. You're welcome. And Bellinair's rating me. I guess everybody's like watch-along parties are ending, hey? I hope you enjoyed the Game Awards, the awardings of the games. Knife and I have you on for the last little while. Thank you for the chill vibes and the accidental extra crispy doors. Accidental extra. You want your doors extra crispy? Okay. Well, I'll make sure not to moisten them up for you then. If I channel this out, this should be fine, right? Oh, I was gonna say, did you just kill yourself, Dwarf? No, you didn't. Phew. Just trying to get rid of that water down there. New Secret of Mana game and Monster Hunter? All right. Those are both video game franchises I know almost nothing about. I'm assuming you're excited. I'm glad that you're excited. I hope that your stream was good aside from that. I'm just very happy that Dave the Diver didn't win Best Indie, because that would have been bad. I'm glad they didn't set that precedent. Don't give Nexon Indie Game Awards. Just don't do it. $2025. 2025 doesn't sound real. Yeah, Baldur's Gate did win Best Indie. Or Best Game, period. Dwarf's digging. Can they not get down here? Yeah, they can. Lie to me, game. Actually, they might not actually be able to get down there. Hold on. Let's just channel this down. If it's a priority issue? Weird. I don't know. Unless I was gonna say, unless I ran out of miners, which I certainly haven't. Okay, now they're gonna go dig channel. I guess they all just left to go get lunch at the exact same time. I don't even think Starfield got nominated for anything, did it? Like, I'm mostly certain Starfield didn't even get nominated for anything. Which, as far as I'm concerned, means nature is healing, but... Both Diablo and Starfield were nominated? Well, them not winning anything, like I said, just means nature is healing. This is so much miner training, though. Look how the snow is falling. I don't really like using obsidian blocks. I think they look extremely ugly, but that's just a personal thing. I could very easily farm obsidian on this map in case it's not obvious. This is a glacier with a 10Z level thick aquifer pumped from the magma sea into my river, or into my lava river. So it's pumped from, and also into this reservoir down here. I'm messing around. Is the simple way to say this. This is actually going to cause cave-ins. Okay, I think I'm clear of those cave-ins. Okay. That's an up. I need a down. Instead, I'm farming obsidian blocks the hard way. I mean, I'm not really farming any of it. I'm also apparently turning this glacier into sand, which I think is the actual really cool outcome of this. Okay, so I've got a bunch of disorderly conduct charges. Against a child, and I can't do anything about it. I think I should be able to channel through this without immediately killing a dwarf. So this should be a safe spot to do this. Safe-ish. A lie maker's been possessed. Let me get another artifact. Yeah, no, it took me like a stream and a half just to build the pump stack to do this. Yesterday we filled the moat with lava, and today I've just been being productive, and I do that in big air quotes. What I'm actually supposed to do is just build some simple lava cannons and use this as defense, but I decided to just get very distracted by, instead of doing that, doing whatever this is. Which I think is very entertaining to at least a sizable chunk of the chat room. So I guess that means it's been good. It's been a good use of my time. Lava cannons, yes. That's what we're going to be doing Tuesday, I guess. Actually building the lava cannons. I'm basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to turn the base of this either onto sand or into obsidian, so that I'm not going to like risk melting the walls of this thing whenever there is a siege. As funny as that would be, it would be pretty bad for my dwarves' health. Believe it or not. And aside from that today, we've just been going through many a whodunit, catching multiple-time thieves, imprisoning creatures, and my loose cannon our loose cannon, mildly insane captain of the guard, who's extraordinarily strong and a legendary swords dwarf, has stored the bodies of some of them in next to his office. We are a weaponsmith's guild in the far, far south, stationed on top of a glacier, experimenting with great dwarven mathematics and engineering, alongside of also creating some of the greatest weapons known to our entire faction. And because of this, we've attracted creatures from far and wide to come and peruse our wares, as well as many criminals who have attempted to steal our artifacts. Yeah, and also the lizard man confessed their love to the captain of the guard, which is why we were actually able to capture them. Because they came back. And only admitted the crimes due to the love of the captain of the guard, which is, I guess, saying something when, like, a renowned global criminal respects your head of police. It's actually pretty realistic if you think about it. This isn't a documentary, I swear. This isn't based on actual events. What Cyclops? We barely even saw a Cyclops. We've also killed many forgotten beasts down in the basement. Some of their bodies have been stored on the surface. Some of them haven't. Might be dead. Keep thinking I just lost them, but nope, didn't. Excellent. All right, it's almost time to do another round of pumping. I really want to sacrifice a dwarf to do something really mean, but I'm going to try not to. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, because there's no dwarves down here currently, we're just going to turn this pump on. We're going to try and drain this reservoir right here into here, clearing out as much of this crap as possible. Here comes our pumper. And then we can remove this half of the reservoir. And then we're going to try and drain the one next to it. So here it goes. The lava flows out. A lot of it's becoming obsidian, but that's okay. Because it's going to bubble over. Because we're one level up. Uh-oh. Well, stuff's caving in, apparently. That's okay. It's also going all the way up to the edge of this. It's starting to bubble over. Down onto that side. I'm literally just trying to empty this out. That's all I'm trying to do right now. Empty this out. So we're just pumping. We're just going to keep pumping. If brave dwarves want to run in there, they want to run in there. Dwarf just ran in there. Erush just went in there and grabbed a copper pick, so good on you. You brave motherfucker. Okay. bits and pieces are still going. Arish, it's continuing to pump. Push the lava. Come on. I mean, even if this walls up, that's okay. Because we can release it. And we get an iron short sword artifact. Mistum, the Lie Maker, has created Imush Shovelokaden, a iron short sword, and claims it as a personal treasure. Oh, personal treasure, you say? That's acceptable. Where would you like me to put it? You don't have any quarters. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, in that case, it shall be donated to the Metalsmiths Guild. Or the Weaponsmiths Guild, rather. Which is, Imush, that's okay. This. Okay. Cone is the size of stones? I guess we have to, like, clarify how big a stone is in this discussion, but... Stuff's still caving in. Can start trimming this out. Lie making doesn't pay the rent like they used to. I mean, I need to stop neglecting my dwarves here and actually, like, make them places to sleep. Because right now they don't. Most of them are just staying in, like, kind of an awful place. Okay, so we're just about finished draining this. So what I can do now, do this. You quit pumping. You're about to run out of beer. Oh no, that's awful. Is there anything I can do to help? Wow. That sealed up way quicker than I thought it would. Regardless, though, I can just do this. Just cut the game towards OLL from YouTube. Hey, what's up? I was gonna say, where the hell is that water coming from? Oh my god. Okay, well that's not at all what I was expecting to have happen there, but it's fine. Okay, as long as I'm making the total depth of this thing go down. Hopefully you enjoyed the game awards, by the way. That you had a good time. I was gonna say, what? Casually drops a shit. What? Explain? Shirt. Ah, yes, makes much more sense. I'm not saying that my stream's better than the Game Awards because I have a better runtime than they do, but I guess I'm saying that my stream's better than the Game Awards because I've got a longer runtime. God, the balls on these dwarves. All right, sweet. So this stuff will all freeze up eventually. So we can actually take apart this pump now. Now the next thing that I got to do is we got to do this for this side up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel this out. Channel these out. Yep. Nope, not that, actually. I lied. Not going to channel that out. I channel these out. Stretch? Eh. I mean, I realized like 90 minutes ago that I haven't eaten lunch today. So, stretching I think is the least of my concerns at this exact minute. Yeah, we'll do that. let's do this from... over here. Actually, yep, that's a really bad idea. Don't in fact do that. Called uptime. That's funny. Ah! Steve! No! This is the dwarf that made the artifact for his kid. You can get out. I believe in you. I will stop all of this mining. This is horrible. I did not expect that to go so horribly. Same with Cubini. The water's fortunately not that deep. They had no chance. They never stood a chance. They didn't even know it hit them. They were covered in lava before they even had a chance to witness it. The catastrophe at Sunbirths. Year 107. Such construction failures are horrific. We'll never live this one down. That was glorious. That was awesome. This game's fantastic. Excellent video game. Although it did achieve my goal. Not the way I thought it would, but it did. Fortunately, Neezer, that dwarf's child, is still alive. They can keep the histories alive. Exactly, you are perfectly correct, Shaku. Although, to be completely fair, I'm gonna be really mean for a second. That dwarf was super depressed and kept tantruming and breaking shit. So, I actually don't care that much, but it is kind of sad. Such beauty. Fire and ice. No, actually what I needed this to do was open up so that I could split it. Caveman, thank you very much for gifting yet another sub. You are very kind. Hey, Fry Guy, what's up, dude? I was gonna say, yeah, we need one more subscription because we were at 1336. Anyway, we're at 1337 now. That's a cool number. Swordmaster has bestowed a name. So I'm stuck in an ad at this exact moment. I'm gonna queue up a bunch of rock slabs. Let's just use Gabbro. Pretty elite number, yep. This is going to significantly impact fishing season. Yes, that's sure. Definite possibility. Definite possibility. Isn't lava supposed to melt the snow? It does when it gets closer to it. Ugh. You'd be scared because what if somebody else is gifting a sub at the exact same time? I'll say this. You can now gift subs in peace and know that we're inevitably going to go above that number, right? Right? I mean, come on, right? Let's be honest here. Man, this fort has been awesome. Rad as hell. All right, since I've got this whole thing set up, you know what we can do? I can turn these pumps back on. Wouldn't that be cool? Why don't we turn these pumps back on? And also go up here and send some brave dwarves to not make horrible mistakes. Maybe not that last one. Dolmas has been missing for a week. Cubini and Sieve as well. Here comes the flow of water. Holy Kai, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Actually, it's going to take them a long time to get over there. Lava starts to push out again. Throwing forwards. Come on. Melting the snow and the ice, turning the water into obsidian. Oh, this is going to look rad. Don't worry, the frame rates will fix itself eventually. There it goes. Come on. Oh, this is so cool. There we go. This is so dwarfy, it's off the charts. I'm not sure why there's a single ice ball down here for some reason that we can see. I don't know why that's there. I also don't know how that got there. So there's that. I don't know how that happened. So you know what I'm gonna do? I have an idea. This is me asking for the most trouble. But it's okay. I'm a professional. I have a pretty decent idea of what I am doing. All right, so you see this? It's right. Okay, not there. I said I'm a professional and I know almost exactly what I'm doing, okay? Just watch the master work. There's some elves, we will trade with them. That should do. What about there? Having beards in the old version? I don't know, I didn't design it. Depends on which sprite set you use. So how do we tell Amethyst that her dwarf died because she got crushed by an aquifer? And how do we tell Sieve that his dwarf died swimming in lava while being constantly set on fire and thawed out by water, and then immediately obliterated into the ether by obsidian? Because that might be one of the most dramatic struggle deaths I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. Also, these are elves. I'm an idiot. Okay, hold on. Cancel. There we go. Much easier. For whatever it's worth, A12 Games didn't make the sprite set that you see in old DF. Blazing Iceberg. Blazing Iceberg was one of the first ones to go, which was just very funny. Time to flood the fort with lava. You think I'm gonna flood the fort with lava? Nobody gives me any credit for how good I am at this game. Sheesh. Everybody just expects my plans to fail horrifically, and sometimes they do, but most of the time they don't, okay? All right? Jeez. I mean, come on. Give me some credit, damn it. Everybody just presumes I'm some, like, cloudy-eyed, starry-eyed amateur. And you know what? In some respects, you'd be completely correct. But in most of them, I'll have you know, I'm a professional. People pay me to do this. I swear. Okay, so we got this coming up over here. I wasn't planning on streaming for 12 hours today, by the way. Oops, I accidentally 12-hour streamed again. Blind immediately places a door. I was going to place the door regardless. Me placing a door is not an admission of guilt. Neither is me placing this door, or this door, okay? Quit you accusing me of things. God damn it, man. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm professional, I think. People in chat have given me money in the last 8 minutes. That means I am, by definition, a professional. Okay, you know what? Actually, okay, I have to do it. This can all get removed. That's fine. But I am going to fill all this up with lava. But that's kind of besides the point. I'm actually just going to build a wall here first. So what they're doing is they are channeling up here. Then we're going to channel down, which should take us from here down to here. And then we're going to channel down one more down to here. And then we're going to dig all the way along this. And then we're going to smooth and fortify this. This is going to be my drainage. I'm going to need it anyway. I will... You need 3 of you. Gonna tank, I got bad news. Actually, I think I already gave you the bad news. Man, all of the... Like, the body count on this fort was so low. Like, very, 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 very low. Like, most of the dwarves had survived most of the entirety of the fort. And then it all started with Ghana Tank becoming a floodgate. And since then, I think I've killed like 40 dwarves. It's just I stopped caring. I was like, you know what? Whatever. Whatever. If they're gonna die, they're gonna die. I don't know if I have any... Okay, I don't have any unbuilt tombs yet. Becoming a floodgate. Yeah, they became a floodgate. That is the technical term. They did, in fact, become a floodgate. It's just so funny. It is pretty funny. Yes, I will agree.
Choo choo.
That's 2. Need a few more. It's okay, I believe in you. Some of you may die. There's a puke monster coming to the fort. Where is it? Puke monster? All right, quick, slight diversion. We have to kill the puke monster.
Choo choo, he says.
Choo choo, motherfucker. Thanks, Sentient, for the $1. And orange. And Ghana tank. Right, that's the dumb one that's stuck. Where's the not stuck one? Okay, so this vomit monster is very slowly moving towards the 40. Thanks to 12 pennies, Holy Kai. Appreciate you. I need to check my puppy count. I might actually have like over 1 billion. I may be hitting critical mass of puppies again soon. Oh, also, for those of you who haven't noticed yet, you may want to check. I do have holiday emotes. Holiday versions of my emotes now. Okay, well, it's webbing and killing them all. Okay, well, it's moving. Oh, okay. I thought they killed it because this thing is really fragile. Orange, thanks for gifting a subscription. If you did it anonymously, we're at 1338 now. Hold on a second. I see what happened. Do you guys see? Do you see this? It fell. And it's stuck there now. That is very funny. Like, very, very funny. So I'm going to release them from this. It's no longer 1337. Can it not climb out? I assume it can't, otherwise it would have at this point. It got knocked backwards. Timomenius. I will kill it if it does. Did the elves bring anything fun? Giant jaguar! God, why are they always boys? Just need a female giant jaguar. I did just get a female giant dingo, though. And a giant one-humped camel. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Here, Elfies, please take all of these gems in exchange for those big animals. The giant camels can hang out with the elephants. Where's the giant chinchilla? The only time I've seen giant chinchillas was the very first fort I ever did in this version, and I lost the fort to them. Which is hysterical, by the way. Okay. All right, let's get back to this madness. I'm going to place... Okay, so what I need to do is I need to do a ramp here. That'll do. Okay, so how's this going? Need this to go down one more layer. And Anonymous, thank you very much for gifting another subscription. And now it's a hype train. If you would like to take part in the hype train, check if you have a resub or if you have a prime sub or some bits on your account. You can jump in. Otherwise, feel free to ignore it. It's all fine. Blah, blah, blah. They don't want me to chop down trees. Okay, 13 trees. That's fine. I literally haven't chopped down a tree in the last 3 years. So I can keep that up. That's very easy for me. Is it a big lava trap thing? Well, I need a drain. And the drain needs to go through the aquifer. I'm just extraordinarily over-designing things. It could end up being a lava trap thing. I could end up making this into a weird lava toilet. Unemployed Shaku, thanks for the 2 gift subs. You were very kind. I've built giant lava toilets before, so it could end up being one of those. I swear it'll make sense sooner rather than later. Lava counts against trees. What trees? what trees? What trees am I gonna burn down with this lava? We're literally on a glacier. I do not understand where I'm getting these supposed trees, air quotes, you speak of. You know what? This could actually just work. This is going to be way more over-designed than I need it to be, but that's okay. Support. I don't know. Make it out of ice, I guess. Everything's just made out of ice. We'll put a lever here for dramatic effect. Actually, this doesn't need to be that. This can just be a wall piece. So floor, and then wall. Yep, and then floor. Wait. Then I can just get rid of all this. Actually, no, I can't get rid of all that. I need the support there first. Build the support there, please. Thank you. Import trees. So if I import logs, that's not gonna annoy them. Why would I have a question. Why do you want me to commit acts of war? These elves keep bringing me giant frickin' jaguars, dude. And I finally have a breeding pair, and they're war trainable. Okay? I would rather have an army of murder mittens. You can go slaughter all the elves you want. God damn it. I don't need these goddamn trees. We got plenty of wood. Fully automatic, armed, war-trained murder mittens. Okay. So I need some more miners. Just make iron picks. Let's make 20 of them. Those real quick. I'm doing all right under the brim. Just goofing off. Playing with lava, ice, you know. The usual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, trust me. I've already got plans to attack multiple human civs as well as a dwarven civ that stole one of my swords. We use cannons yet? I haven't built cannons yet. I'm currently building the area to place the cannons, and I got a little bit distracted by putting lava on it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Now I'm trying to figure out how to get the lava out of there, and of course I'm going to do that in the most engineered fashion, overly engineered fashion as possible. So, you know. The primitive version of matter and antimatter. Are you really calling lava primitive? How dare you insult my people that way? That's just rude. Testing phase? Planning phase? Maybe? This is gonna take a minute, so you guys have all the time in the world to hype train if you want. Or don't, it's fine. But thank you very much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Orange. Thanks, Unemployed. Thanks, Orange. Oh, shit. Well, that's embarrassing. Your ruler with the full entourage has arrived to your thriving site is now the capital. And your continued fortune and toil. The legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. Some migrants have arrived. Well, okay. Who's my ruler? Who did I go? It's Attis. Oh, it's Queen Attis. We read about you in the legends. Whenever they show up. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, just like me, and is greatly pleased by her looks and accomplishments. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. Thank you very much for the hype train with the 5 subs and $3.22. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, often without considering the advice of others, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She doesn't easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and I'm going to remove all of her jobs so that she doesn't accidentally get, turned into lava. Without developing positive sentiments, she doesn't handle stress well, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful, and she talks very rapidly when she's surprised, just like me about this noble that just showed up. She likes tunics. That's actually not bad. She's a fluid engineer, talented optics engineer, and competent fluid engineer. Her husband Led is here as well. So we and I do mean unfortunately, lost one of my nobles. So we can just give this space to the queen to keep her temporarily happy. Sorry, Amethyst's husband, Phoenix. But that'll be enough for right now. You don't even know what that is in the DF sense? Neither do I. But we all learn things. That is, in fact, what I just said. Optics engineer. All right. Let's try and keep these kids slightly safer than the rest of my dwarves. Yes, who stole my stuff, and that's who we're going to kill. I mean, that's the faction I'm going to attack. Because he stole my sword. The motherfucker. Yeah, but dwarves don't wear glasses. Maybe we would have way less engineering mistakes if they did. Was it a mace? Okay, so it's because somebody did steal a mace, but the king... Okay, I need to go check the VOD. It's been a long day, okay? And yesterday was also a long day. They have prosthetic eyes. There are no prosthetics in Dwarf Fortress to speak of. Of any kind. It doesn't matter. I know who did it, and we're still gonna go after him, okay? That's what matters, is I know who did it. What they stole is irrelevant at this point. They stole my artifact, and I'm gonna kill them for it. But first, I'm gonna kill many more of my dwarves accidentally, on purpose, by screwing around with lava. Glasses interfere with the magics of dwarven moods. Got it. We love to see Todd Howard at the Game Awards. Yeah, I will probably watch a highlight reel or something after stream. Aether Null, the weaponsmith, has been possessed and is going to make us another weapon artifact, likely. Another one to add to our great collection. I don't understand how the wildlife isn't attacking us, by the way. This is Untamed Wilds, and I've turned the difficulty up, and nothing is agitated, even after all of this bullshit that I've been doing. Like, genuinely, I don't understand how the wildlife isn't trying to horribly murder me. Wildlife knows better to attack royalty? I wasn't royalty until like 90 seconds ago. This was just a humble metropolis up until then. Famed Magma Smith Forge. Run off. Grabbed pig iron bars and wood. All right. So are you guys ready to see some shenanigans? I mean, not as like we haven't had shenanigans up until this point. You guys want to see some real bad shenanigans? Oh god. I need to increase the value of that. Okay, we'll do that later. I'll just leave it up there. So let me ask you a question. What happens when I pop a hole in that floor? What's gonna happen when we push the magic button? Looks like Tekid gets to do the honors. So this lever gets pulled. This support's gonna disappear. And that pillar that I constructed pops all the way down into here. I didn't even check if they'd built that wall. That's how ballsy we are today. So now all of this lava is going to drain down into here. And now we have drain. And there it goes. And holy crap, that drains quickly. Like, that's draining fast. If only the wall wasn't built. What do you mean? If only the wall wasn't built. I mean, I figured they'd be done. And Aether Null, the dwarf, there's fighting happening, has created a pig iron mace named Itat Odom and offers it to the Frosty Beards. Uh-oh. 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 Appears like we have some sort of major fight happening. Well, as the fighting commences and the dwarves fight into a rage, this is a pig iron mace. All craft storesmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pig iron and wagon wood. This object menaces with spikes of microcline and wagon wood. On the item is an image of humans and dwarves in microcline. The humans are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack of the still ink by the insightful handles at Inky Whispered by the Council of Sects in the late autumn of 107. During the ignited sieges. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in pigtail. That was last year. Damn. Damn. Also, this needs to be leveled up to a temple complex, I think. Yes, so I need to get the value up by 10 grand, which is very easy. I'm gonna put a pedestal in here, and that mace is gonna go in there. Dwarves keep fighting. Dwarves are about to die. The Owlbear King is dead. Arish is dead. Bloodborne Jay is dead. Massive tavern brawl breaks out. There's vomit and teeth everywhere. There's no following this even. I'm going to take all of the dwarves off training and set them to no orders. Let the military run wild. Execute the perpetrators if there's any obvious ones. Population begins to crash. Le Musketeer's dead. EFEMDN is dead. Telenartho's dead. Little Joe's dead. Alcord is dead. Corn Knob is dead. My champion's dead? You real? Zytius is dead. Mang is dead. I'm gonna close the combat log and see if the fighting is still continuing. Some of them are still fighting. I don't think it was a loyalty cascade. I mean, maybe it was. But it certainly wasn't a tavern brawl. Nope, it's not a loyalty cascade, so... Wasn't too bad. Go down to the hospital. No, it was literally everywhere that happened. That was all at once. That may have actually been an attempted coup. Which is what happens when there's enough bad dwarves in the map at once. Alright, so... I'm just gonna add a bunch of dwarves who have doctoring skills to be doctors. A bunch of dwarves that have diagnosing skills to be diagnosers. But you know, horrific situations aside, the fortress must grow. We are the mountain home. Yep, dwarves are coming flying in. Let's just increase the number of buckets in here. Let's increase the number of powder. Let's increase the number of crutches. Let's increase the number of splints, the amount of cloth, the amount of thread. That's not too... I mean, that's pretty bad, but it's not too bad. This is recoverable. It can be a pain, but it's recoverable. All beds are occupied? Yep. I mean, it doesn't matter, even if I go place more in there. They're all occupied. They'll be on the floor, it's fine. They were probably just tired of their family members dying. It will be impossible for me to figure out what the inciting incident of that was. You know, that's actually not a bad idea, Ham, over in the YouTube chat, is import some olivine and build a tree. Okay, let's just check. We got dwarves giving water. One dwarf is training a stray albatross because, you know, priorities, right? Okay, so I do have a dwarf diagnosing patient. Okay, so literally all of my doctor dwarves are still in hospital. Do I still have the queen? Yes, I do. Is Attis dead or damaged? Yeah, even Attis is in hospital. She got attacked by one of the hunters. Yelling about Ficod. Is the king dead? Yeah, the king consort died. So her husband died. Well, I think this is a mess to fix on another stream. Sunbirths will live on. This isn't the greatest calamity that could have happened. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you had as much fun as we all did. We'll pick this fort back up on Tuesday. Like I said, have more faith in me, Midnight. Oh, you gotta have a cliffhanger. How else am I gonna be confirmed that you guys will tune back in? Come on. All right, Twitch chat, you guys can say goodbye, YouTube. We're gonna be shutting the YouTube stream down first, but we're then gonna go raid somebody, so don't just run off.